Gentlemen, I'd like to call the budget meeting of May 9th, 2022 to order. Please take your seats. Morning. Morning. Thank you all for being here. Start with a prayer. Do we have any special intent? Seeing none, we'll start with an Our Father. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done,
on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Give us our trespasses. Give those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation. Deliver us from evil.
Councilman Brannigan, lead us in the
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. I would ask that everyone in the audience, please, and the members of the administration and the council, please silence your phones throughout the council meeting. Through the budget hearings, I'm sorry. We have a schedule that we will follow. If there's anybody in the public that wishes to ask questions or come forward, you will have 3 minutes to ask your questions and speak, just like we do for the council meetings. The first department that we will hear is the police department. Chief Glazier and his accountant, Will.
Yes, sir, Mayor.
Could I have some opening comments?
Certainly.
Thank you. Before the chief goes, you do have a draft budget before you. We realize that with the new incoming administration, you will probably change it before July 1st or after July 1st. We present an operating budget of $49 million and a capital budget of $4 million. The operating budget shows an increase of $1.8 million on operations revenue increase over $26 million. Canada's economy depends heavily on sales tax. Our economy has grown over the last year from $13.2 million to $20 million in sales tax. So that's something to keep in mind as you're going forth with this budget and the rest of these next 4 years, because we have transferred from $13 million to $20 million in sales tax, which I think says a lot about our economy and how we have moved this city forward and where this city is going. So keep pushing for new business and continue that. Total budget, including transfers and enterprise funds, is $98 million. That is a bigger budget than usual. I think we should all be proud of that you see where it's going. And like I said, the economy continues to grow. Our directors will be here to present their budgets and answer your questions on anything you have. Like I said, this is a draft budget because we realize that you have a new administration coming in and there could be some changes made before or after July 1st. Thank you, Council Chairman.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief Glazier.
Thank you. Sorry about that. We're scrambling papers here. Thanks for having us again. This is going to be my, eighth and final presentation to you as police chief. What we're asking for is pretty much the same budget we had last year. It is increased roughly $150,000, and that's due to a rise in retirement contributions, the employer contribution, and the current price of gas. We adjusted it a little bit. As we always do, we try to maximize grant funding. This past year, this current budget, it's $414,000 from grants. Total of 10 grants that we have. We're utilizing this technology with crime cameras and the automated license plate recognition cameras. We currently have 23 crime video cameras throughout the city, and we down 10 automated license plate cameras from 47 to 37, and that's mainly due to the upgrades in the equipment where one camera now can capture multiple lanes, so it actually reduces our operating costs. So you don't have, the cable service to individual cameras. We've expanded the use of the cameras where it's multiple lanes out of one camera. Chief-elect Keith Conley would like to be here today. He had a lot of input into this budget, and we kind of asked him if he saw any major changes he wanted, but due to the fact that his father is ill in Florida, he's out of town tending to that. So I can answer any questions because, we're not really changing much, so it's just a standstill budget. So if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you, Chief. Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chiefs, for coming in. Mr. Vanderbrook, my long good friend from Our Lady Perpetual Help. Always good to see you, man. But thank you, Chief, for that. We realize, obviously the cost of gas is up. Pretty much is a standstill budget. There's a couple of things coming in, and thank you again for all your services for the past 8 years to the citizens of Kenner and the surrounding areas because, as we know, the law enforcement, fire department, EMS are all part of a team, and whenever it's required, everybody's out to support. It's good to hear about the cameras. Obviously, the biggest concern for yourself, and you may want to say a little bit more, and my little information by working in the city of New Orleans is the lack of police officers that are choosing to stay in this profession, and how do you perceive, help supporting the new chief coming in with any suggestions on us doing that?
Well, it has been a challenge the last couple of years keeping, people employed as police officers. We knew it would be a challenge. As I stated last year, we have a lot of people reaching retirement age that were hired in the early 90s. They're reaching their 30 years in service and retiring. And that's in addition to the attrition of the people that don't want to be in the profession anymore. We have an academy scheduled to begin in June, so we actively have applicants now. We're going through the process. We used to get hundreds of applicants, and we used to be able to pick and choose the best and the brightest. That's just not the case anymore. So we have to work a little bit harder to attract applicants. So we've expanded our use of recruiting to print media and digital media and the social media platforms. And actually, there was an increase in applicants since we began this, program in January. So we're trying to, get the word out that we're hiring. Like, for example, the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office is a large department. Their police academy that's running now has 26 recruits in it now, where they would normally have 4 times that many. So it's a struggle nationwide, and it's been a concern for everybody in this profession to try to keep up with the demand for police services.
Like I said, because I work in the city of New Orleans with the sheriff department, and as we all know, we've all seen, we've all witnessed, have friends and family that the city of New Orleans are dealing with a serious crime situation that will affect us. We can't just close our eyes and walk away from it. It will affect us. There's no line in the street for crime. People are going to do things wherever they feel places are easy picking, for lack of a better word. So most of my friends in New Orleans understand that the city of Kenner, and not just you, but way before you became chief, has established a criteria for what we believe is the quality of life, what we believe is safety, what we believe as many administrations before us to be able to support our city. Because without the people feeling comfortable enough for their family and their children, what do we have? We don't have anything. So, again, that is the main concern. In my closing comments, and you can elaborate more, speaking to the Chief-elect Conley, one of the things that the Jefferson Parish has done is to incorporate the body cameras. It is something that is going around the country, and it's not just for the people, the residents, the taxpayers, but it is also for the police officers themselves. So this is something, I'm not putting him on the spot on the record of anything that I have personally spoke with him. This is something that I know we are gradually moving towards, and it is something that I know your support from being there, along with Will and all the numbers and all that. I believe it is something we definitely have to look into to moving forward for the community.
Well, he's publicly stated that, yes, he's going to initiate a body camera program in the police department. One of the guys in the audience made correct. It was last week we had actually a manufacturer make a presentation to us and the command staff. I think there's another one this week. So he's actively looking at different types of manufacturers of body cameras. I know we're in the process of waiting for I guess we put in for a grant for him. So if the grant monies doesn't come through, he's going to fund it in this budget somehow, because he's already made that promise to the people of Canada.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman Chief. Councilwoman McKinney?
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Chief Glazer. My only question is with regard to capital expenses. Do you have any capital expenses for the police department?
No. We have a capital line item in the city side of the budget, but that, no, we don't normally fund that from any of our revenues.
Okay, so how do you fund capital expenses like new cars and stuff like that? That's my
Any surpluses.
surpluses.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Next department will be the fire department.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Vanderbrook. Good morning, Chief Morris. Please proceed.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Council. As you know, there's a significant increase to the fire department's year-over-year budget. These increases are necessary, some for operational and some for the good of the community. You have been given several documents to support the reasons I'm asking for an increase in the various areas. Starting salary for new hires was last increased to its current $8.92 an hour in 2006. In an effort to maintain a competitive compensation, an increase should be greater than I am currently asking for. Our apparatus is aged, and we should have a replacement schedule for our apparatus. Our stations are in need of at least updating. Hopefully we can get to the point where there's a replacement schedule for both the stations and apparatus. There's specific training for our members to address potential responses within the community that we should have funding in place to receive that training. During COVID-19 peaks and post-IDA responses, we successfully added medical sprint units to our service. This was in response to a visible need in the community. I'm asking to add medical sprint units full-time to our service. I have well over 100 documented incidents of our units on scene waiting for an hour or more for an ambulance to transport sometimes critical patients. And we know once a patient contact is made, we can only release care to a high-level trained medic. The police is experiencing some of the same issues. It's not just police, it's EMTs and the fire service where our numbers, recruitment levels have decreased significantly. This will allow us to keep the fire and police units available for their regular responses. With that, I'd answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions? Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chief. Thank you for all the guys that showed up today, the other firemen. Again, you know, I would be remiss without saying that. Thank you guys for all the support that you do for the citizens of Kenner, particularly through Hurricane Ida and all the things we've done. The area where you guys always have to go beyond what you have to do. So I can appreciate that. We realize all of the challenges we are having, but you mentioned the sprint units to be able to support not only our citizens, but support the actual firemen themselves in case there's an emergency. So that is definitely something we have to look at. And I'm just going through a couple of things. I think our building infrastructure is definitely something that we as a city will have to fix or be able to maintain a schedule to ensure that, you know, we're not dealing with things that are causing the firemen and women to deal with extra situation where they should not deal with. Obviously, you know, be able to maintain firemen, particularly the younger firemen. The more senior firemen are here, and most of them, or a lot of them, are in their age where they're like myself, with like Mickey Jeruso, who've been there forever. You know, it's time almost for this guy to walk away with me as well. But the younger firemen, which we really need, they are the energy, literally the energy that the firemen need. So when we talk about fixing things, we're talking about buying cars, we talk about buying sprint units. And this is only my personal opinion, is that the adjustment for the younger firemen to be able to bring them up to a level of financial situation that is stable for them and their families.
Correct.
If I had to pick, and nothing against the older firemen, I think that is, for me, a priority. We have to be able to ensure that these young men and women believe that this is an opportunity for them to be part of something for the future. If I had to pick, that is the area personally that we should address immediately. That. And the others are important, but the priority should be for the younger officers to make them feel wanted, comfortable, and in an area where their families can depend on them as providers for their family. So, you know, as we go through this budget, like the chief said, you know, things could change within a couple of months, but that is just my personal opinion. We have to deal with that. There are different litigations that's out there as the city of Kenner with the firemen. We have to address that too, because we can never move on if we don't deal with that. Right. So we look forward with this budget to see what it is. There may be changes, may not, but like the chief said, there will be changes starting within the next fiscal year. So, you know, I won't be on the council, but obviously everyone here and the new council person is done, we have the responsibility to ensure that, you know, we do the best that we can. And sometimes it's not all at once. It is piece by piece, year by year, but we at least have to have a plan going forward. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman Carroll. Councilwoman McKinney?
Thank you, Council President. Hi, Chief Morris. How are you doing today?
All right. How you doing, man?
Good. I have a couple of questions. So I noticed on...
Hold on 1 second. Sir, if you don't mind, would you have a seat? We'll call you up when council members finish, please. Thank you. Sorry.
It's okay. So I noticed on page 206, which is the fire administration budget, the proposed budget numbers, they have two additional positions, deputy fire chief and the chief of administration. Were those people who were not previously employed? Is that a new, I guess I'm curious, are those new positions, and what are their job duties?
No, it's not a new position.
Okay.
They were under suppression and counted as part of suppression for safer grant numbers to maintain that minimum level that we needed to keep for compliance with the safer grant. Well, what they are is administrative positions. One is chief of administration, It was originally two, one to manage suppression side and one to manage the operation, the administrative side of the city. Well, the Civil Service Board didn't approve, because of a violation of, civil service statutes that, chief administration couldn't supervise suppression. So we just moved the two positions to administration, and hopefully we change to deputy chief's position, to keep the continuity across the three platoons within the department.
Okay, and it looks like, okay, so if I go to suppression, it looks like the total amended budget last year was 228,020, but the new salaries total 244. So that's an increase. What warrants the
I'm sorry,
increase?
the two, what 200?
So, okay, so if I go to suppression, there's two chief admins listed, and the total amended last year was 228.
If
And-
I may,
Yeah.
so part of the fire's budget is that they get a state mandated raise.
Okay.
So
Right.
all of their numbers already
Yeah.
have their raise with their supplemental pay and all that factored in.
Okay,
So
so
you're
all,
gonna see an increase on every fire salary because of that.
okay, so all admin, all the,
Yeah,
every
everyone
level,
in
every,
fire
in the fire
gets
department
that.
gets it. And how much
2%.
is that?
It's a 2% state mandated
2%
raise.
state mandate,
Mhm.
okay. Let me I just trying to do the numbers. I want to make sure.
Mr. President, may I ask the finance director a question right quick, just for some clarity for me?
Sure.
If you don't mind,
Yeah, that's fine.
Councilwoman. So, Mr. Director, we realize you explained about the 2%. The salaries that move from suppression to the new positions, it's only 2%. How much more is there, or is there an increase in the salary moving from one suppression to this one, excluding the required raise?
I'm not sure that there's any other increase. I checked one and I know it's.
Well, if you add both the new salaries together,
They-
two
They
per-
get state supplemental pay factored into their raise as well. So there's more, it's not just a flat 2%. So they get to factor in what they receive from state supplemental pay, and they
Okay.
get that added on top of their raise.
Okay, because 2% for the total is only $5,000. So the difference is
They get
about $15,000. So the state supplemental is 15,000 about?
So you would add 6 to what their base salary is, and then give the 2% on top of that.
6%.
6,000. I'm
6,000.
sorry.
6,000,
Yes, they
okay.
receive 6,000 a year.
Okay. Okay. That's a high raise. Okay. Let's move on to, I have questions on 208, page 208. There's a pay study adjustments, and I don't know if Liz or Ms. Chief Morris can answer that, but that's almost $2.9 million. What is included in that line item? Yes, so I guess get started with that.
For suppression?
Yes, it's under fire suppression.
All right, that's part of the confidentiality stuff that we sent. We looking to increase the firefighter starting salary to $12 an hour
Okay,
from the $8.92. So
Okay.
that's where the bulk of that increase comes from.
okay, so that's just for starting salaries?
Well, that's the entire department,
Okay,
because everybody adjusts within that pay plan.
okay, so this is that just includes salary increases based on the pay study?
Yes,
Okay, so that does not include any additional trainings or anything like that?
no, the
No.
trainings are another item.
Okay,
Within
and that's so from a new person that's coming in, that's going all the way up to the highest, to the fire chief as well, right? That includes pay adjustments?
Not for
Okay.
the fire chiefs.
Okay, so it doesn't include any admin?
That's for the suppression side only.
Okay, so it's only in the suppression
Well,
side? Okay.
let me correct this. Many positions within the fire service are connected to firefighter salary. So if you look at the statutes, like mechanics, dispatchers, all these individuals within the department is tied to the firefighter salary.
Okay, so that
So-
includes it
so-
for dispatchers and?
Right,
Okay.
those individuals.
Okay, so everything that basically, so they will,
So
so the plan is to give them adjustments next year, is that?
that's correct.
Okay, okay. Also on page, flipping back, I'm sorry, I had one more question about, so fire training, there's a fire training officer, there's two, was in the amended budget from this year, they had one for, it was funded at 81,000. The proposed budget is now 174. Are you adding a fire training officer? And then the same thing for the records clerk. Those are all increasing. Well, I guess that's not.
No,
But it's fire training officer increased, almost doubled. So are you adding
right,
one?
we added
Okay.
a second fire training
Okay.
officer.
And is that person employed currently, or is that a future ad?
Well, that's a current employed person
Okay, so there's already two people working
in training
in training,
at this moment. Yes, ma'am.
and they're only getting paid together. They're only getting paid in 81, and next year they're going to get their salary doubled. Or I guess I just don't understand the numbers.
No, the 81 is for per individual. So it's 2 times that amount.
Okay.
They recently had a move in
Yeah.
positions after this budget came out, so that amended, at the time
We
we
were.
published the book, was only one person. And in the
Okay.
meantime, they have a second person. So
Okay.
they will cover it with another line item, basically that salary for the time being.
Okay, so, but it's not changing anything in the numbers
No,
of the
the
budget?
projected number, the proposed numbers are still the same.
Okay,
The historical will change.
okay. Forgive me, because that's a little confusing, so that's why I that question. Okay, and I see that the oil and gas is also increasing as a result, but not as significant as the police. Is the reasoning for that? I mean,
That- That we are,
you're increasing it, basically doubling it, but I guess you just don't have as many trucks running.
No.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. And then I have a couple of, I know you mentioned when you were talking about adding the EMT and the training. So how much is that going to cost to get everyone EMT certified at the basic level? And is that included in?
that's not included in this budget as an overall plan. The overall
Okay.
desire is to get everybody trained to the EMT level, but
Okay.
it's not a requirement for the job, the specific firefighter. That's a different area.
So that's not funded in here right now?
Was funded to staff the sprint units with the necessary personnel. Also included in there was, which is the goal, hopefully, that we could get it to the paramedic level of personnel, which we only have 2, 3 currently within the department. So those positions would be hired on a PRN basis, as we need those individuals if we can operate at that level, if we're given the ability to operate at that level.
Okay,
So all the medical side, the increase in numbers is to bring in the additional personnel to staff the medical sprint units. And we've identified the peak times that we receive those medical calls, the actual number of calls that we experience, times with the lack of EMS transport units and stuff like that. So it would be a moving window of units where we have 2 units up during the peak times, and then 1 unit during the down times. Of course, those are like midnight to 6 a.m. type times.
and with regard to that, Are you, so I knew you're hiring firefighter EMT 6, that's in the budget, and then 2
Right.
part-time paramedics. So how far along, and I know at the last meeting they mentioned about doing a study. Are we trying to do a study before we do this?
We
or-
are so far down the road from putting an ambulance, a EMS service in. This is a fix for the problem with care to the community without that level of training, trained personnel. We are currently trained at the EMR level, which is basically O2, oxygen. So we're trying to increase the training, which is outside of the firefighter scope of service that we would have to train those people in. And given the number of people that we could train at any particular time, which may be at max 30 at a time, it would take a period of time to get the department trained to that level.
Okay, and is that something that you guys have in the works?
That's
at
something
this
we
point?
have,
Okay.
that's what we would like to do, yes.
Okay, but I mean, do you actually have a training plan yet?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Okay. And, yes. Okay, so there's an increase in chief. So, okay, so there's actually a decrease in assistant chiefs on page 209. I guess everything else has an increase. I'm just curious as to why that's decreased.
Because the decrease in assistant chiefs is through attrition. Older guys with the larger salaries retired, and the younger guys come in with not as much burden on the salaries.
Okay, so so this year it was higher, but someone was promoted and it has a lower salary.
Right.
Is that what you're saying? Okay, that makes sense. And then the sub-fire captain is also decreasing. Is that just,
We are required to promote individuals temporarily in the positions where a member is out on extended leave for whatever reason
Okay.
after 30 days. So that's what that sub position is. We have a member at the time this was printed in a sub category.
okay. And then the fire communication officers and supervisor, that's the mandated increase from the state, correct?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Councilman Brannigan?
Chief, on page 206, in the fire training officers that went to 2, when did y'all add that second officer? Because it shows in the amended budget that it was only 1. When was that added?
Last week.
So the
Week
fire
before
training
last.
officer was added last
Week
week?
before last, yes, sir.
Okay. So if we budgeted for 1, how can we add another one mid-year or towards the end of the year?
Because we were one of the chief's administration's position that was not allowed to manage suppression side, is that deputy chief spot is currently vacant.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Hayes?
You mentioned EMS. How many EMS certified people do we have now?
Currently, like I said, we have several members that received the EMT. That exact number, I'm not certain of. I know we have 3 certified paramedics. We have quite a few of the new guys that's taken EMT and become EMT certified. Maybe I want to say about 10 members, and whatever what's in the roster is not something that we track on the fire side of it. But the new hires that we've made in the last 2 years or so, all the new guys, I told them, while I can't make them do that, I would like to see them become EMTs, because that's the direction that we're evolving towards as a fire service. As Chief Glazer said, we all in the emergency responders, EMTs, firefighters, police officers are short, and fire is starting to handle more of the medical side of the equation because of the shortage of paramedics and EMTs to staff the actual ambulances. So we're responding a lot more to those calls. So it's my goal and my hope that once we get there, we're able to do the best we can for that individual.
But this is something you're trying to do in mass in terms of getting people to take that exam, that EMT exam?
Eventually, yes, sir. I mean, it's a time consuming. It's not like we could bring somebody in and train the whole department within a month. You know, that's a graduated process in order to make that happen.
Have we had success in passing that exam? I understand it's challenging.
It is. It is very challenging. Several people have difficulty passing it at all. That's why I think part of the reason why we don't make it a requirement here to be that. It's more science based. It's basically like learning a different language and stuff with EMT to understand the different terminologies and stuff like that and understand where they fall into the process of treating people. So it's not a requirement. It's a desire that we have to get everyone proficient at that level. And as I said, that will be a time process.
Thank you, Chief.
Chief, how long does the course take?
The EMT basic course is, I think it's, and I don't want to speak. What's the actual course? Because it changed over years. I went through it in '86. You know, and I think it was 80 hours EMT, and then you had to do clinicals and ride-alongs. So the overall portion was a few hundred hours at the time, less than 200. But I think it may have increased beyond that now to get training for EMT. You know, the paramedic level was when I went through the paramedic program back in '88, '89. It was about over 1,000 hours that you had to have class, clinical, ride-along times in order to receive that training. That's why I say it'll take a period of time in order to get the department to that level.
Yeah, on the EMT and paramedic deal, is your plan to promote from within?
That's always the plan.
Okay. And second question is, how many employees do you have between $8.92 an hour and $12 an hour?
I need to pull up that scale, that chart. But it just off the top of my head, the $8.92 and $12 an hour is basically the new hires. I would say the Safer Grant on down hires, or maybe the year before that, because of the 2% raises that they received in that. What the $12 an hour does is bring the starting salary up to $12 an hour, and then if you look at the information that I sent to you guys, as your years go by, that shows where your salary should be based on a starting pay of $12 an hour, and it starts to correct some of the problems that happened from the old pay structure that's in place.
Thank you.
Councilman Pullman?
Thank you. Chief, I have a few questions. For the Safer Grant, when does that expire?
That's expired. That
It
expired
has
last
expired
year.
already?
Yes.
So that funded how many firefighters?
24. 27.
27. So we no longer have that funding available.
No.
Okay. And what company did the pay study?
PMI
PMI?
resource, yes.
And who were they? Can you give us a little background on?
That's Mark Wineski. He's done several of those studies and plans for several departments in the region, and he's, has withstood the court challenges that come along with addressing pay issues within the fire service.
Okay, and right now our pay is $8.92 per hour.
Starting salary, yes,
Start.
sir. Yes.
And they're recommending what?
They're not making any recommendation. They just build out the pay scale, based on the criteria that I gave him. So he's not making a recommendation for the pay scale, no.
Okay. In this budget, Chief, what is being presented for the start?
$12.
Well, and on the issue of EMT training, from that, what board do they fall under once they become certified? Or do they, I presume they become certified, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if they become certified, what board would they fall under to maintain their certification?
Bureau of EMS.
And I guess there would be annual continuing education that they'd have to undergo for that training?
Yes.
And also they would have to pay, I guess, annual fees for the recertification. So
Right, well, the fire department pay them. We pay them for the EMR research every year that we have to get them also.
So that would come out of your budget?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's additional funding that we would need for those services, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilman Hayes?
Chief, I'm going to ask you a challenging question. I look out to the audience, it looks like everybody's a fireman out there. Are they here in terms of, what personally do you think they're here about? What are your challenges looking at? Are they here to support you? Do they have a problem with the current system? There was already a speaker. I'd like to try to hear what the speaker had to say, but I find it very interesting that everybody here has a fire shirt on. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think it's in support of pay increases for these guys, working conditions, equipment, training, betterment of the department as a whole. As I look around, everybody in shirts, not employees of the fire service, they may be in support family members, but they're in support of their loved ones and stuff like that. So the fire service as a whole, guys give up a lot in order to do the job, time away from family members, birthdays, holidays, stuff of that nature, where they are required to show up for work and protect the community. And their family members have a vested interest in them doing that. And they need to have the proper equipment, proper training, proper living conditions, proper salaries in order to make their families feel maybe just a little bit better about them making the sacrifices that they make.
Well,
But
we surely appreciate what you do for our community, and I'm going to be interested to hear exactly what you have to tell us. It's very important, and I appreciate y'all being here today. Thank you, Chief.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman McKinney?
Yes, thank you again, Council President. I just have, I guess, in our discussion earlier about the EMT, the certification, is that just an option? Because to me, from a perspective as someone who becomes a firefighter, I'm obviously not a firefighter, but if I would, my goal would be to be a firefighter, right? Or to work, as opposed to being an EMS. If I was an EMS, I would join the EMS. And I'm concerned about shifting the focus to EMS training and providing that we'll lose the firefighters that actually want to do it to the EMS services, because as you said, there's a shortage. Are there any concerns, and what are the incentives for them to stay within the fire department as opposed to leaving and becoming an EMS and using that training that we're giving them or encouraging them to take and going to that, to a different profession that may be less stress or, I don't know. That, to me, that's my concern in terms of, kind of moving and providing that extra training. What is your plan to mitigate that risk?
We talking about the fire service as a whole. I think every member that joins the fire service has a desire to be part of the fire service. EMR became part of the fire service some years ago, emergency medical response, because there was a need for the medical side, and the fire service is generally the first ones on the scene anyway. So we started creating that level of care, which is a basic level of medical care, because we're there probably faster than anybody else, any one of the other services. So it's just a desire to be able to provide a higher level of care. What we're looking to do with this is relieve the stress from the fire trucks responding to those things, and some of the guys doing that, not as a full shift for them, but just as part of their normal rotating duties, as well as being compensated appropriately for that while they're spending that time doing those services. So I don't think any one of the members that's currently in the fire service will jump ship, so to speak, to go to EMS to do that. I think we run a greater risk, and we have seen it, and I have seen it in my time, my tenure here, members leaving to go to higher paid fire departments, not to higher paid EMS systems.
Okay. And is that a problem? I heard that there are actually newer, so the newer employees are leaving. So,
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That is a problem.
Okay.
And hopefully we could start to address that
With the
issue.
with the
With
pay.
the pay issue,
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chief, again. Just a couple of more questions, and I'm going to try to this phrase or structure my questions pretty much not so much meticulously as Councilwoman McKinney, because she's a cost analyst, a budget analyst, and she tends to look at things line item all the way down. I am not as meticulous. I look at the bottom and work my way up. So I look at the big numbers that jump out at me, and I think that's just works for me. And plus, I've been, had a few more budgets than she has, but she is helpful when I have to get those specific answers. So based on looking at the overall budget, based on conversations with different people, it looks as if the budget increased about $5 million. Is that
Yes,
a fair estimate on my part?
Is it a fair estimate?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fair estimate on your part.
Yeah. So looks like it about $5 million. So that is what we're dealing with. A couple of things that I feel, as I stated before in my opening statements, the building structures are concerned that we have to deal with. If it's something as simple as the roof leaking, we should be able to cover it with a covering until we get the funding to do it. That's just one thing. The Sprint units obviously is something that will support the community and the city of Kenner in the future, because there are challenges with EMS all the way around. So we have to do what we can do to be able to support that. That is something we will definitely have to do to support overall. There are cars, additional purchases of vehicles for the chiefs. We will have to get that at some point, but that again is not at the top of my list as far as being able to do it. There are the raises that's required by the state that we have no choice in that. There are new increases for firemen, which is pretty much across the board for all firemen that it has been submitted. There are new hires, the salary adjustments for everyone. So that is why I said earlier that my priority, and it may be easier for me to say, is for the younger firemen, because they are going to be the future of our department. Nothing against the older guys like myself, because I know more of them than I know of the younger guys, but they are the group that for me is the priority. Should the older guys also be considered when we have increases in raises? Yes, but I believe in prioritizing, and we have to look at this year by year. The priority should be for the younger ones. Also, will it support or get us out of this litigation by addressing those salaries for people who have not been getting the required salaries that they should have been getting? If we deal with that, will that take us out of some of this litigation that we're dealing with now?
Yeah, the salary pay plan that we submitted increases the starting pay. We have a big delta between the older guys' high-end pay because of the raises and merit longevity raises that's been given to them over the years, where the starting salary was never corrected or never adjusted for that. So you have a large spread between those. What the pay plan does is bring these numbers closer together. It's not exact fix for every member of the department, and we have methods in place to address those members to adjust their salaries accordingly. But you'll see the younger guys start to get the larger end, and the further you go into the system, the raise will be appropriate for based on that $12 an hour starting salary. If I'm making sense, I'm trying not to put too much in the words without, I'm just trying to basically explain how this will work. The younger guys will get a larger increase, the older guys not so much.
Yeah, and I'm following you. So I guess just to ask the question again, if we address this, if we address that younger guys versus the senior guys, will this eliminate some of the litigations that we are dealing with right now?
The potential to litigation is the fact that we hadn't been promoting at the right salary increase for each level within the department, and this goes back to the 90s. And what we correct with this is now those state mandated percentages are covered in this proposal.
Right.
So that eliminates that litigation because now we're not in violation of that.
Exactly. So I'm going to just take the position that, and you never know with litigation when you go to court. Right. I'm going to take the position that if, yes, we address those issues, some of that litigation will not go forward against the city of Kenner. We will address it at that point, and we won't have to deal with that portion going forward.
Right.
I think that is so important for us to be able to deal with that. And the reality is, we all know, the elephant in the room is there will be changes next year. There's actually the elephant here today in the room. So we are going to have to deal with that. And it's just what it is. So we do the best we can now, but I believe those are the priorities. It will help us to ensure a future fire department for the city. It will get us out, start peeling away some of this litigation that we have to be able to start fresh, for the younger guys. Right. So they'll have to deal with that, and their main job will be to serve the citizens of Kenner. So I guess looking at this budget, we have to do what we have to do. Will it change this July? Yes, it will. But I just wanted to say those are the areas I believe we should start addressing to get us out of this litigation purposes, which is more important than the cars are important, the sprint units are important, the new roofs are important. No, we're going to have to find ways to deal with that, but deal with the priorities first. So thank you for your support. We look forward to doing that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman Wilmot.
Thank you. Yeah, and I just wanted to double back on a couple of issues. One is the surrounding areas, as far as that beginning pay. Was it $8.92? It's increasing with this budget to $3.08 to $12. How does that compare to the surrounding firefighters in different parishes or even Jefferson Parish? Do you have any idea how that compares?
Jefferson Parish is probably the highest paid fire department in the state. One of the highest paid in the southeast region of the United States. So they are more of a different entity that I don't think the community has the revenue stream that they have in order, because their budget, I think, is 5 times what mine currently is, almost 5 times what mine is. So they have the ability to support that. The fire pay system, as you tell, is laws set throughout the pay system by the state, by the federal government. So when you start to look at salaries, hourly salaries, in order to compare apples to apples, you have to break down each individual department's pay structure to determine how we arrived at those numbers and whether those numbers fall in line with each other. So to say, for instance, our guys get overtime after 96 hours, right? In the state, and the federal law is you pay overtime after 212 hours in a 28-day cycle. So it depends, like I said, that's when you start to compare the apples to apples, and then what becomes the effective rate, hourly rate for each employee. So I think that the $12 will get us closer to those numbers where we should be. They're not perfect, but like I said, I know better than to come ask you guys for the world knowing you don't have it to give to me.
So
I think we within reason, and then we could look in the future as moving forward with some other funding streams, some hopefully dedicated funding stream for the fire service where we could address these issues and stay on top of that pay rate for these guys.
Okay, I understand. That was I guess the main question I had, but I have another regarding the men and women who received the beginning salary. How many, what's your numbers right now on how many firefighters received that?
The starting salary?
Yes, sir.
Currently, I think we have the last 3 we've hired. And the reason I say that, the prior class that we hired, that we graduated last year, post Ida, when they came in June, they immediately got the 7% increase. So they're not at the $892, they're at $9 and something. So we only have at the starting salary just about 3, I think, that we've hired.
So if this budget goes into effect, all those firefighters who are below $12 would advance to $12.
No,
is that correct?
The starting salary would be $12. If at 1 year is $12 plus the 2% increase, so 1 year would be higher than the $12.
Okay.
And then 2 years would be an increase based on the percentages that's added to statutorily to the fireman's salary. So it covers that through, I think, what we wrote, 40 years out.
So they would get the $12 plus the time served.
Plus the time served.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Real good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman
Chief, a couple comments. I know you said earlier about the SAFER grant expired, so with that, those dollars that were coming in to pay for salaries for new hires has to now be absorbed by your budget.
Correct. It was a step down payments over the past 4 years. Correct.
Right.
Okay.
Familiar with the top
Right.
grant. So now that we're having to pick up those salaries for those additional firefighters and voted now, and then all of the other increases you're looking, and I heard Councilman Carroll say it was closer to $5 billion increase in your budget. Administration, where is that money coming from? If our police chief said he's at a standstill budget, he didn't ask for multi-million dollars out of this bigger budget. Where do we find this $5 million to give to the fire department?
So some of the fire department revenues have increased slightly, parking tax, and then their property tax millage was part of what y'all voted on the other night. But the main source is the general fund transfer. So the transfer that is given to the fire from the general fund has increased significantly to cover the expenses.
So is that coming from the general fund, meaning monies that were income coming in from particularly sales tax, which is non-reoccurring in the greater sense? It's a spike right now because we're seeing all of the income coming in from the Ida recovery money.
Yes.
Same thing occurred after Katrina. There's going to be a leveling of that spike and come back down to a more standardized number when all of this insurance money runs out. How do we future councils manage these increases when that number goes down?
Yeah, like the fire chief stated earlier with Jefferson Parish, obviously their tax revenue, they have a higher millage than we do. So, we're doing what we can with what we have. No one likes to increase the millages, but you have to factor in, you have a class 1 fire department. Everyone wants great response times and everything else, but with that comes expenses. So being reliant upon a sales tax spike is not the proper way to budget. So in the future, trying to find other dedicated revenue sources for the fire department would be ideal for them.
Well, I agree fully, but they do have a millage, whereas our police department does not have a millage and is pretty much sales tax funded.
Correct.
So they're coming in with a standstill budget, just sort of creates the, okay, mayor-elect, you got some work to do because you've got to cover that too. And Chief, one last thing, or I guess, is in this discussion for the extra medical training, when that happens, we're covered. I think I heard you say that being the EMS training and then potentially the future EMT training is now considered part of the basic duties of a firefighter, so we're not working out of class and have to deal with future lawsuits of working out of class?
The plan currently, as it stands, is not to incentivize EMT as opposed to because it's a different arena. It's like saying they have to carry guns. You know, it's a different spectrum on the first responder chart. So, it would be more of an incentive-based functioning segment of the department than required type segment.
Well, and I appreciate that, but I guess I'm still trying to determine if you get people who are EMT trained, and it's not just the additional personnel that you're asking, it's more than that, firefighters, correct?
Correct.
So if a EMT hired personnel is not on duty and you want to fill that and you go to a firefighter who is EMT trained, is that working out of class?
It would be more of a voluntary basis, so it's not a working out of class in a sense. In other words, we're responding to medicals anyway by statute through the EMR process. What we're doing is relieving the entire fire company from responding and putting, instead of 4 people responding, which most of our apparatus function at that level they operate at now, to 2 people over a period of over a window of time that's responding on a sprint unit with 2 personnel on it. And those would be the incentivized basis of it. So it would be more of a voluntary thing and not a mandatory thing, which would then, I think, get into that working out of class arena.
So you're comfortable that working out of class is okay if I volunteer versus asked to do it?
Told to do it? Well, I can't make them do it under the current order now with guys stepping up from firefighter to driver stepping up to act captain, a captain stepping up to act district chief, and so forth throughout the organizational chart. So I'm not, it's the same basic concept. The guys who want to do it will do it.
What if, when you need that step up and there is nobody that volunteers, you say, I need that filled, what do you do?
Well, we're looking at the PRN program to fill those vacant shifts with people that would be certified in that area to take those shifts that we can't get an in-house person to do those things.
Okay, well, just trying to keep in
right. But I don't. Council,
so we don't get into
right. And I understand what you're saying and the direction you're asking. But I think each one of these guys are willing to go above and beyond to help the community out. I don't think
I'm not disagreeing, right. But when I, over tenure here of lawsuits of a fire captain or a fire driver is not available, and you put the notice out and someone has to fill it from a lower rank, and then they want to say I'm out of class, so I have a problem. Just have a distinction of where that need to, want to, and volunteer to gets that line drawn.
Right, and I think what's lost on that, sir, with all due respect, is that the majority of the people in the service don't feel that way. The majority of them say, what you need me to do, I'm going to go do it. And you do have the handful that say, I'm not going to do it at any cost. Yes.
I do appreciate that.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Brannigan.
Chief, on page 206, where they have all the salaries listed, when I looked at the 2021 numbers in comparison to the 2021-22 amended budget, it looks like it's about a 2.1% salary increase. And when I compare the 2021-22 amended budget to the proposed budget, it looks like it's around 7.4%. What justifies that difference this year?
I think that's an error, and that last increase was the 7% that went across the board last year. Is that correct?
Yeah, they would have received a 7% last year, like the rest of the city. I'm not sure what numbers
Okay,
you're comparing.
In the budget book from last year, the fire chief's salary was $127,440, and then the proposed budget was $130,109. So then in this year, it's got $130,109, and then it's got $139,637. Was the calculation done incorrectly on the amended budget? Because if it was $127,440, and it goes down the line, all of them are the same.
Yeah, it's their amended salaries it's a typo. I can give you his new number if you want the number.
What is the amended budget number 21-22?
The total?
Yes.
Okay, so just to explain a little, we do quarterly line item adjustments per the charter. So this could change. This changes daily. So we do the best we can with what we have at the time. But at the time of the book, the amended budget was $530,613. But obviously, they added a systems specialist this year. That wasn't in last year's budget. So he had to cover that from another line item. So that's where you're going to see the increase. It's not always going to match. I know what y'all are trying to compare last year's budget to. But because we do quarterly line item changes, it's going to continuously change.
Okay, but if they got, last year, the increase was 7%, correct?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. These individual ones are incorrect. I can give you the new number if you want, but it doesn't change the actual budgeted numbers. That's an informational page. It doesn't change the numbers. That page doesn't tie into anything because the amended budget can change every day. So we do the best to try to give you an explanation on if something's increasing so that you can just compare. If it's a new position, if someone's getting a significant raise. This department should be the only one that actually has built-in raises. Everyone else's raise sits in pay incentives, and y'all decide if that pay incentive is going to go through. So if you see an error anywhere else, it's just a typo. But for them, their increase is built into that page. So I know it's confusing, and I'm sure I'm doing a terrible job explaining it. But I mean, for his salary is $136,781. And then he would get the 2% on top of that.
Okay, so that makes sense. These numbers, because I'm doing the calculations based on the numbers in the book.
Gotcha.
In this budget book, and you're looking at 7.3%, 7.4, 8.1, 7.5.
Yeah,
so,
we use a different type of report on what their actuals are and base their increases on that, not these numbers. So that's where the error is. But
Okay.
I can go down the line and send you a new page so you have it. I know we can't make any changes to the book, so there's a few other like typos that I know are there.
There's five of them there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilman Hayes.
Well, looking at 206, obviously, for the 21-22, deputy fire chief, chief of administration, they're not even included. So, I mean, it's $250,000 right there.
Yeah, so
So,
they got transferred in from suppression. So.
We're asking these questions from an outside view. We know nothing, obviously, as much as these people out here in the audience know about the fire department, I think everybody, including the general public, should have comfort that for the first time, we're going to have a fireman sitting here on this council. So I think it's going to be very meaningful in terms of what the council is understanding as we go forward. So I see he's standing up. Maybe he's going to say something. But again, take comfort that you all will have a voice here in the council a lot more than you have right now. So
And
it is what it is.
if I may, I know someone asked earlier how many are under the $12. There's about 50 firefighters that make less than 12, and probably 40 of them make less than 10. So it is a good amount of employees.
Councilwoman McKinney?
Okay, thank you. So I have a couple of questions now from other people asking questions. So can you tell me how much of the general fund was taken this year to fund the fire department for 2021, 2022 so far?
So at the time we printed the book, the transfer to the fire was 3.13 million.
Okay.
With a budget of 4.7. So, we allocate it monthly to transfer to them.
Okay, so they were funded in the last budget 4.7 million,
Yes.
and they only had revenues of $1.5 million, so we had to supplement it from the budget from the general fund for 3.1.
No, the supplement from general fund was 4.7. It's on page 25.
Okay, so is that above and beyond what was budgeted?
No, the budgeted number is 4.7.
Okay, so the budgeted number is 4.7.
We've transferred 3.2 so far,
Okay, so 3.2.
but we're expected to hit close. It looks like we're going to be a little, we don't need to transfer quite as much. We might be around 3.5, depending. I mean, anything could happen in the next 2 months, but.
Okay, so I guess I just need to understand. We budgeted 4.7. Did they already spend the 4.7 and we added 3 million? Or is the 3 million supplementing the 4.7? Do you understand what I'm saying?
What 3 million?
The 3.2 million from the general fund. So the money
We
from
budgeted 4.7 to transfer to fire for the whole year.
Okay.
We allocate monthly, so we're up to 3.2 million.
Okay.
So we're projecting to get closer to just the 4 million.
Okay, so they're going to be under budget by
We believe, yes.
Okay. So the fire has dedicated funding, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and how much is that?
So for this year or
For last year, like the year that we're in right now?
5.7.
5.7 million?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So they have dedicated funding of 5.7 million,
Yes.
and they're budgeted at 4.7 million last year.
General fund transfer.
Okay, so fire,
Okay, so on page 201, you have total revenues for the fire department, 5.7. You got
Okay.
other financing sources, 5.4. That's from general fund and then their sales tax portion of the homestead exemption. Their total expenses were 11.1 million.
okay, 11.1 million. Okay, so, and that's just this year.
21, 22, yes.
Okay, and then next year, their budget is estimated to be
15.3.
15.3 million, okay. So we only have a dedicated funding of 1/3 of the amount that they actually spend.
Yep,
and the rest
6.3
is-
million.
Okay. And is that ratio been the same from 2019 to 2020 and 2021 to 20?
I would
know,
have
the
to
past 2
check, but I
years?
would say no, considering the expenses are going up this year significantly because of the pay study. So,
Okay.
typically we were transferring about 4.6, and that's going to 8.4 now.
Okay, so that answers those questions. I have a couple more questions based on of what you said earlier, is that the these line items are constantly changing. That, to me, that doesn't, if it's I know you're truing up every 20, every quarter, but these salaries should remain at least static throughout a year, correct?
If they have vacancies, then no. If people are continually retiring at a higher rate than the person's coming in, you would have surplus in your salaries. If you have a vacant position, depending on how long in the year, you would have extra sources.
Okay, does that not require some type of amendment to come?
No, it's a
to
line
true
item.
up?
It's changing inside the department. So
Well, but if it increases, right? If the line item is increasing,
over 5%, yes. If the total budget
Okay.
changes 5, either way, up or down, we have to do an amendment.
Okay.
But if a department is just covering expenses from within its department, they can do line item changes. It doesn't need to go before the council.
Okay.
It would just be if we needed to transfer something between departments, the council has to approve that.
So between departments, so if.
Yeah, I can't cut from finance to give to the mayor's office. That would have to come before you. But if I need to cover something from my department with another line item, then the mayor just signs a line item approval.
Okay, and it has to be, so anything, I mean, because some of these, so like between fire suppression and fire administration.
It's all the same department.
Okay.
They can
so
move
that's all-
within it.
Okay. Okay, so that makes sense. And then there was one other question that I had. In terms of this, we talked about the sprint units, or actually, we talked about the sprint units a lot. Is there any specific expenses that are related to the sprint units within the budget that are increased that we should specifically look at? Because I know, I'm not familiar with sprint units at all, but I have spoken to some of the firefighters, and they said they were concerned about supplies, medical supplies, and medical supplies right now are in this proposed budget for fire suppression, $500. Is that $500 adequate for medical supplies for these sprint units?
No, not well, the initial cost of it would be, we're working with EJ with a lot of these things because currently as we respond to medical calls, and if we use a nasal cannula, number breathe or something, we take one off the ambulance because they are allowed to bill for those things. The same thing happens with the sprint units. As we utilize the supplies, we'll get reimbursed. We'll pull it from whatever transport unit comes because
Right, but how do we pay for them if it's only $500 in the budget?
we're getting them from LCMC now.
So they just giving them to us?
Well, because we're using them and they are the primary EMS service for Kenner current.
Okay, so they're not charging us for them?
No.
Okay.
We take it, and as you said, they pay for,
Okay.
the insurance company is paying.
Right, so when we
Oh,
use
okay,
it, they reimburse us, they add it to the bill,
Okay, okay.
and they get refunded for it. We can't bill for it current.
That makes sense. Okay, and then there's also travel and professional. So the travel budget that is improved in here, or that's line itemed in here is 54,000. That's adequate for any training in the training plan that you have? 54,000 for EMS?
That's adequate for what we need to do here that training budget is the entire budget for the year, which is not adequate for the fire service
Okay.
currently,
that's
no.
what I was asking.
But it's what we could live with right now until we get improved funding.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chief, again. And just to add to a couple of comments we've heard, one for Councilman Hayes about, we will be having a fire person representing District 2 who will bring, obviously, hands-on experience with the firemen. Not that we've never been able to speak to the chief or me personally, any fireman that ever stopped in Walmart, Winn-Dixie, was able to make me understand better the roles that they have. Coincidentally, the District 2 seat will be, we're bringing in a fireman and we're losing a policeman. The same institutional knowledge that the fire will be bringing in, Councilman Segura had with us to be able to explain, because we're not fishermen. I'm fishermen. We're not policemen. But, it is something that happens through the course of the council. But at the end of the day, like it is for our families, we, the council, will have to be able to adjust to the rising costs. And to that point, my point is, as Councilman Segura said, the police chief with Mr. Vanderbrook and Chief Glazer said they only went up 150 based on gasoline and something else. Well, just to be fair, that their budget is not constrained, and maybe Mr. Vanderbrook can just raise his hand to approve. The firemen are mandated yearly for a state for employees increase. Is that correct, Chief?
Yes, sir.
So you have nothing to do with that. You could submit a state standstill budget, but it will increase because it has to increase. Whereas Mr. Vanderbrook, that is not the case with the policemen. Is that so? Let's not compare those two. It will be the job of the new mayor, for the chief, for the council, just like it is for all of us as family, fathers and mothers. We're going to have to do what we have to do to ensure we are providing fire and police to the community. So it just that's why we get paid these big bucks, to be able to figure that out. So that is the challenge for all of us. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilman Wilmot?
And I'm not sure if this is going to be a question for you, Chief, or Ms. Herring. I'm not sure, but I'm going to ask it. What portion of your budget is not salary, or is salary for I guess it's non-mandatory? Does that make sense?
I'm not.
In other words, you have mandatory increases with the state, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What is non-mandatory in salary increases?
Besides the pay study, nothing. No one else is getting an additional raise. What's built in is just the state mandated raise. There's no additional raises built in.
Yeah. When you look at going from $8 and whatever it is, 92 cents, I believe, to $12.
That's the pay study line. So that's the 2.85.
That's 2.85. Is that what we're?
Yeah, so on page 208, the pay study adjustments line item, that is where that is built in.
Okay.
$2,855,200.
That's. I just wanted to make sure that's clear. Hasn't been mentioned as of yet, but to be clear for the record. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other council members wishing to discuss anything, anyone from the audience, please feel free to come up, state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes, please.
Council.
Yes.
Sorry, Council President. Can I just address the issue Councilwoman McKinney brought up about the training and the amount that's in the training budget? And when you look at the potential hazards for this community of Kenner, they're numerous, and there's numerous amounts of training that we should receive, but are not required, but we should receive in order to provide an adequate response to all those different potential hazards we have. So our training budget should be a lot more than what it is, just to address those. When you look at the river, the rail line with 5 Class 1 rail companies transporting through Kenner. You have the chemical plants on the west bank with a good south wind always blowing across the river. We have the airport. We have a fuel farm. We have the interstate. We have the lake that we're always making rescues on the lakefront with these things. So, is that budget adequate? No, that budget is not. It isn't adequate to get these guys trained. So when they respond to these particular incidents, they know what they should be doing and should not be doing. So that should increase also, but it's not there this year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Matthew Hotard, District 5. I'm also the president of the Kenner Firefighter Association. I'm going to start my 3 minutes. I have something prepared, and I'm going to run through that, and I would like to address some things that I feel like have been misrepresented up here. So first off, I want to thank everybody who's in this audience who's wearing a shirt or is here to support us. It means a lot, and it's actually overwhelming to look back in the audience and see this many people. I think it speaks volumes about our fire department, and hopefully not only you as a board, but our current fire chief, our current administration and our new incoming administration knows that we have this special support, so it means a lot, so thank you. We're going to have a few speakers today, but I would like to address some things before the ball gets rolling. There's been a great deal of talk about implementing more medical service to the city via the fire department. To ask this of a department that is barely able to function properly as a fire service is and will be detrimental to this city for a multitude of reasons. We do not have the certified manpower to support such an endeavor, and to bring in outside personnel, which is being proposed to fill these gaps, would not only kill station morale even more, but it would exacerbate our retention issues. This wouldn't be fair to the men and women of this department, and most importantly, wouldn't be fair to the communities that we serve. There is a way to bolster our medical services, but we do not believe that this is it. Not being able to put our best foot forward should not be an option for a Class 1 department. We have all spoken briefly on this $8.92 an hour starting pay. This, for lack of better words, is sad, and I know that our chief agrees with us, and hopefully you agree with us. We somehow expect people to take this job, put on a Class 1 shirt, put their lives in the line, and then stay here with below average pay. We aren't even close to being competitive with surrounding departments, as stated, and we are losing employees at an alarming rate. Our promotional rates don't even meet state minimums, and we are now referring to captains and chiefs as financial burdens. And they are the bread and butter of our department. We have had a retention issue here in Kenner, and will continue to have a retention issue here in Kenner, and it seems to like it's getting worse. We are simply asking this. Please look at us as husbands, wives, fathers, mothers, boyfriends, girlfriends, brothers, sisters, sons, and daughters. See us for not only the services we provide, but for the lives we are trying to make for ourselves and our families. See our dedication and our ability to run towards danger when most are running away. Please see us as people who have lives and families and responsibilities, but also the willingness to risk everything if it means saving a life or lives. It is our job, our career, and our calling, and we are damn proud of it. It is our hope that everyone else here sees us the way that we see ourselves. And then a couple things, so thank you. And a couple of things, when we talk about this medical budget, we're not opposed to doing this if it is done the right way in the future. But we are talking about $2.9 million, which is going strictly to salaries, which our chief stated. We right now have 3 paramedics on the department. 2 are chiefs. 1 is about to retire. We have 1 working paramedic that would be able to get on that truck. We also have a medical director that we brought on that I didn't hear that was in our budget, and I'm not sure where that is. I'm not sure exactly how much we pay him. The list goes on, and I know that I'm up, but I just really hope that you look into this budget and you look and see where the money is going, and our needs that we have right now are just top tier, like Councilman Carroll said.
Thank you for your time and your comments, sir.
Thank
you for your service. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Council, Chief, and the many people who came here to support the Kenner firefighters. I'm the Kenner Firefighter Association Vice President, Nicholas Zalvo, as well as a driver-operator with the Kenner Fire Department going in 9 years. I've come here today to discuss the dire straits in which our department is in. Our firefighters are on the daily asked to firefight with an aging fleet of fire trucks. NFPA 1911 recommends that a fire truck should be taken out of frontline service in 15 years. Just today, Engine 388 is our frontline truck for the University City area, assigned to the fire station that has been in a trailer for the last few years. This frontline truck was manufactured in 1999, which puts it at being built 23 years ago. Safety is paramount. Station 379, located at 34th and Williams, our city's rescue truck that historically runs the most calls, has to back into its station every single time it returns from a call due to the front garage door being out of service. Station 39, located at Vintage and Loyola, has had a trailer blocking its station back garage door since Hurricane Ida. One of the golden rules when learning to become an operator driver is you don't back up a fire truck unless you have to. There's a good reason the stations are designed to pull through. Every time you back up that heavy-duty truck, you're exposing your firefighters and the city to additional risks and liabilities that could have been avoided. The word safety comes to mind on all these fronts, especially when it comes time to look at cancer-causing carcinogens. This exposure risk is multiplied by having a gear washer out of service since Hurricane Ida that cleans personal protective equipment we wear into fires. Instead, it remains out of service today. A Kenner firefighter should be making a middle-class living in the city he puts his life on the line for, from day one. From the time that rookie steps boots onto the fire truck and is exposed to all the risks we know and accept as firefighters. Starting pay rate of $8.92 is unacceptable. The word minimum should not be paired with a progressive fire department. Recently, a pay study with a notorious benefit-cutting company, PMI, was hired to do our department's pay study over the course of this last year. Just last month, benefits were cut for firefighters in the form of an educational incentive, the only program that existed to foster educational growth within our department. I asked that an educational incentive program be brought back in some form or fashion as an hourly increase, like many of the other surrounding departments do. A program that will drive this department and its firefighters to a higher education and a better public service for the citizens of Kenner. A pay matrix being forced from PMI would turn its back in the form of potential raises on the captains that lead and mentor our younger firefighters. As our captains are asked to increase their educational requirements, so should their ability to receive financial compensation. The fire department's proposed budget has outlined 2 part-time paramedics being hired from off the streets, not from within. I ask, what will happen when the next hurricane comes? Where will this part-time paramedic's priorities be? Not with the citizens of Kenner. It'll be wherever their full-time paycheck comes from. We currently have 2 paramedics, one that is not a chief and that will be riding a truck. This fire department's budget has also outlined 6 firefighters/EMTs. I had the unfortunate experience of being a student in a Kenner Fire Department EMT class 2 years ago with roughly a dozen of other Kenner firefighters, which manifested into nothing but months of my wasted time and the city's wasted expenses, as this class was never come to completion.
Sir, I'm sorry your time is up. Appreciate your comments. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. My name is Nicholas Landry, 72410 Magnolia Drive, and I'm here to speak on the fire department budget. As a member of this fire department for about 3.5 years, I have not had a long career here, but I do want to get perspective of a lower subordinate. I came in with a class of firefighters that was broadcasted as Kenner's biggest recruit class ever. But since then, we have lost many members to fire departments on a career path. This is due to not the lack of passion or love for the job, but mostly the neglect of personnel, gear, equipment, and stations. We're underfunded department, and at times unprepared equipment-wise. Instead of shelling out money for the proposed increase in medical units/personnel, I think it would be better used for department members' pay and especially equipment on top of that with the pay increase. Many fire members have at least one job set aside, if not more, provide for themselves and their family. Me, myself, I'm about to married and about to have a child, and for my my insurance for my to add my wife and child to it, it would be about 36 to 40% of my paycheck every pay period. Not much for a 3.5-year guy. Not only is our equipment out of date and disrepair, but if the need arose for a trench rescue, which we have with all these canal projects, rope rescue or hazardous scenes, which we have a lot of those. We have a lot of hazardous potential issues that could always arise. We didn't have the sufficient tools or equipment, therefore we would not be successful in that and have to call for mutual aid every time, which is not acceptable for a Class 1 department. I've been on training, in deployments for the USAR team for Task Force 9, which was started a couple years ago. And we had multiple vehicles, boats, and equipment failures just from our lack in horrible equipment. And most of the time, the city of Kenner can only supply us members. That's it. We can bring a vehicle. We can't use that vehicle because it's going to fall apart, and it happened during Hurricane Laura. Rescues are consuming, and these precious moments matter. Like I said, this mutual aid thing, it's not something that we should depend on every single time. It is vital, but not every single time. And these issues are not from a lack of speaking up or not a lack of proper forms put through. That's done. It's just they've never been really answered or talked about in depth. Put in a whole bunch of forms to try to get better equipment. I'll say I'm proud to be a firefighter, proud to serve the city of Kenner. I'm proud to come in every shift. I have not dreaded one day coming to work. I'll drive the causeway. I do not mind coming in. I like working with everybody. It doesn't matter what shift I go on. I really like working with my brothers and sisters. I like to know that. And since the since this department and coming aboard in 2018, there's been multiple positions put up top. I think it's necessary, and we need to obviously care more about our backbone, which is lower subordinate firefighters. Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. Thank you for your time. My name is Michael Soto. I was with the Canton Fire Department from December 2018 to February 2021 as a firefighter. I'm currently with the Jefferson Parish Fire Department. I came here today to support my fellow firefighters I worked with in Kenner. I was not asked to come here. I came here willingly, offering to help in any way I could. The fact of the matter is the men and women of the Canton Fire Department are not being adequately paid. I pursued and was offered a better opportunity at another department, and I took it. I told Chief Morris in my exit interview that the reason I was leaving was because of the pay. I told him if the pay was as competitive in Kenner as it was in Jefferson Parish, I'd happily stay in Kenner. It's not. This department employs a great group of knowledgeable men and women that work hard every day to protect the citizens of Kenner. I didn't want to leave my friends, but I had to take the opportunity to give my family a better future financially. Since my time on in Kenner, I know at least 8 people who left Kenner for better financial opportunities elsewhere. Places where they don't have mold growing in the firehouses, they don't have insulation falling from their ceilings, where toilets have not been out of service for years, and where they're not using outdated trucks that constantly break down. Some of these issues may have been resolved since I was last there, but they were unresolved for the whole 2 years I was employed in Kenner. That's 2 years too many for these employees to endure those type of conditions. The fact of the matter is, if the pay situation is not addressed, you will continue to lose more and more firefighters. Currently, there are at least 10 Kenner firefighters I know that are exploring other jobs for financial reasons. These are firefighters that you put time, resources, and training into. These are people you've invested money into, and you are losing them due to inadequate pay. You can continue on this path of losing knowledgeable and experienced firefighters for inexperienced new recruits immediately out the academy, or you can give these men and women the pay they deserve, putting their lives on the line to make sure you, your families, and the citizens of Kenner sleep safe at night. While we're in this room right now discussing their low pay, they're still out there manning their stations, waiting for someone in need to call. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Brian Wanzlak. I'm a firefighter with the City of Kenner. I'm just here to finish Nicholas Zalva's statement. I believe in bringing additional services to our citizens of Kenner. It is vital, but it has to be done correctly, with a plan, with a program, with at least the bare minimum of feasibility study done, and with our current fire department members. These EMT National Registry certifications are achieved and funded by the individual firefighter, off-duty, unpaid, for a majority of the hours over the course of a semester. Be aware that sprint units do not address the transport issues of today. Let us become a fully functional fire department first. Do you want to wait until it's too late? Our newly trained firefighters are already leaving at an alarming rate of 2 to 3 per year, over half a dozen in the course of the last few years, due to a starting salary going unchanged since 2006. Let's not forget to mention we all know a story about a fire department where they have lost a fellow firefighter due to substandard conditions, and it wasn't until then change happened. Fire department should not be just another statistic on that front. It's time to turn a neglected fire department that for generations has been underfunded and undermanaged into a progressive and competitive department. It is my hope that the City Council, City Administration, as well as the Fire Department Administration work with our Kenner Firefighters Association to achieve just that. Thank you for your time and your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to tell you all that I did not plan on coming here today to speak. I came here to support, to be here for my husband, to be here for the firefighters. And in listening to the debate between City Council, between the Chief, I realized that there were a few issues that I think that as a wife and even as a citizen of Kenner should point out to this board for consideration. Number one, we've talked a lot about the starting pay of firefighters. Yes, it's $8.92 an hour. There's been a mention of they get a mandated increase. Has anybody ever done the math on 2% of $8.92 an hour? It's not a shocking amount of money. Has anybody compared that with the cost of living increases between 2006 and 2022? It's huge. So these men are not even catching up to cost of living increases on a regular, routine basis. They are constantly underpaid for years and years, and it's compounded. And as a wife of a fireman, I can tell you that it affects our household, but I can tell you that what is also overlooked is the sacrifices that they make for that pay, right? Everybody can say we love a fireman. Everybody can say that. Anybody can say it. It's easy to say. We love the trucks. We love what they do. But do we understand what they truly sacrifice? Christmas, holidays, all of these things that they give up with their family to do the job that they signed up to do, which they happily do, right? And they will continue to do. But they should do it at a rate of pay that is fair to them. Now, in listening as a citizen, I'm a little bit concerned with some of the comments on the budget itself, right? We have these increases in pay. For example, one of the councilwomen brought up a particular increase, for example, to the chief of administration and the deputy fire chief. I think it was from 228 to 244. At the 228 budget, the state supplemental pay, if it's included in the 224 or 244, excuse me, would have been included at the 228. And so 2% of 228, if you're just lumping those amounts together, is a lot less than what's been requested. But yet in the same breath, these men have not had a raise since 2006. So is that to keep up with the cost of living? Then why aren't we keeping our firefighters up with the cost of living, right? So we have that point that is important, but also important is talking about this EMT requirement or not requirement, the option. As you heard one of these men just say, and I say testify, but come up here and speak about the incentive pay being revoked, right? These men were getting paid some additional small amount for extra training that they went and obtained. And that has been taken away from them. But yet you're going to tell them, oh, but we'll incentivize you if you become an EMT. I question, what's going to happen with this EMT program when somebody wants to be promoted? Yes, it's not going to be a requirement, but will they lose out on a promotion because they don't have this training? So that is a concern. And I think that there needs to be more transparency there. And for right now, it's just not there. And so instead, what's more important is focusing on what these men should be paid and what is an actual living wage for these individuals. And you talk about the bread and butter, the chiefs, the district chiefs. We can't leave them out, right? So somebody that's been working there 20 years who hasn't gotten a raise all this time, who's worked their way through at a less than livable wage, all of a sudden we're going to say, oh, so sorry. Yes, I do understand the importance of focusing on the firefighters. We need them. But we shouldn't lead or lose the people that are actually the ones training these young men either, and women.
Thank
So,
you, ma'am. Your time
thank
is
you.
up. And the only comment I have to make on your comments, you did very well. Talked about the sacrifice that the firemen made, and I think we all appreciate and understand the sacrifice of families. So thank you.
Good morning, Council, or I think it's still morning. My name's Ronnie Schwartz, of course, 2008 Iowa Avenue, Council District 2 elect. 3 minutes, 3 hours. It's going to take days to go through this budget. There's so much in here you haven't even scratched the surface on. So we'll definitely have to think about it come July 1st. Mr. Mayor? Hello. I'm sure I'll work with you really strong, and we'll take care of the firemen. I'm sure that's not going to be an issue. Just got a little question for the chief over here, if you don't mind. We're no longer under the SAFE agreement, correct?
No, that ended this past year.
So it ended this past year.
Yeah.
You said that was required under the SAFE grant to have an administrative assistant and a deputy chief?
I never said that you was required to maintain a minimum number of suppression members, not administrative members.
So why do we hire these people? The deputy and assistant, or to the deputy to administration?
The two chiefs of administration came in as part of suppression with the SAFER grant to reach the minimum level that they had to maintain in order to receive the grant.
Well, I just asked you if it was required. You said no.
It's not, they were under suppression at the time, right? We just moved them since they're no longer part of that number, nor are they required to be because our staffing level has increased. We moved them under the administration where they should be, reflected in the budget.
So, I mean, you got these extra chiefs. I know the department has increased. Council, when I got hired, I was employee number 31. Now we have 120. Greatly increased. I know you need one assistant. You don't need two. I know you could use one. You got another person for training that's in here. Actually, don't have a training chief. You just have a training coordinator. I think if you're going to make that position a chief's position and not a training coordinator, to get that individual time and credit for what he's doing, because he trains the whole Kenner Fire Department in-house. One of the trucks that was required that the city buy, ladder 377, for the SAFER grant, I can tell you, it's been down more than it's been in operation. Currently, it's been down at least a month, would you say? 377?
It's been down quite a bit.
Quite a bit, right. We're required to have that truck in operation. Have you reached out, tried to get that truck repaired yet for bids?
That truck has been under repair several times.
Right now, you got problems with the hydraulic system. Has that truck going out for bid to be repaired?
That truck should have been out to bid for repair. I know one of the chiefs of administration handles the apparatus side of the house. That truck has been in disrepair forever. Let's get some of it. That truck was here when I walked in.
Yes,
the
it
door.
was. Yes,
Okay,
it was. It wasn't your fault. It's not your fault.
And when I saw that, that's not that wouldn't be my choice of vehicles, but I wasn't here to make that decision. And the truck has proven what I thought would happen with that truck through experience.
Understood.
Those heavy trucks in the urban setting like this end up with a lot of problems.
Right.
And you end up spending a lot of money just to maintain.
Who's in charge of that equipment right now to be repaired?
Mr. Schwartz.
I'm sorry.
Your time
3
is
minutes
up.
up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Council.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council? Please come forward.
I also was not intending, my name is Lillian Arning. I live in Chardonnay Village across the way. I also was not intending on addressing this meeting. I'm glad I am here because what I am hearing is stunning to me. Number one, when my mother was in need of care at home, we hired a sitter for $10 an hour, which is way more than what you are paying your beginner firefighters. My mother's sitter never had her life in danger. And yet, these firemen, and I might also add the police, are in danger every time they go out. I find this unconscionable. And as I look around the room, I see people who either have aging parents who need help. And I can tell you right now that these sitters are costing way more than $10 an hour. They are in the range of $15 to $20, and that is just for in-home care for 8 hours. If you are talking about around-the-clock care, you are talking $75 a day per person. I am completely in shock to think that our Kenner firefighters are dedicating their lives every day and putting them in danger for a mere $8 and change. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Morning.
Morning. My name is Aaron Mishler. I'm the president of the New Orleans Firefighters Association, just here in support of my brothers and sisters in Kenner.
Speak into the microphone a little more, please, sir.
I can answer a couple of your questions about surrounding areas and how much they make. We went through the same process. Our firefighters were starting at $10.10 an hour. And the reality of our times right now through the COVID pandemic is everyone is looking to hire people. It's not just police departments and fire departments, but we're in competition with restaurants and any other business in the city and around the country. So we were at $10.10 an hour, and we were losing some of our best and brightest to other departments. Actually, you got one of ours. Y'all stole one from us. But they were leaving in droves, and it was something that we had to address. We were actually in a state where we were closing engine houses because we didn't have enough people. It was unheard of to lose a firefighter to a resignation to leave for another department in New Orleans, and we were losing between 5 and 7 a month to go on to other opportunities. We addressed this with the mayor, and we had certain things that we were working through. And we were, like I said, we were in a part where we were closing engine houses. And one of those houses that were closed for a day, we wound up losing a life. And your chief can actually speak personally on that, because even though he wasn't on our department anymore, he was out to lunch with another retired firefighter, and they pulled the woman from the building. She wound up dying a little while later because we were understaffed with people leaving. The mayor finally caught on to what we were asking about, and we wound up raising our pay from $10.10 to $15 an hour. That was a big jump and a big hurdle for us in New Orleans, because New Orleans has the same problems as everyone else in the area with income coming in, especially during the pandemic. Revenue's down, but public safety is the last place to make cuts and the first place that you need to look to expand, because we do show up for everybody, no matter what. And when we show up, it's the worst day of that person's life, and we have to be there. And we don't take that responsibility lightly. So I thank you. And what I know of Chief Terrence Morris, I worked personally with him for years. If he's asking for it, he's a fair, and yet he's pragmatic and practical with what he asks for. So if what he says he needs, he's done the homework, he's studied, and he supports his guys and knows what they need. And I would appreciate y'all taking heed to what Chief Morris is asking.
Thank you for your comments and your service, sir.
Hello, I'm Brittany LaBarriere. I was not expecting to speak today. I am a communications officer for the fire department. I've only been there about 2 years. I grew up in this fire department. My dad was a volunteer, 35 years. Unfortunately, he lost his life 6 years ago due to cancer, which big part of the cancer was from the plane crash and all of the fires that he was in and all of the mold in the station. I have a daughter who is 19, just graduated. Her first job, she works at Walmart making $14 an hour. Full benefit, work full time. She's 19, just graduated. These guys risk their lives every day. I've seen it firsthand. I have lost many family members that are firemen. And try not to get emotional. It's really touchy to me. These guys deserve more pay. I have quite a few firemen in my family. They've worked with Chief Morris in New Orleans. I have a cousin who wanted to come to Kenner. Then he looked at the pay, and he's now with St. Bernard. that was going to be another firefighter that we could have, that his dad works in New Orleans, is about to retire, and three of his uncles. Nobody applies to be a firefighter for the pay. Nobody says, oh, I want to be a firefighter because of the pay. When I took my job, I didn't even care about the pay. I wanted my job to help, and that's what these guys do. Every day, they put their lives on the line, like my dad did. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your comment. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Brian Mellon from District 2. I'm going to be quick because, to reiterate, it's obvious about the pay. And as you can see, there's a brotherhood amongst firemen and police. Otherwise, you wouldn't have New Orleans firemen showing up. Kind of got some Jefferson representatives out here. So it's obvious it is a concern metro-wide. And I heard the question asked by one of the council, what is the area of departments throughout making compared to what our guys are making? So my question back to you when you're thinking about that, and I know you're for them, Chief, but when you're thinking about it is, Kenner fires are no less hotter than East Bank and New Orleans fires, and the water is just as wet. Our men and women do the exact same job as everybody else. They deserve to be equally paid. The job is just as dangerous in Kenner as it is anywhere else. So that's all I ask, that you, whether you're the outgoing or incoming council coming in, along with the mayor, and I know he's a first responder himself, that you look into that we are as equal as our counterparts throughout the parish in this metro area. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. See no one else wishing to. Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'd like to first thank all of the citizens, either from the city of Kenner, Jefferson Parish, or New Orleans that came today, because, you know, this is what this is all about, to be able to come in, to express your concerns, to share with us your ideas, what you feel and how you feel it affects you, your family, and our community. Without that, we have nothing. You know, so thank you for coming in and doing that. I also like to say that as a councilman who's been here a number of years, that all of the antiquated equipment that Chief Morris is under, Ms. Fauché, Mayor Zahn, it was there when I was on the council and before. So those situations are there. It is no one individual fault. If anything, it's our fault as a whole for the people before us not addressing that. So at some time, you have to address that. Also, I think I've been pretty clear with my opinions about the salary for particularly the younger firemen, but it is something that we as a council and the future council, the new mayor, the fire chief, and the firemen is part of. We all have a part in getting this done. You know, as my grandfather used to say, a high tide will raise all ships. So we all have a part in doing something, particularly to address some of the litigation, some of the pay raise for the younger guys. We have to do that because we all want that. We all want that. Every person on this council and before want that, but we have to make tough decisions. I think the new mayor coming in is the type of person and the attitude will make the tough decisions, and the council will have to follow suit to make the tough decisions to do it. Because one of my objectives and one of my concerns always have been on the council is we are the city of Kenner. We are incorporated with our own police department, our own fire department, and our own EOC. Now, do we have to have a fire department and a police department? No, we do not. But we are better as a city to have our own. So those are the challenges for the new chief, the new mayor, the present mayor, and the council to ensure that we will have those for the city of Kenner. Not that JP can't support us, but everybody is more comfortable with having your own. You know, mother may have, father may have. That pretty much additive. So we are better with that. We have to make sure we have that. Even with the EOC, we actually fall under the Jefferson Parish. But it is comforting to the citizens to know that we can call our own EOC who will address it immediately as opposed to waiting for the parish that has 400,000 people, East Bank and West Bank, to have to address. So we all understand this, but the biggest thing is we all have a role in this. Every fireman, every policeman, every councilman, the mayor, and all. We have to sit down, figure this out, and like I said, it will be a tiered, a stage plan, because it all can't happen over once. We have to prioritize it and be able to move forward to support, again, and I hate to be redundant, the younger firemen coming in who are not adequately compensated. That is where it starts right there. And it will take a few for us to get going, but that's what we have to do. And again, thank everybody for their comments. That is the task before us. And I'm sure we will do something. We will do, the new administration, the president administration, the new council, to address what we have to do, along with the support of the firemen and the policemen and the EMS. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Council, President.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
14 Maywood, Destrehan, Louisiana. Operator Dustin Bynum. My questions is regarding the training officer. We got an email stating that the criteria for that position, at no point in time were we advised that that position has been filled until today. So all the men and women that may have wanted that position or put in for that position, it's already gone. What if I told you if that position was solely created to save somebody's career? Because this administration did exactly what we told them not to. A spot up there was supposed to be done by promotion. We advised them that ahead of time, and they still did it the way they wanted to do it. I just think y'all need to investigate some things a little bit further. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Comment. Councilman Wilmot.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, and I just wanted to comment on a couple of things. First and foremost, the folks that are here today, we really, all of us appreciate your attending today, and your presence is noted, even though you may or may not speak. And we appreciate all those who have come up to the podium and gave information, important information. That's all fantastic. We need that input. It makes a difference to us. So when we're reviewing the budget, such as we're doing today, we have a good understanding of your profession and those things that are near and dear to you. And it makes it important to us. And yet, outstanding presence in the audience today. So thank you from New Orleans, Jefferson Parish, and of course Kenner. That's all outstanding. So thank you for that. And I also want to make a comment. I know Mr. Miller mentioned a minute ago, the fires are just as hot no matter where it's at, whether it's Jefferson Parish, New Orleans, or Kenner. No question about it. The surrounding areas, though, we do need to look at the pay. Just as a budgetary matter, we're looking at $2.8 million in new salary adjustments. That's huge for our little budget. So we have to look at things and understand exactly what we're looking at. So it's no question, we realize the importance of this, and thank you all for coming today and expressing your concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Paul Ostringer, New Orleans Fire Department. One of the things that struck me this morning coming in here was the number of people from New Orleans Fire Department that showed up. And those of you that follow anything in the media over the last couple of decades know that they've endured quite a bit of hardship, from 20-year back pay suits, you name it, equipment closures. So for these guys to come out here and speak to the Kenner situation says that there's some gravity to that, okay? They're not strangers to having problems and would identify if something was petty. One of the biggest concerns that I would have in your situation is the loss of incentive pay, because that affects the guys that are on the squads or the rescue company. The old adage is that when the public has a problem, they call the fire department. When the fire department has a problem, they call the rescue companies or the squads. Losing that incentive, particularly, as Chief pointed out, who I had the privilege of working with in the city, is going to be a huge thing considering you have an international airport, the rail yard, all the things that Chief Morris mentioned. Not to mention, you all are fortunate to have a relatively large influx of new people that came in within the last couple of years. You know, that's a morale issue as well as an operational and safety issue. Some of us remember Pan Am 759, things like that. All of those extra billets that were filled in job descriptions from extrication, whatever, all played a role in that. God forbid we have another incident like that. I wish that we had incentive pay and guys that were trained in all the other disciplines that the rescue companies or specialty companies do. I thank you for your time. I'll have
Your comments, sir. Thank you for your service. Madam Clerk?
Fire Department's presentation?
Can I, just one last closing statement? I appreciate the way the audience, the attendance here in the audience to show support of the fire service. As I said earlier in my comments, that to bring these guys to a $12 an hour level is not what it should be. It should be higher than that, but I know better than to come ask you for, since salaries is already 92% of my past budget, to ask you for a lot more than that. And I hope that would be a stepping stone to come up with some dedicated funding or something in order to get these guys where they need to be and give them the training and all these other things that they need to have, because they do deserve it. Like I said, the few lawsuits that we have is not everyone. There's a few of them. Can't make everybody happy, and I'm not trying to, but I know my goal as I sit here to protect the community, the different things I need to do that. But my biggest challenge is keeping them guys happy, because that's the ones that protect this community. So with that, thank you for consideration in this opportunity to serve and protect the community, and hopefully we could get this budget passed and move forward.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you for all you do.
Yes, sir. At this time, we will take a 15-minute break and reconvene with the wastewater department.
We will reconvene at this moment. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. At this time, we will take the wastewater department.
Hello, thank
Hi.
you all for being here.
You're welcome. Hi, I'm Joanne Massoni, the wastewater director. This is Hubert Franklin, the assistant director, and Tom Schreiner, the deputy CAO of Public Works, is my boss. The wastewater department is responsible for the operations of the city's wastewater treatment plant, which is designed for 15.2 million gallons per day, for the operation of the collection system, which is 400 miles of underground pipe, and for the 79 sewer lift stations. Also, we administer the EPA and LDEQ mandated pretreatment program for the city. So so the costs have been increasing, so any increases that you see to the budget are due to the supplies, parts, motors, chemicals, pumps. Some of our vendors have gone up 20% or more. Two of our contracts have stepped back from the contract because they could not service anymore at the price that their contract was at, because they were losing money. So we have to go out to rebid. But I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Joe, for coming in, and also Sir coming. My first question is, and I think it may be, I will be consistent going forward, just to give me a number of the increase of operational, what was our number for the last FY? What is our new number? Just give me the overall amount, and I'm sure we'll look at it differently going into the questions.
Yeah, it's actually, their budget's down overall. They had some increases and decreases throughout, so they're down 1.2%.
Yes.
So they're going from 7.4 to 7.3.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman McKinney?
Yes, thank you, Council President. Yes, I just was looking at, so the cost of chemicals is going up, correct? That was, okay, so.
Yes.
that was one huge increase.
Mhm.
And then the professional services contracts went up, I mean, from 1 point, I guess actually year-to-date was 1.7 and it actually went down in the proposed budget. Are those the contracts that you were referring to that you have to go out for bid, or is that something different?
Yes, one of those, the professional services contract for the sewer lift stations, operation and maintenance, that ended December 31st. So we have taken that back in-house and we're doing that in-house.
Okay. Oh, great. And you said that some contracts are going to have to be out for bid. When's the plan to go? Is that like in the next
That's,
couple
we're
of
working
months?
on the specs and we're going to bid. Right now, we've already rebid the bleach because we had to do that in the
Right.
polymer. That's been done and approved by y'all, so we're on that new contract with the increased cost and also the above ground or self-priming pumps. That's getting ready. We're going over that specs and going to issue a bid for that.
Okay, and so that'll be in the next couple of months or,
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, few weeks. Okay. And then the only other question I had was there's 1.3 for repairs and maintenance. And I know we've gotten a lot of huge maintenance contracts. And there's been a lot of issues in terms of breaking and emergency repairs. Is this adequate, 1.3, or should we be providing more for repairs and maintenance?
We were being conservative. I mean, we still have an aging infrastructure, so in the repairs and maintenance, we actually budgeted for the repair or replacement of so many pumps that are 100 horsepower or more, or 75, based on the horsepower of the pumps, and tried to come up with a cost to repair it.
Okay.
Besides other projects like force main pipe, I mean, just normal things that we have to repair. We have we still have force mains that are made of asbestos cement pipe, and those are failing. I know Councilman Brennan's been aware of that in his district. That's finally that replacement, which was under LDEQ money, that wound up that should be accepted soon. It's online, but we have other ones that we're still repairing and doing collection system repairs daily.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you very much for all the work that you do. I think it's obviously your service is one of the most vital services that you provide, because if people's toilets don't flush, people are going to have a lot of issues, and we'll get a lot of complaints, and the biggest one will be me. But anyway,
I think people complain about her all the time.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. So anyway, I guess my only question is my only question, just kidding. No, there are some collection techs that were 11 that were previously funded, and then they're kind of broken out by tech 1, tech 2, and that's just because you're creating new experience levels, or I guess just explain to me that a little.
Okay, so we were provisional until they finished the Archer report. So in February of this year, we came up with the new job titles. Well, civil service came up with our job titles and the new titles for our business. So that's why there's so collection system tech 1 or collection system operator 1, 2, 3, 4 is going to be based on or just without a number. It's going to be based on the state license that you have. So we're required by the Louisiana Department of Health to obtain either wastewater treatment or wastewater collection licenses, depending on which field that you're working in. And it's based on the population served. So class 4 is 25,000 population. So we have to have a class 4. So we have different levels that are still working on, employees still working to get their 4s. So that's why we have, and we're also required to have continuing education. So we have to have 16 hours every 2 years of continuing education.
Okay, great. And what about your capital expenses? Obviously, there's a lot of capital expenses associated with the maintenance of the sewage system. Are you guys allocated any funding in that in capital budget for this year, or
not at this time? We don't have any money for that funding. There's other LDQ loans and the bond money that we will be getting projects done.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Councilman Brannigan?
Do we have any idea where we are since we took over wastewater from Veolia. And I know we were supposed to save like $1 million or something. Do we have any idea if we've saved money on this, or if we are behind on it, or what the deal is?
Thank you, Councilman. The $1 million that we saved, we did save, and we put it right back into maintenance. So what we were able to do is do more repairs and more upgrades. I'm going to, at this point, if you don't mind, turn it over to Hubert Franklin, who is the person who's overseeing the treatment plant upgrades, and you cannot shake his hand without him telling you one more thing that needs to be fixed there. But I think at this point, he can tell you the things that have been done, some of which had been delayed maintenance for 20 and 30 years. So if you could just go over the things we've done at treatment plant, please.
Just at the treatment plant, we was able to clean the aeration basins and digesters. Over the years, maybe 3 to 4 feet of grit and sand built up in those locations. So we was able to spend roughly over $600,000 to actually clean the plant, to put the plant in a better position to actually treat. In order to grow the bugs you need, you have to have the right dissolved oxygen. And with that plant being not clean, we couldn't cultivate the bugs we needed to treat at the top capacity. Other pumps and motors, bar screens that was broke, we fixed. We put in some gates that would allow us to divert to another process of the plant, so we didn't have to kill the entire plant in the case of a rain event. So when you get a high rain event, your pH levels and everything goes up, and the rain event causes the acidity of the water to kill the bugs. So saving that money, we did a lot of different things that's going to help the treatment process. That's just at the plant.
And go ahead.
I just want to say, if any of you have not, and any of the new council members obviously have not yet, taken a tour of the treatment plant with Mr. Franklin, it is a fabulous experience. This is a scientist, and the fact that they were able to maintain that level of scientific integrity with the level of maintenance that they were allowed previously is amazing. The fact that they have tuned it up to the point they have, there's plenty to go. You know, there's only $1 million a year, and he's got, $20 million of deferred maintenance. But the fact, everything that they have done has caused an improvement in the ability to treat the effluent from the city of Kenner. In addition to that, one of the things he just talked about, both the changing of the cleaning the aerators and fixing the gate, the electricity required to constantly run those pumps is significantly reduced, because now you don't have to constantly run the pumps. When you have only this much water that you're having to keep clean as opposed to this much, and you have a place you can send it to treat it, those two things, and I know I'm saying it in look at his face, I'm saying it in a super simple way, but that in and of itself has reduced the electrical experience for the city of Kenner. So there's a lot of different things, they're all interrelated, and it is an old system, but that, given the opportunity, if you haven't done it, please, please, please go take a tour. It is just fascinating.
And I know that we have approved many quick changes, breakage, things that have broken. Is there a way that we can get it to get ahead of the game? I mean, these emergency purchases obviously cost us more money to do. When you're in that situation, you have to have it. So I guess in the future, if we could get to the point where we're ahead of the game on motors. I mean, a motor's going to go out, you change it when it goes out. It's like an air conditioner in your house. You don't change that sucker till it goes out. You deal with the heat for a couple days. But, the active maintenance on the thing is a big key to keep these things going. So keep doing a great job.
Yes, and we have taken, with the above-ground pump contract that we did, we have redone 2 stations in-house. The East Stanford lift station, we've replaced the pumps and electrical piping, and also the West Esplanade and Chateau. So we are, trying to be proactive.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Hayes?
Aside from the budget, I want to personally thank you. Every call I've made to you, even at night, has been handled efficiently, and a really big thanks.
Thank you, Councilman. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I too want to thank y'all. Y'all do a great job, and very quickly at that. So I appreciate it as well. I do have a few other questions, though. Of course, I know wastewater, you're dealing with an older system. It's going to be costly. And some years ago, we had issues with numerous things being out, and I think y'all got on top of the game. So thank you very much for that. Also, we had some, I want to say it was the Veolia before, and now we have, Kenner has taken over handling those operations. That being the case, is there any outstanding differences between Veolia and Kenner? Do we still have anything out? Or is it?
I wouldn't say personnel-wise. I was able to obtain everybody. Everybody stayed pretty much with me and Joanne, so we didn't lose anybody. So.
But do we have any financial issues between them? If there's any outstanding claims?
Let me handle that.
Yes, please.
If I could, yes, there's outstanding litigation, but recall that both Joanne and Hubert worked for Veolia during the period of time that we have the dispute with Veolia, so we put them in an awkward position sometimes when we say, why didn't this get done, or why did we get charged for this thing? They have been super professional. They were super professional when they worked for Veolia. They are super professional when they work with us, but a lot of the information pertaining to that litigation really needs to come from the legal department as well as outside counsel, which is Matthew Sherman. So we probably should have an executive session just to go over that information. The outstanding, I can tell you before, as long as she's not paying any attention, she's going to jump on me any minute now. The outstanding amounts have to do with a discrepancy between what we believe they failed to do under the maintenance contract and what they say that we owe them, because it basically was a difference between major repairs and routine maintenance. The amount that we were paying Veolia encompassed routine maintenance. If you fail to maintain something long enough, you can turn it into a major repair. So the position that we have taken and the information that we have is that there were some things left unmaintained for longer than they should, and as a result, they turned into major repairs. And that really is the scope, that's the background of the number that underlies that litigation.
Okay, I understand. So that's pretty much legal issues, and yeah, we got to. Okay, and I have just one other question. I know during Ida, we had some interesting issues with portable generators. And again, hats off to y'all. Y'all did a fantastic job. I actually saw generators in one neighborhood and go into another neighborhood, and it was being shifted around as needed, which was very important to keep everybody's toilets flushing. So that was awesome, the way y'all handled it. And I got no complaints from people because of the way y'all handled your business. But as far as portable generators, I know it put y'all behind the 8 ball because y'all didn't have enough. Where do we stand now with the portable generators? Are we still the same, or do we need 1 or 2, or what? How do we stand?
We can always use portable generators. Right now, the wastewater department has 36 generators. That's including permanent generators at stations and at the plant, dedicated portable generators that are dedicated for a certain lift station where it plugs into the electrical panel. And then we have 12 that we can bring and hardwire at different lift stations. Those are the ones that we can move from station to station.
So we're all right with those, or they're all running, all 36?
Some are still under repair, and that's what we're working on getting those repaired.
Okay.
But we can always use other ones, you know.
Does the budget reflect that? Your current budget, does it reflect?
No, sir.
Okay.
If
we might
I
keep
can
in
add,
mind.
yeah, we're looking into receiving a grant possibly to actually go to more of a permanent, so we're not having to put our employees at danger to respond during the disaster. So we are seeking grant opportunities for that, and that's part of IDA. They do like a mitigation. Part of the PA assistance, they'll let you build in a mitigation effort towards you not having to rent anymore. So we will, we'll be looking at that in the future.
Very, very good. And thank you all again for y'all's work. Thank you.
Council President, if I could, I'm sorry. If I could clarify something on that capital issue, and I should have piped up sooner. So when the question was asked, do you have capital needs? And the answer was no. There's nothing in the operating budget that goes to capital. This department, the capital for this department largely comes from grant funding, state capital outlay, a variety of other sources. So the budget that they put together reflects the funds that coming into the city directly, not necessarily third-party transfers in. We have quite a few very large applications out there and grants pending and being received, all the way down to, and this is my last chance to say it, so we have a sewer angel, Senator Talbot, will call from time to time and say, we're on the floor, I can get a little more money, do you need anything for your sewer? So fabulous, hats off to him. Our drainage angel is Representative Stagney, and our sewer angel is Senator Talbot. He has now 3 times called and said, hey, I think I can get $100,000, can you use it for something? And I'll call these guys and say, we have 100, what can we spend it on? So literally, our legislative delegation has been fabulous. They know that we need funding in this department, and they have reached out to us on more than one occasion. So it is not that they don't have capital, it's that it's such a large amount, we have to get it from other sources, and we've been very fortunate.
Council.
Does Eduardo Tapia still work for the city?
Yes, he's the wastewater equipment supervisor over lift stations.
I met him during IDA at the Sylvania lift station. He's a jewel. He's a great guy. Does a great job. Make sure y'all know that.
Thank you, I'll let him know.
Councilman Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you guys again. So I have 3 questions I'll ask, and just let you or Mr. Franklin answer accordingly. First is the total number of employees that we have. How many is that? And are there any open positions that are open that we're looking to fill? As far as our pay structure, are we in conjunction with our neighboring cities, I guess parishes as well for the pay? And for 3, for the repairs, looking at the whole city, we have a list of, as you mentioned, some antiquated different parts. Obviously, in District 1, which is the oldest part of the city, I'm going to assume we have more, assume that, than anyone else. And, also as far as the waste, as Councilwoman McKinney said, I'm kind of in that position where we are not as contiguous, where I live on the river, I don't get as many calls for our waste because of the logistics, because of gravity, where we live closer to the river. But as we move further to north over Veterans, Lincoln Manor, Veteran Heights, Loyola, they are concerned. So that is just the way the city is right now. So if you can just touch on all 3 of those, and I'll repeat if you don't, but I appreciate that.
Okay, so our present budget, we were budgeted for 34 employees, 31 of which are filled as of now, and then we had asked for more personnel, but we are going to fill this budget that you have in front of you has the 3 open positions plus 1 new position.
3 plus 1 new, or
Yeah,
3
plus
old
1 new.
position and 1 new position?
Yes.
Okay, and the second one is about the pay structure. Are we in line with?
I'll let you answer that one.
Mike.
One of my jobs outside of being assistant director and the city of Kenner's biochemist is I train the entire state of Louisiana operators. I train the Southeast Louisiana operators, so I train all of Jefferson Parish, Gretna, Slidell. So I have a good understanding of what the pay is, and we are right on board with Jefferson Parish pertaining to the pay. So.
Yeah, that's good to hear, because seldom do I hear where the guys are saying there are other areas who are exceedingly higher than that. I don't hear that as much from wastewater, and that's a good thing to know that we have that. And the third one was, based on the repairs that we are presently doing, what we see as the major things we have to do broadly. You don't have to give me details as it relates starting at the river, going to the lake. What do you see that as being a priority?
The area around the river is the most stablest part of the city of Kenner that we've found, and most of the sewer pipes in Kenner, if they haven't been repaired, south of the interstate is still vitrified clay pipe or terracotta. The further north you go and the further west you go in Kenner, you're getting closer to the wetlands, you're getting closer to the swamp areas, and that's when the ground more or less deteriorates, and then you have more issues with pipes, with infiltration and inflow into the pipes. So right now in South Kenner, south of Williams, we don't really have, or south of Airline, I should say, excuse me, we don't have that many issues, but the further north we go, that's the more that we find.
Yeah, and
So
my assessment was based on the number of calls we received, so that's good to hear. But it is, obviously, one might think, well, okay, well, don't worry about it. Well, I am worried about it. One, because we're not as contiguous. Two, we have family members and friends and relatives that live in North Kenner, so we want to make sure that they are receiving the same services and the same, not as many challenges as well. So going forward, that's good to hear. With the different, just to comment on Ms. Foshi, to also congratulate and to thank our legislative branch of the state and the Senate, because I always kind of combine waste and sewage and all the drainage kind of together, and they have been phenomenal. Right now, we presently, Ms. Foshi, have 2 in Lincoln Manor, or one completed and one going, or?
One completed, one ongoing, and one pending, one ongoing, and one request still at state capital outlay for Susan Park, which is technically part of the same drainage basin. So 3 if you count Susan Park.
Yes. So, whenever you call these guys, it doesn't matter that I live in the South and I have my own, we have our own representative to call Mr. Talbert or Miss, what's her name? Vilio. Also, it doesn't matter. They support as well, just like calling Mr. Stagney and Mr. Smith, everybody. So that's good to know, and I think that will be an ongoing situation as we move forward to ensure. This is May. Next month, we all know what next month is. So that is not a hot month per se. Hot, but not as far as it relates to hurricanes. But we definitely have to be able to. So, and my last question in closing, as far as any hurricane-related issues we had from Ida, is there anything outstanding that you feel is something that we need to address before the next hurricane season around August or September kicks in?
So they can address the treatment plant operations, but I can tell you that we had substantial damage at the treatment plant, but we had so many scatter site buildings. It's not like it was in one location. So the sewer treatment plant itself is one of the 428 programs that we're looking at to see, rather than replacing this trailer here and this shed here and this roof here, if there's a way to create a more comprehensive, more thought out approach to what they're doing there. One of the big concerns there obviously is housing. They slept in a container trailer of some sort during the storm because they had no place else to sleep. They are offered to sleep at the EOC, but because they love that place and because they want to be there, and I mean that literally, they love that place and they want to make sure it operates, they will not leave that location. So as a consequence, one of the focuses, I think, Ida and going forward with the new administration is creating a hardened structure there, a hardened structure for the press plant, belt press area, for the laboratory, and for a place for them to sleep and shower before they go home, because they get all those bugs on them and they go home and they put them in their personal washing machine. So there's a lot of different things that a 428 or even a focus on just rebuilding what they have in sight can make a big difference. In terms of operationally to go into this hurricane season, I'm going to pass this over to you guys.
So you're asking, what do we have that's out that we need to address before the upcoming hurricane season? That was the question?
Yeah, that was my question. Listen, I don't need a detail, but obviously there are some things that are more of a priority than others. And are there anything that we as a council and as a city should be aware of that we have to address before we get into the depth of the hurricane season or any major storm?
The structure of our buildings at the plant is deplorable. Our belt press building was damaged during Ida. We have walls knocked down. We have exposed electrical. We have so much damage that we're waiting on insurance to kick in to fix some of these, issues. We have major generators out at certain locations that we're working diligently to get that addressed. I can go on and on and on. We have an aging wastewater operation system. We have final clarifiers that was put in 1982 that need to be rehabbed and put some money into. We have a belt press that's 25 years old and one is 20 years old. So it's so much that need to be brought up,
Yeah, I appreciate that, and there's nothing wrong with bringing it up, but I guess my questions were more focused on immediate for this year, because we can bring it all up and look at it, but if there are some things, because, you know, we just had a conversation with the firemen, they have a fire truck from 1905. So you know, that is just something that we have, but we got to make do with that 1905 truck until we can do better. So as far as you, is there any, and I'm going to say one thing that you believe, because the buildings, is it going to affect our operational system because of the damages that we have, or are we still able to be operable even with the damage to the structure?
Everything that I do is immediately. Just this morning, we had an I-beam fell on the press and cracked the water line because of the conditions. I have to sample 7 days a week. I have to pass a test. We sample the BOD, TSS, and fecal. Biochemical oxygen demand, TSS, total suspended solids. My job is to see things that's coming up. I have to make moves pertaining to the plant. So every day counts. I need things fixed, but it's my job to understand the problem and go straight to the problem and fix the problem. There are so many valves that we have to turn open, and it's kind of difficult. We shall have operators with Class 4 license, and that's our goal, to get everybody up to the Class 4 license because of the population. But everyone is not Class 4 operators. So,
Yeah, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
Yeah.
I guess I was looking just to see, is there one particular thing from an operational standpoint that is not functionable now that you have to get done before August, September timeframe get here? Is there one? And because it is your job as a manager to, you're only doing your job when you say it's your job to be able to do this. I'm not asking anything. You're supposed to do that, to have a plan, to have something in place to address it. So I'm just asking for one thing that you may feel is something we need to address and we need to know now.
my highest priority right now at the wastewater treatment plant, we have 5 generators. We have 2 800 kilowatt generators and 3 600 kilowatt generators that powers up the whole plant, right? Right now, we only have 1 in operations. So if we lose power, I only can run the effluent pumps. That means I only can take the water and pump it back to the river. And by us not having all 5 in service, the whole plant doesn't power up, meaning me or my chief electrician or one of my operations manager or maintenance manager got to go in and manually transfer power. And if you know how dangerous that is, manually transferring power, hitting breakers in a storm, and 150 miles per hour winds, that's pretty dangerous.
I don't know, but I do believe you when you say it's dangerous.
He doesn't know, but he's willing to learn.
So of the 4 that are not operational now, is it because we're going to get it fixed, or we have a process to get it in? And so if we get 3 out of 5, I think that would be beneficial, even if we don't get all 4 of them done. So are we moving towards that before the heat?
Yes,
okay.
We're in the process of getting those things fixed, which, as you know, right now parts are so taking 6 and 8 months just to get a fuse, a motherboard. You know, that's the issues we're coming across. So we just at the mercy of the.
Yeah, and that's why you're the expert, and you have to have a contingency for us to deal with it, and we look forward and appreciate your expertise as the state does. So I'm sure you will do that, but just to, let us know, hey, these are some concerns. Don't be afraid to come back and say, hey, these are the concerns. If there are some things that we are not doing, we can't control the supply and all that stuff, but we can control what we can control. So we appreciate that.
Yeah, I know you guys see me send a lot of emergency purchases, but when you're dealing with the plant or the lift stations, any part on a big pump, 100 horsepower, is going to be over $5,000. That's why y'all see a lot of those, emergency purchases come through. Anything pertaining to the plant. I have a belt press. The belt press is costs $400 and something thousand, $475. So a part on it might be upwards of 10 to 20. I'm talking about a small part. So it just kind of, that's what you got to deal with.
Yeah, it is eye-opening sometimes, but I have confidence in Joe and yourself and the administration that this is a priority for the waste, for the city. Nobody's going to question that because we know that that is a priority. So it has always been consistent. We can't control the prices. We just have to be consistent in getting them ordered, getting them in, and making them operational. So we appreciate that support as well. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Ms. Foshee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. At this time, we're actually going to take the Punch Train Center ahead of Public Works, and then we will get back on schedule with Public Works. So if the Punch Train Center could present their budget, that would be great.
Near the end. What do we do now?
It's right after.
It's on the- Good afternoon.
Is your mic on, Kev?
Is your
No,
mic on?
turn it on, yeah.
Oh,
There you go.
good afternoon, everyone. So my name's Kevin Baroni. I'm the general manager. To my right is Ed Myers, operations director. To my left is Lydia Duposse, the finance director. And in the audience is Rob Ori, our sales director. So just a brief little history. I work for ASM Global. We're a private management facility company. We manage about 350 facilities across the world. We host about 200 events annually. Anything from sporting to meetings to banquets to family entertainment, from start to finish, graduations, Mardi Gras balls, you name it, we do it. On a typical year, we generate between $65 and $80 million of economic impact for the city of Kenner. The revenue budgeted for the upcoming fiscal year is $1.2 million, and we have budgeted expenses of $1.9 million. The revenue is a little lower than what would typically be presented, and that is due to the condition of the building. It has been remediated, but has not been restorated yet. Southern Cat is on board to do that, but we were asked to block out a chunk of time. So blocking out the chunk of time will mean we won't be able to book events during that period. And just to list a few things, on the renovation side, the walls, the ceiling, both need to be put back in. The back road has sunk more than what it had sunk before the storm due to a lot of the trucks coming back and forth. Sound system on the hall, we don't have one right now, on in-house sound. The exterior sign, I'm sure as most of you guys noticed, it needs to be replaced. And our parking lot needs to be kind of brought back up to where it was before the storm. So those are just a few things that I want to start with, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Councilwoman McKinney?
Thank you, excuse me, thank you, Council President, and thank you, Mr. Director, for being here. Okay, so just wanted to go over, you said, what was the financial impact that you mentioned?
So on a normal year, between $65 and $80 million of economic impact.
Okay, so that was, and do you anticipate that this year? I mean, having that in this upcoming year?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, we are solidly booked right now. I mean, all the people that didn't have the events between COVID and Ida, we're back to back to back. Our operations team over here can vouch for that. We haven't stopped since we opened. We were obviously down from August to February, and we've been rolling since February with one event after the other. So yes, I would anticipate it to be back.
Great, thank you. And I hope July 1st is booked as.
It is.
Okay, good.
Special event.
I guess my main question is, is with regard to, okay, so that's not, for the need for a director and assistant director on site from the city of Kenner that is separate from your contract. What are their roles and what are their responsibilities?
You notice they just shoved the microphone to me. So part of the issue was, and I know you know from looking at some of the solution contracts, we had issues with oversight. There was, we went before COVID to breaking even. So once COVID hit, we started losing astronomical amounts of money, and we would get a request every month for $200,000, and we didn't have it. It wasn't their fault. They had expenses, but it wasn't also our expectation. There was no way for us to figure out how to fund that. So one of the issues was having on-site supervision, on-site reporting of issues that would be of benefit to us. I don't know. We have them budgeted, whether you wish to, or whether the upcoming administration wishes to do that. Keep that going. That was very helpful, I think, to us at least during the COVID recovery. Right now, I don't know if both of them are back. We have had a period of time where there was only one or the other there for a variety of reasons. Basically, until Southern Cat is out of there, I would strongly recommend that you have city representation there, because Southern Cat reports to us, not to the administration of the Pontchartrain Center. So we are the ones who actually have the capacity to say, no, you got to fix this thing. Some of the things that happened during during the Ida recovery was they damaged stuff that wasn't broken before they started fixing it, correct? Okay, so having our on-site capacity as well, that is more like I don't know if construction management's the right answer, but once COVID recovery is done, because that is our single biggest cost-wise damage, was the cost to the Pontchartrain Center. I think our mitigation alone was $2 million just in mitigation. That's without repairing anything. So having the ability to have our on-site people there instead of having to run people over there all the time to deal with Southern Cat has been very beneficial. Once they're back up and running, that really is going to be a question for the new administration, whether that's of value to them or not. But it has been extremely valuable to us since COVID started.
Okay, I guess my only concern is that they're already operating at a loss, so adding salaries of $200,000 is contributing to that additional loss. So that was my concern.
No, I totally understand that. I think we have the delay associated with not getting them back up and running is going to continue to contribute to the loss. So I think one of the things to bring up, the reference to the ramp and the damage to the ramp in the back, the repair to the ramp is in the city's budget for capital repair, not theirs, but in ours. So that's one of the things that's being repaired, and the other items that were identified are actually FEMA will reimburse us for the damage caused by the debris monitor to the parking lot in the debris location. So it has been a cost containment methodology up to this point. And it was very helpful during a period of time when we had questions about why are we paying full staffing at the Pontchartrain Center when there's nothing going on there. So it helped for us to have a monitor. Now that we're back almost open, and we will be open soon, hopefully they will be up and repaired and everything will be fine. It'll be up to the new administration as to whether that's necessary.
Okay, and do they have any current solution contracts are any of these professional services for solutions funded in here?
There would not, I don't think so. The solution contract would not have been in there. That would have been in risk, right? It's there. Is it in there? Is there one in there now? There's one in there now.
Okay, and how much is that for?
I would have to verify, but if I had to guess, it was a cap of 90,000.
Okay. And then my other question is, in terms, I guess, in a status of, with regard to it being, I know Mr. Baroni mentioned about the Southern Cat coming in. Do we have a status on that to get the Pontchartrain Center back into full working order? Like, what's the time frame for that?
Liz, you may have better on that. That would be a Wednesday conversation.
Yeah, so we were trying to just plan it with them the best we could. Obviously, we wanted to try to work around as much scheduled activities as possible. So we talked about doing like a more off on the weekend, they work during the week type of thing. And so the insurance has to agree because the cost may be higher to keep someone on longer because they're paying per diem and stuff like that. So we're working towards an agreement date. We haven't reached that yet, so.
Okay, and is the Ponce Train Center, the contractors, are they involved in those conversations? Just
Yes,
okay,
they come to our Wednesday meetings
Okay.
frequently.
Okay, perfect, thanks.
Councilman Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Barone, for being here. So this question, I think you may be able to answer, but definitely to get the final numbers should probably come from the finance director. I want to say that this administration has done a good job with dealing with subsidies, because when I was a baby on the council and we had the Rivertown museums in place, it was always brought to my attention that we were subsidizing the museums and this and planetarium, and I didn't know exactly what subsidy meant at that time, but I found out quick what they were trying to say. But in reality, it was. But my position was always, there are certain things, libraries, museums, that technically will never make a lot of money, but it is good for quality of life. So I digress. As it now in this administration, we have done a good job of addressing the subsidy side of this. So if the finance director can tell me, considering COVID and all that, where are we now with the subsidy numbers for the Pontchartrain Center?
I'll have to get the exact numbers. I can email it to you. But let me see if I can pull up something quick. I believe during COVID, we were subsidizing about $1 million for the Pontchartrain Center. Obviously, they weren't able to have events. So as of now, this budget, we're $460,000 in the hole compared to if we actually hit the revenue number. So obviously, if something would happen that would slow down revenue or shut down, then we would have to subsidize even more.
Yeah, and that is, listen, the reality is we have to address that. That is a number we as a city have to address that. Obviously, it is good to hear that it will be reopening. It's good to hear that the COVID, particularly in the summer, it won't be affecting us. Let's hope to God that it doesn't in the fall, that we'll be able to have this place operational. But that is a formula we're going to have to work out with the new administration coming in, with the present people. I will have to just add my 2 cents as it relates to that budget of assistant and director from the city of Kenner. That is definitely something we have to look at to see if we really need that. Do we need people oversight? Like Ms. Fauché said, yes. But that person possibly could come from Public Works to say that they can be that person. They don't have to be a separate person. That's just my position. So that is another area that we're talking about, including salaries, fringes, and everything else that this next council is going to have to look at hard and be able to address that. But it's unfair to hold you guys too accountable for the past 2 or 3 years because of COVID. Now getting out of this, you will definitely be a part of how we move forward. And we look forward to you guys' expertise, to your plans, to see what we can do, what we can't do. I really kind of believe that the city of New Orleans, in some areas, have outpriced themselves, and we may be able to pick up some of that. That our competition will probably come from the Alario Center. I'm just guessing. So with their scale going up, we should be able to make some headway in getting events to come here. So I'm looking forward to that.
And we have already. We are getting some business from New Orleans.
Yes. So hopefully
you're correct.
that continues. So I'm glad that you guys are on that, and we'll look forward to increasing our calendar. So, we don't have a date. And the only other thing in leaving is I do believe and want to be able to see that the citizens, be it with our leisure services, recreation, just to get a more active role in using the Pontchartrain Center, because I don't think, in my opinion, we have enough of that. We need to get us a little bit more involved and look at a schedule to make something concrete to do it. And I'm sure the council will look into that as well with you guys' support. Thank you, Mr. Barone. Thank you to your staff as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Brannigan?
Ms. Herring, On the solution contract for the Pontchartrain Center, is that the one that was dated September the 8th, 2020 for $95,000?
No, I just looked, and it looks like October 1st, 2021 for 90,000. Nothing has been expended yet, and just for clarity, it ends June 30th, so it's only in the current budget, not the proposed budget.
So it's the one from October 1st, 2021. And how much have we paid on that contract?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Councilman Segura?
Thank you, Council President. Kevin, you said early in the beginning, the center brings in somewhere 65 and 80 million in economic income in the city.
Correct.
Obviously, is that just a normal year, or is that just a spike year, or?
No, that's a normal year. I mean, the last 2 years, of course, we can't count. But yes, on a normal year, it averages between 65 and 80 million of economic impact.
Okay. And that's utilizing all 100% of the building, halls, the meeting rooms.
That's correct.
So if any portion of those were taken out of service, this number would be down, presumably.
That's correct.
So with that, it's always a good idea to have all of your rooms available. Are they all available right now?
Yes. They're available, but keep in mind, we're kind of running on a, like the 3 halls are not restored yet. So we're having events, but we're not back together. But yes, we do have use of all the rooms at this point.
Okay. Well, and that's what I was trying to say. Is they're available, meaning you could rent them if you had a renter?
Absolutely. They're rented. They're booked.
Okay. So that's the good part, is we need to have all of those facilities, rooms available for rental at any time for y'all to rent out to keep this 65, 80 million in the whole city to stay fairly.
That's correct.
If those numbers go down that you're renting, then this number should go down, which this number generally goes in general.
Correct.
So, again, I guess with that is we want to make sure that, or we should make sure that you have the access to rent out. Maybe.
Correct. And when you start taking 1 or 2 of those meeting rooms, it doesn't just affect the events that are in those 2 meeting rooms. It could possibly affect a large event that is requiring all the meeting space that we have, or a lot of it. So 2 factors.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Council. Yes, sir. Worth?
Thank you, Council. Ronnie Schwartz, 2008 Iowa, District 2 elect. I have a question. Do we have any of the New Orleans Saints Museum displays being stored at the Pontchartrain Center?
No.
Thank goodness, no. We were getting ready to move it right before the storm. I have every reason to believe we would have damaged some of their equipment had we done that. I think right now it is still at the Historic New Orleans Collection. They had done an inventory, and we have, Mr. Rhino, we have the images of the inventory prepared from when we were getting ready to move it, but literally, we were within like a month. If it had been a month later, I think we would have caused some permanent damage.
Wow, so all the rooms upstairs are all vacant and all, they're ready to be rented out?
Sure.
They're occupied. They're rented.
They're right. Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. We will now take
Thank you all.
You're welcome.
The Public Works Department.
Welcome.
We're gonna tell. We're gonna tell.
mess you up by moving you?
A little bit. I'm good.
It looks like a grocery list.
You know, it's in there too. Ready?
Yes, sir, please.
Council members, I'm Tom Schreiner, Deputy CEO of Public Works and Capital Projects. As you all probably know, we are responsible for administering all of the capital projects in the city. Also provide supervision to other departments as well, but we're here to talk about Public Works Administration. As far as the staffing requests go, if y'all want to talk about that, I think we're for the most part repeating what we requested last year. We have some open positions. We have decided to not request the capital projects coordinator, which was a part-time position. In the only other change is you may see that the engineering inspector 2 is no longer being requested. That position was vacated after the Hurricane Ida. That employee decided that he couldn't return for many reasons. So we had a chance to look at that position and decided we needed to upgrade that position. We wanted someone with more technical ability. The inspector did the inspection part of the job well. We tried to upgrade him, and that didn't seem to work out. It seemed like he was more comfortable just doing inspection. So what we envisioned this engineering associate position to be is someone that could provide more plan reviews. He could have more ability to help us with, sometimes we have to develop some plans. These aren't complicated plans like you build a new roadway with, but sign plans. I know Councilman Segura understands what we do. We go out and we have to make some type of a plan showing where we want stop signs and other things like that. So anyway, the upgraded position we hope would be someone that would do that. So I can tell you a little bit about the capital projects. We talk about those from time to time, and there was capital projects was included in the budget request. No. I have mine. Yep, I'm told it starts on page 16.
Tom, can I ask you one question? Or the other positions in the list of people, are all of those positions filled? Like the executive assistant to the DCAO, office manager 3, executive assistant coordinator?
Okay, the office manager 3 is not filled.
Okay.
Of course, the engineering associate is not filled also. That's essentially we're taking the engineering inspector 2, not continuing that and going with the engineering associate. So you might see
that's just a flip of those two positions.
Sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, on the excuse me, on the capital projects list, we have them separated into roadway, drainage, wastewater, recreation, fire, miscellaneous, and JP projects. We don't technically administer those projects, we're just aware of them, and we have them listed here, so that's just for your information. But let's see. I can talk a little bit about 2030 projects. I know that's gotten a lot of attention. We have 3 right now that are ongoing. We have the Power Boulevard Median project, which is in District 3. We have the Duncan Canal project, which has gotten a lot of attention. And we also have the Williams Boulevard project, which is, we say it's the elimination of the suicide lane. All 3 of those projects are ongoing. The Duncan Canal project, it's the eastbound roadway is scheduled to be complete this week. I'll jump up to the Power Boulevard. That's a very slow rolling project. Many different reasons for that. But anyway, it's now, we're told that it will be bid in the latter part of this year. not the end of this year, third quarter. Williams Boulevard, likely same scenario there. All these projects now are starting to pick up steam, and they'll be ready to be bid. Those two projects will be ready to be bid by the end of this year. Under the wastewater projects, there's 4 of them listed here. The first one, I can talk a little bit about that. That was one where originally, previous team had decided they wanted to replace the force main between the old plant 2 and our only remaining plant. And we all know where that is. So what we did prior to moving forward on that is we went and we tested the line. There's sophisticated equipment that you can put inside the pipe, 2 separate pieces of equipment, and you have to pretty much keep the pumps running the whole time. We completed that and found that the pipe really did not have any problems with it. Their recommendation was, come see us again in 7 years. So that project, since we decided we would not move forward that project, and we've been able to repurpose that money, which is over $12 million. There are other projects that we're going to do. We're in the process right now of getting proposals from consultants and working up agreements and legislation. One of the first one I'll tell you about is this is the one that Mr. Franklin will be very happy to know that we're moving on. There's 4 clarifiers at the plant that the mechanism needs to be replaced. Very old equipment, as he's told you. This is from the 80s, and that in itself is a $3.8 million project. And by the way, I did not provide this in the budget request, but I'll be glad to share this with you. We're also going to be doing the St. Jude lift station. You're all probably familiar with that one. It's on the median on Loyola. That's just calling for a simple upgrade. We're working with the developer now to see if we can relocate that lift station over to the side, which will make it easier to service. 42nd and Lake Trail is another station. Chateau Cameron, those 2 stations we'll be upgrading those. Also, the 43rd in California partial force main. What's happened on that? That's an old AC line that's located along the bank of the Duncan Canal, and within the last 6 months, that force main failed. What's happened is that the parish has widened the canal over the past decades, and they didn't know really where the force main was. So we got a call, and the force main had slipped into the canal, so we had to go repair that and try to move it over. So this project would completely abandon the old AC line, and we would have a board pipe from Vintage all the way to where the pipe crosses the canal now at the old Plant 2 site. At the Chateau Transfer Station, we'll be able to do more improvements. We were going to do minimum improvements, and now we have many things planned for Chateau Transfer. There's pipe replacement in there. There's a new generator. There's bar screens. So we're able to do a lot of work. I know y'all asked wastewater plans for the future. This is definitely part of it. And last but not least is the 4MGD station. That station is the one where we got the water sector grant. We were approved for that, which we're getting over $4 million. So that project will include a complete station rebuild. It'll be located just to the west of where the station is now. I don't know if y'all are familiar with that. That's right next to the Wood Lake Gym. Anyway, it'll be a whole new electrical control building, which they're having a lot of problems with that now. It's very old equipment. So we'll be able to just build a whole new station while the old station remains in operation. There are other projects. There are a few of them. Another one at the plant is we're calling Auger Monster. That's one I know Hubert's very happy about. That is ongoing, and that project has been slowed down because of parts. Parts and equipment have been terribly delayed as of late. So I don't know. I think the latest is that would be completed sometime in June, but we'll see if we're still waiting on equipment to come in. If we go to what we call the FEMA projects, we have one of them. I know most of this work was done in District 5. This is called FEMA street reconstruction or renovation. It's probably about 90% complete at this time, and we expect them to shortly ask for substantial completion. The other one is the ongoing Rivertown South Kenner drainage. I know District 1 has been interested in this for quite some time, and we keep providing the quarterly reports, and it doesn't seem to be moving. So that's not uncommon. Of course, we do mention the interchange project, which we don't have a lot of involvement with. Other than that, we are asked to do things from time to time and also to participate in some of their meetings. We have, on the drainage side, we have two of them in Lincoln Manor. One of them is substantially complete now, and the second phase is under design now. We expect that design will be complete within the next month, and we'll be able to go to bid after that. Pump to the river, we had asked for that, funding for that under capital outlay. We have nothing's happened to date. We'll continue to ask for funding for that project. Under streets and roadways, we have the Roosevelt project. That's a complete reconstruction of that street from West Metairie to West Napoleon. And we were able to get over $4 million in funding through RPC for that. So city would be paying 25% of that. Then I have parish projects listed here. I have Fire Station 38, and I think you all know a lot about that. That project is ready to be bid. It's, of course, up to the new administration how they want to handle that. Surcharge has been complete. Plans are complete. We have the preemption system in place. The traffic signals have been modified, so they will accept the signal from the fire engines going southbound, and they turn all the lights green when needed. And it's also under recreation, we have Bunny Lawson Gym. It's a concession building that the consultants sent in plans, I believe it was a couple of months ago, and I know Councilman has received those as well, and should be giving comments back to the consultant soon. So that's it on the public works, on the project side. If y'all have any comments, questions?
I just would like to ask, I know Ms. Foshee, when wastewater was here, you said, or maybe Mr. Franklin said, basically they get $1 million a year and their list is 20 million. I guess their wish list. How much of this money, Mr. Schreiner, that with Chateau transfer, with that that replacement not being needed? I know you said, pipes, generators. I'm just curious, is there any extra money in addition to that could go towards more of a wish list that the wastewater department may have?
Yes. Yeah. As Ms. Foshee says, yes, some of it is. And by the way, at the 24th and Delaware lift station and the Chateau transfer, we have in as part of the scope, we have new generators, new and larger generators. The old generators were not sized to handle all the pumps, only 2 of the 3. So when it's raining, you really want to be able to use all your pumps. And so that's what they'll be designed for under this project.
And how soon will that be done? And what amount of money is that, just approximately?
Well, the Chateau transfer station is $2.8 million.
So of that 10 to 12.
I think it'd be fair if I gave you a break. I could give you a copy of this, and you could see exactly where the money is going to.
I'm just curious again if they could chip away at some other things that they need. Obviously, what you're saying for this one, it's important.
Yes.
So, okay.
And just so you know, also, there are three avenues of funding. We have a municipal bond, we have the Loan 5 and the Loan 6. Under the municipal bond, we have budgeted at least, we have $500,000 for a new belt press. So I know Mr. Franklin was very concerned about not only the bell press, but the building. But this, we have money budgeted for a new bell press.
Councilman Case?
Yes, sir. What is the status of the walking path power to Wilson?
That one's going to be bid sometime later this year as well. I don't have an exact bidding date on that, but yeah, because they sent that to us again. They sent the plans to us again and asked us taking a final look because they expected to go to bid in the next 2 or 3 months, as I remember.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilman Brannigan?
The pavement management system, it says it's coming from a millage. Which millage is that it's coming from?
That would be the street millage.
So that's the property tax money that comes in every year?
Yes, I don't remember the exact amount.
Last year is $3,026,000. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Director, for being here today. So I have just a couple of more comments for the capital budget, and then I'll go to the overall annual budget. But just to add that the Rivertown drainage, which is $2.5 million, and it is something that when I first got on the council that we were blessed to receive from the federal government. It is almost ridiculous to know that through all the change of federal government, president, and all of that, sending it back, that we haven't put this money in place. So, not blaming anyone, I understand the red tape that we have to deal with the federal government. I just hope this time that for future that we are able to get this going, because it will help the flood situation on Williams Boulevard, on Carwin, on Compromise and Felix. All of that area will be improved by this, where right now, even the OMV, who knows what's going to happen with that building, it is compromised when that water start going up, and it's compromised all the way south, and obviously we know about putting the barricades up. So that is something, man, we just got to get that. We just got to get that going, and maybe some support from our federal legislators can support with that as well. The next one is the pump to the river. This is something that Ms. Foch and I talked about, and it is a great idea. Obviously, some people look at it as pie in the sky. I don't look at it as pie in the sky. I think it is something that was great to address, because I look at the people in Harahan and see all the advantages that they are receiving from it, and I think we can do the same. And coincidentally, it is good. It is better for the city than it is for South Kenner, because South Kenner, everything drains from there north. It will improve, take away some of that power that's going north, and pump it to the river. It will improve both areas. So I just hope the new administration coming in, we keep this going and try to see what we can do in the future. And as far as the Buddy Lawson concession stand, obviously, something that's dear to my heart. We all are part of this, trying to, what we proposed originally will have to be scaled down some based on our current conditions. And that is something that we obviously, with the recreation department around the city, getting back to what was quote unquote normal, we're going to have to address that as well, the numbers for that building, to make something that works for it. So for the capital projects, that's just my 2 cents on it. Now for the budget, I'm just going to go line through line. Obviously, I get the deputy chief, for the public works, the executive assistant to the DCO. I get that. And as we all know, we are only as good as our assistants are. So that is monumental to have someone like that. The office manager 3, which is at 69.9, is that person an engineer, or what requirements or what qualifications is required for that person to be? What is it now, and what do you feel are the requirements for that to be?
This person would not be an engineer. They would be administrative type person, someone with a lot of experience that understands the total functions of the department. That person would have a management role also, and would see that all the functions are getting taken care of, from all the pay requests to the to the contracts. We had, we prepare all of our own contracts and amendments and our legislation as well. So all that would be supervised by that person.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And obviously that is something, going forward, we have to look. The next line item is the engineer inspector 2, and then under that is engineering associate. And I believe I heard you say, one will supplement the other.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And my only concern is it went from 47 to 62, which I think is around 15. Help me out, Councilwoman. The increase. The overall increase was, okay, so we increased to 15K. Is there additional responsibilities to justify that 15K increase?
Yes, sir. This person would have to be a professional engineer with a minimum of 5 years experience, and have to have some type of demonstrated experience. This is what we were lacking before. We didn't have someone with that type of experience that could step in and help us with plan reviews and all the other things. In addition to going out and looking at the projects and doing some inspection.
Is that position filled,
No,
President?
it is not. No, that person left, for the inspector position, that person left after item.
Have we written a job description for that
Yes.
position?
Yes.
Great, good to hear. The next one is the executive assistant coordinator, and she supports the overall office, or does she support one individual within that?
Yeah, this person was promoted from contract specialist, and now she's in this new position, and she may be a candidate for the office manager 3, but we have yet to work that out. She has demonstrated a lot of additional ability to come in and help with all the other functions in the office. So.
Okay, so that person was there last year?
Yes, sir.
And the year before. Now she has changed title.
No, the same position as last year, but yeah.
Yeah, so now, okay, I got you. And the accounting specialist, no different in that. Accounting as it relates to a budget type person? When I hear accounting, I think of that, or is it relating to projects in accounting?
It's all the pay requests that come in from the consultants and the contractors, as well as whatever we generate inside the office, small amount of payables that we have just in the office.
Is that person required to be an accountant or have some?
No.
He or she is not required to be an accountant?
No, she just has a lot of experience doing this. And
with accounting type background. And the last one is the capital projects coordinator. I realize you are, in essence, a coordinator for capital projects. This is a person. This position is not being filled this time. So
yes, sir, that's correct.
Will that roll under yourself as director and other people?
That's correct. Whatever she was doing has been done since earlier this fiscal year. This is the last time we used her. So okay. those functions have been taken over by others.
Okay. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman McKinney.
Yes, thank you, Council President. I just have one quick question about the capital projects coordinator. So you just stated that the responsibilities are going to be taken under, but isn't and I think maybe this might be a question for Deborah also, but the capital projects coordinator, wasn't that the person that was supposed to be working in code and also having the efficiencies, the gained efficiencies?
When we first hired her, and that was 3 years ago or 4 years ago, when we first hired her, that was in fact what she was doing, but then she went part-time. And once she went part-time, then she was purely within this department. I think at this point you've concluded you don't really need that.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, because you've been able to get others, now that when she went part-time and we were getting other people to step in, but all those people are doing those solely within your department at this point, right? They're not.
Yes.
They're not doing crossover. Okay, so you are correct. When we first created that, probably 3 years ago, it was definitely before COVID. That was what she was doing, and she was coordinating between those departments. But it wasn't long.
Is no one doing that now? I mean, is she not there anymore?
She's not there.
Okay.
She's part-time and she's as needed. So we have stopped calling upon her, and the specific jobs within the department have been parsed out amongst the employees there. So I don't think we really it's a great position, but it really needed somebody who was full-time and boots on the ground. So I think at this point we can do without that.
Okay. And then also just to go back to the list of capital projects, and I'm sorry if Would the information that Councilman Brennan requested, which I now don't.
The sheet you had held up, if you could get us a copy of
Yes,
that,
can you share
please.
that with all of the council?
I'll be glad to.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Brannigan?
Yeah, I have one more question on the Office Manager 3. Has that position ever been filled?
No, sir, that's presently vacant.
I know it's presently vacant, but it was also in the 2020-21 budget. Has anyone ever been in that position?
No, we extended an offer, and we thought for a long period of time that person was going to come with us, but never did come, so.
Okay.
If I can, so when Public Works split with Field Services, a person moved over to Field Services that was in that position. So
And when was that?
So when last year was the first year. So a person was in that position, but when Public Works and Field Services was created, that person moved over to Field Services.
Okay.
Councilman Segura?
Thank you, Council President. Shriner, going back to your capital projects, the Roosevelt improvement, it's in design right now. Do we have some kind of completion date design?
As I recall, yeah, it's under design, but presently being surveyed. I don't think the survey is complete yet. But we will not get funding till fiscal year 2024 for that. So I can get you an update on that. I don't have a specific date with me today.
So the design is going on, just not at a expedient pace because we don't have funding and.
Well, and we're still waiting on the survey, so.
Come in for the design.
Yes.
They're
about.
They're out there every day. I see them every day in front of my house. So they're out there surveying it. I don't know have big machines. I don't know if they're coring or something. There's all kinds of stuff going on.
We found out, where's Kenny Mount? We found out about the coring machine. We almost towed it off. It was parked illegally and, yeah. Okay. You kind of skipped over a section called Jefferson Parish Project, I understand, is funded by Jefferson Parish, but their project here in Kenner. You give us on those 3 projects some updates, anything you know is happening or not happening? 5 projects.
I do believe the West Napoleon one is on hold. We get involved with reviews on that. They ask, obviously it's in the city, they ask us questions on, as an example, on the Bainbridge project, they're always asking, we have to do this, what kind of curb do you want, et cetera, et cetera. So I believe that one that we haven't heard from them, and I haven't gotten an update from them yet, but I will. Bainbridge project, they are still in design right now. We have to coordinate with them. That's, it's a big project for them, as well as the West Napoleon one, but they're still in design right now. I don't have an expected date on that for completion of design, nor anticipated date for letting. On the breakwater, the engineer on that is principal, and they've informed me that their preliminary design is just about complete. The boat launch project is that their purchasing department for the parish is in the process of establishing bid dates and bid/advertising dates. And of course, we've heard recently about the West Loyola Bridge project, and they were issued a notice to proceed in January, and I think we expect that road to be, Joe Yenny to be closed until October, at which time, they will complete the project.
All right, thank you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. The next department will be recreation, and if you could turn to page 170.
Afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Charles Elan, Director of Recreation, along with Ryan Kimberly, Assistant Director. Go over some personnel numbers for you. We currently have 16 full-time positions. 2 of those are open. That's a program coordinator, which in the past was the gymnastics coach. I'm actively trying to find someone qualified to reboot the gymnastics program. And then also a Secretary 1 position that is currently open. On the part-time side, this is for the athletic side only. We currently have 15 part-time supervisors, assistant supervisors, with 7 spots available as assistant supervisors at playgrounds. We do have 1 assistant supervisor currently, specifically at Susan Park, who we intend to move up to head supervisor, which would create an opening as an assistant at that particular facility. On the leisure side, you will see a fairly large number, 80 listed. Those are all part-time as needed, such as an art instructor, drawing instructor, martial arts instructor. So they are used periodically throughout the year when specific programs are offered, whether it be for the youth or for adults.
Question. Councilman Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Director, for coming. And it would be for me to say that the Recreation Department for the city of Kenner has not taken abuse or hits or whatever from the citizens of Kenner would be an understatement, because
Yes, sir.
it has, and some justifiable, some not. We can't control everything, but this is an area with the new administration coming in, by every means has to step up. I've always had the opinion that the Recreation Department and the code are the 2 toughest positions to be in, because you have individuals literally in your face on a daily basis, their families, their children. So we definitely have to do that. I think the overall aspect of the recreation, filling positions, and of all the playgrounds that we have, do we have head supervisors and assistants at all of them, or?
We do, other than Susan Park, which I had stated that the woman who is currently in the assistant spot, I intend to move her up to the head supervisor. And then as we can continue to grow more programs and more participation, and there's a greater need to have those assistants, then we would start filling all those assistant spots. But currently, we're isolating specific playgrounds based off of field size, depending on the age groups. For example, T-ball is at Woodlake at 2 smaller fields currently. We're also juggling things because of what lights work, what doesn't when it gets too dark. Most of the facilities, we don't have lights that are working, or enough lights that are focused, directed to the fields to make it a safe place to play. So we're starting things at like 5:30, 6 o'clock to try and get them in before it gets dark, if we can. Otherwise, we're using facilities based off of field sizes that go along with that particular age group. Our numbers are really nice right now. Overall, I would classify, to answer kind of or agree with your statement, that I would say in my fairly short time in this particular position, I would classify right now, we're in a complete rebuild. Not only facility-wise, but also program-wise and participation-wise. Because the participation level has declined considerably for at least 8 to 10 years. And we need an influx of parental participation as coaches. We need to have attractive facilities that now start to grab some of our kids back to Kenner that left us, whether it be during COVID or post-IDA, not waiting on facilities. So we have to do a lot of work in terms of recultivating the relationships with the community so that they actually feel good about what we're offering and allow their kids to participate again.
That is 100% accurate. This is a total rebuild.
Yes, sir.
Particularly from the number of children that have gone to Jefferson Parish, which is fine. We've always looked at each other as supporting one another, but we in the city of Kenner, it is a total rebuild.
Yes, sir.
From the structures of the facilities, which means, right now, thank you again for coming out, showing me Buddy Lawson, Lincoln, and Susan. Those facilities, the floor, the lighting. So I would like to get an update. You can send me next week an update on the lighting situations on those 3 playgrounds.
Sure.
The floors. I did get an update on the gym roof that they were covered. I think that's the situation. So that helped. So the next thing is to have people there, physically there, to start opening up. So I know you said earlier about, as the program increases, we bring people in, but it's kind of like what came first, the chicken or the egg. I believe, and I'm specifically talking about the South Kenner, Lincoln Manor, and Susan Park, the individuals that work there are part of the situation, the equation that will increase the participation of the parents of the children. There has to be somebody there with a job, with a requirement to somewhat go out into the community, call the individuals, and this is just how it is in District 1, based on my opinion. And I think it's important to see about getting people filled in that capacity. I want to thank all the guys who have done a fantastic job at Buddy Lawson. We started back the adult men's softball program. They did a great job. It will get better, but they did a fantastic job. The next thing is getting those floors down and opening up the doors to have people coming in, even to the point where, and maybe this will fall on the next administration, to look at a schedule for the weekends, 2 or 3 hours on the Saturday as well, to be able to start making, increasing the overall. Now, when we say rebuild, obviously we're going to have to adjust accordingly. The major sports have always been football, baseball, basketball. It's good we're going into other stuff, but we have to look at it. And even with our employees, our staff, many of them have been around since I was a kid playing. God bless them, they did a fantastic job. But looking at that, trying to have the individuals, men, and particularly for the young ladies, to have that young energy, that spirit, that it has to be looked at too. Because obviously, if you've been at 30 years or 40 years, that was 30, 40. Now there's additional information, there's new information out there, there's a way of supporting the playground. I think we've gone to the computer to register people.
Yes. Which
is good. But there are certain areas where that is not good. It is better still to have a person, a family, a father, a mother, to come to the playground and register their children, because then you get both of them. You get to ask them, hey, do you want to help coach? Do you want to come an hour a day? Because it will take all of us, not only the administration, but it will take the parents to participate as well. They have to. So
no doubt.
The computers are great, but that personal, and I'm only speaking specifically for District 1, that is needed if we can do both of them, a hybrid, that's fine. But we must get back to that as well, getting people to come out and see them and be able to talk to them to raise the level of the overall participation. So it is a tough job. It's a number of balls in the air we have to be able to address. I just feel that we have to get these, particularly the gyms, open, because I know myself as a young man and Councilman Brannigan, who used to coach, and Councilman Wilmot, that's where it starts. Coming out there every day, and I mean literally every day, to be able to, for a certain period of time, to see how things are moving up. We have to get back to that. So, it's a tough job, but it is what we face with. So we look forward, and even the council people, I think, has to get involved to be able to help support their respective playgrounds and tot lots and all of those things that are important to the community and the quality of life. So let's just obviously we have to look at personnel, we have to look at hours, we have to look at the structure. We just have to look at it from the bottom, building it up, and that's what we have to do, because it is so important to have it, to be able to address young men and young women, to give them opportunities to participate in sports, leisure sports, and everything. It's far better to do that as it is to increase the police budget to meet them there. That is not an answer. So if we increase things that we do, it takes away from them going the wrong way, because I know myself, had I not had those opportunities, I had other choices, but I stayed away from that, and there's no difference, even more so now. So, we have a lot to do, and we definitely have to start addressing those, along with your support and the council and the families and everyone else. So let's do the best that we can, man, to make this, great for our children and grandchildren.
Yes,
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman Carroll. Councilwoman McKinney?
Thank you, Council President. And thank you, Director. I don't think I've ever met the Assistant Director, so welcome. Thank you. I just have a couple of questions. So you said Secretary 1 position is currently open. There is a Supervisor 3 position that is funded, that was not funded previously. What is their position, and why is it important to add?
The work that person was doing in assessing what they currently do, essentially running the leisure services product of recreation. With what they do now, the program coordinator is a better fit based on what they're doing, the time involved in it, which includes weekends, holidays, nights, plus the daytime work. So it's a significantly different task that they are doing now than what they were doing in the past. And that also goes for, did you ask me about, I'm sorry, did you ask me about?
No, the Supervisor 3. There's an added Supervisor 3 position.
Yes, that was the position I was speaking about. And then we also have the Secretary 1. Secretary 1, she was as a Secretary 1 for almost a decade. She is a huge asset to the department, specifically on the leisure services, but also to our recreation-related social media in creating graphics and promoting programs and pushing out timely information to pre-registered and before we open registration to get program information out there. So again, I think the two roles you're going to see change there are dramatically different than what they've done in the past.
Okay, thanks.
Which will both vastly improve what we can do.
Okay, great. And so they have a Park Ranger 1. Where the Park Ranger, is that for City Park? And then there's a part-time Park Ranger.
We have a full-time park ranger who circulates throughout, say, Lake Town, Kenner City Park, other parks, and the other gentleman is the part-timer, 17 hours a week, who originally came in at Bertolino Track and has been at some point in time moved to Lake Town specifically.
Okay, so that person specifically for Lake Town.
Yes.
And where's a cashier work? Cashier 1. Cashier 2, sorry.
Yes, Ms. Patricia's currently at Galatas Gym during the day to assist with the school.
So
the adjacent school uses the gym during the school day, and she is there on site.
Okay, so she's not really a cashier. She's not like.
No,
okay.
I believe in the past, it was prior to me in this department, but I believe in the past they were at the Lake Town concession stand.
Okay.
But that's been closed for a while.
Right. Okay, but now she's working at Gladys.
Correct.
Gladys
during the day, yes.
Okay. Okay, and then the question I have on page 176, they have 11 utility workers. Are all of those positions filled? And there's a dramatic increase between the budgeted this year and proposed budget. Is that due to raises, additional person, or I guess what's attributed to that?
Trying to pull that up.
There's 2 vacancies in that number.
Okay.
And it could have been the raise, and I think that some people moved around. But that's what their current rate is, plus the 2 vacancies just starting at what the civil service starting rate is.
Okay. Okay, so that new number 303.
The 303 is,
Okay.
yeah, is the people's actual salaries plus two, at the minimum of civil service.
Okay, and they had 11 previously, or?
They had 11 previously budgeted,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. That's all I have. Thanks. Thanks for all the work that you do.
Councilman Brannigan?
Yes, on page 178, it's a $45,000 line item for rentals, and it's at zero now. Why did that go away?
We're not renting anything at this point. I know like portalets, things like that are rented on a as-needed basis for special events. I don't think that continues
Yeah,
to
that
go
was
through
the-
recreation.
That was the rent for, Old Navy.
The mall?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right, and the other thing on getting our registration numbers up, where are we with baseball, softball, and t-ball as of today?
We are over 250 for T-ball. That's ages 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Okay.
And those are broken into groups of roughly 30 per night, Monday through Thursday, to get a smaller group. This is 90% instructional, 10% games. We're not into games yet. We want to teach them the game and how to play the game correctly, rather than have 9 position players run after the same ball. And after a few weeks of instruction, then we'll get into some non-competitive games. So this is not a competitive league yet.
I'm just looking for the total that we have enrolled in all of baseball.
Gotcha. We are-
T-ball, softball.
Ryan may have that a little.
The numbers probably cumulatively are probably about 300, 325, maybe a little bit more, give or take. Obviously, as we all know, registration, a lot of people register and then they haven't. They don't come to the first practice. We let them go for about 2 weeks, and then the supervisors and the coordinators have started to go through that roster and double check to make sure that they're either A, not coming out, or B, didn't know about it or something slipped through the cracks. So I would say probably about 300 plus with T-ball, baseball, and softball. But like Charles said, the majority is that T-ball group, 3 through 6.
Right, so basically, we need to build our recreation department from the bottom up, obviously.
100%.
So we got 250 in the little ones, and we got 75 in all the rest of the age groups in the two different sports, baseball and softball. I think that what you need to do is, and to get registration up, when I was at Bertolino a long time ago, we used to put signs on the corners. T-ball, baseball, softball registration. All the major corners in Bertolino's area had these things. And that's why we had 12 to 1,500 kids playing ball every year. You'll never get those numbers again. But if we could get 1,200 playing in the city of Kenner, the whole city of Kenner, I think that would be great. Because when you looked at in the mid-'90s, we had 12 to 1,500, and then Gladys had 1,000, and Woodlake had 1,000. You might have had 10,000 kids through the whole city playing, and now we're down to 325. So I think y'all should think about maybe putting signs out. Baseball season is the biggest sign-up in the city of Kenner historically. And I would have signs at every major red light corner out in the city to see how it drives it next year.
Yes, the 4x8, typical like 4x8 signs that we would put up for special events, festivals, things like that, we've thought about putting those on the corners to promote registration. Also getting flyers, hand delivering flyers to the local schools that they can distribute to the kids, continuing with our constant contact emails. And again, like I explained to Councilman Carroll, that I think we need to grow the relationship, cultivate the relationship with the community again, as this is a rebuild, because without their support and belief in the system, it won't grow. For example, when we send out 8,700 emails to people who have previously registered through RecDesk for a program in the last 5 years, and 49% of those actually open the emails, but then we get 6 calls about coaching, that's a problem.
Right.
So the good thing is we have the analytics to go off of and see where our deficiencies are and figure out what are our solutions to fixing those problems, from coaching to supervisors to participation. So I absolutely agree with you, certainly from my background with PR marketing, utilizing Kenner digital media to get word out, as well as our internal department to have that out in a timely fashion to try and help boost registration. Grassroots, in-person registration as well as computer.
And I don't know if you would need 4x8 signs. Those are giant. We used to do 18x24s, and it worked perfect.
Right.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Carroll? Councilman Wilmot?
Thank you. Yeah, I was just going to note something similar to Councilman Brannigan. I mean, as far as signs are concerned, because that always worked. And might I suggest too, actually doing maybe a survey, household surveys, and in that way you can find out what range the child's in, what sports they're interested in, if the parents are interested in actually coaching. And I think that would be a big help. And then augmented with the signs for whatever sport it is, whatever season that is. I think it'll draw more numbers, and I think numbers are always important. And Kenner's always had a great population of children wanting to play sports as well as the coaches. I think it can come back, and it will come back, and with your guidance, we'll do good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just want to make sure, I don't know if I said it or not, that report on the lighting for each facility, I'd like to get that.
Lighting in the roofs.
On the playground and the lighting for the gym, if that is a concern. For the flooring in all 3 locations. And for the roofing, just to get all the information of where we are, how long will it take to fix it, and when do we plan on putting it in place to open up the facilities? Those are the things I want to get next week. Send me that information. And it is great to hear the numbers that was giving about the number of T-ball, baseball, or baseball.
T-ball's our hottest activity at the moment.
The physical location that these teams are being gathered or put together, where are they located?
They are all at Wood Lake on the north side fields, because those are smaller areas, smaller fields. So we have them, but they're broken. It's not 250 kids at one time. It's broken up into 30 per night.
Right.
So they are breaking it down because, it's probably 90% instructional at this point.
Right.
Before they get to games. This was never set up as a competitive T-ball like what has been in the past. And we've gotten great feedback from the parents that come out there. We stress parental participation because obviously we don't have the personnel to oversee even 30 3 and 4 and 5-year-olds, much less 250. So parental participation with a mom or a dad physically behind the kid out at their position on the field has been critical in not only establishing that we're trying to do it the right way and teach them the game first, but also that we can, again, cultivate that age group, parents as well as kids, so that they have a good experience and want to stay in Kenner. That's the ultimate goal. It's not to diminish where we are on 11 and 12s, but by the time we rebuild most of these facilities, those 11 and 12s are now playing for their schools. So if we have this large number in 3, 4, 5, and 6, they are the group that we have to cultivate to keep here in Kenner. If we lose those, it's essentially over at that point.
Yeah, and it's good to hear that the competitiveness of the program is not the priority. Because I can remember when we had the basketball for the 5 and 6, we didn't keep scores. We didn't keep how many points you scored. We didn't keep how many fouls. The parents will do that. They will update them on that, but we didn't do it from the recreation standpoint. And that's great, because then you will have the kids being more willing to participate as opposed to being competitive. And, there are some kids who are just naturally gifted and will show out, but if you can control that to a point, that's what we need to do. The numbers are great. It's at Wood Lake, but sitting here as the councilman District 1, Buddy Lawson is not open, Lincoln is not open, Susan is not open.
So and it's all from damage. as we were reported.
I got
Soon
you.
as the
Let me-
light, Susan's the first on the
Director,
list.
let me finish, and I'm gonna let you, I'll let you finish. Let me finish.
Okay.
There are no athletes at Buddy Lawson. There are none at Susan. There are none at Lincoln Manor. We realize the pandemic, the damage, and all that, but there are no organized attempt to have either one of those. That has to happen because Woodlake is in Woodlake. The transportation by itself. There may be some kids now that have gone to Woodlake, but we have to put something at all three of those playgrounds. There may be a combination. Lincoln and Susan are close in proximity. May be able to put it together there. Buddy Lawson is the furthest one away. But as far as we're saying that the structure, the lights, because we're doing stuff now, there's no lights. We adjusted, which we should have did. We have to adjust again to be able to have someone out there physically to be able to put those aspects of recreation in place and not just depend on Woodlake. We have to do it south of Veterans, south of as well. So that again is something that I'm going to be asking about from now until July to ask about where we're going with that. And as I get information from you to be able to keep that going.
I'll get that to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Council. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Council President. Ronnie Schwartz, 2008 Iowa Avenue, District 211. As Councilman Skier has showed me, Green Lawn Playground, when we get a pretty good torrential rainfall, it floods. Is anything, please excuse me, I don't have a budget book. So, is anything in the budget to remedy that situation?
Not on the recreation side, no, sir.
Oh, Public Works is going to handle that? Okay, fine, thank you. Another thing is the field across from Station 35, the soccer field at the Louisiana Fire.
The small little park. Oh, the Louisiana Fire?
Yes.
The Lions Field is airport property.
That is all airport property?
Yes.
Okay, because I know we was leasing it to them at one time. Do the city has a lease with that to have that?
I'm not aware that it was ever leased.
Because
but Louisiana Fire was in there up until the storm, and then they did leave when we needed to remove debris. Yes, sir.
Because I know that those lights and all was put in at one time. And I thought that was the city had agreement with them that we were putting the lights.
I do not know that
because they came to me and asking for me to reinstall the light poles that was damaged for Ida, and then it was found out that we didn't even own the playground. How about Fassbender Gym? What's the status on Fassbender?
That is scheduled for demolition, I believe.
Oh no.
It's not scheduled for demolition technically. Right now, the damage exceeds the value of the property. So we are getting, FEMA's not been in yet. The insurance company has been in. We will not likely receive funds to restore it. It would cost more to fix it than the amount of the insurance. However, we're not making any of those decisions. Obviously, that's information that will come back to the council. From a practical private business perspective, yes, it's to the point now that, if this were not a structure that was greatly loved by the neighborhood, we would certainly say, yes, let's demolish it. But we're going to have to look at that and also work on the family, because it's named after a family that everyone loves. So we're not about to go and get rid of the Fassbender name and all of that, but without some consideration. But it is damaged beyond the point of repair at this point. So hopefully we'll be able to put something back together as part of the overall recreation 428 that will honor the Fassbenders and also allow for the programming that was going on there, Mr. Ronnie, was the dance program and ceramics and a lot of the non-technical athletic programming. And so there's still a lot of things that were going on there that we would like to continue once we clear the field in terms of the insurance and FEMA reimbursement.
Thank you, Mr. Everett. Also, one last thing. Do we have any fields that are being leased right now by other entities?
Yes, there are a couple of CEAs in place. One is with for the softball field at Mus Bertolino with Mount Carmel Academy. They pay annually, and they also spend their dollars to maintain it. Same thing in place with Archbishop Chappelle for one softball field at Butch Dewey, and they pay annually as well. It's a staggered contract for them to get them apples to apples where Mount Carmel is. they sunk about $25,000 into flipping that field into a softball facility. I would honestly say, as a former athletic director at a local high school, the city of Kenner now has 2 fields that probably are 2 of the top 6 fields in the state of Louisiana. And we certainly have an intention, if the select schools can pick where they want their state championships, to try and get it here to Kenner. Because in the last few years, 4 schools locally have been having to travel to Sulphur and or Broussard to play, and the schools are about 5 miles apart. That's a significant expense on those schools to put kids in hotels, and we have big vision to make things better so that we can attract events such as that.
And that those monies that are coming in, they're going to the general fund, or they're coming to recreation?
They go back to recreation.
Great, fantastic. I like that. Butch, Dewey, Jim, did you touch on any of the statuses on the gym, or Miss Debbie?
The 2 gyms that do have courts in them currently are Wentwood and Galatas. We got those, well, Galatas had a wood floor that only had damage on the outskirts, so we were able to reopen that a little faster than we thought. And then Wentwood's floor, there was a few pieces of the sport court that were taken up, remediated, and put back down. Those 2 were expedited because they were attached to the school. They do sit on school board property, and they're used day to day for the schools. So we needed to try and get those open as quickly as possible. That did not happen until February to allow those schools to utilize it during the school day.
And as Councilman Carroll had stated before, Butch Dewey is again on the south side, okay, with Buddy Lawson over there. The light situation over there, the T-ball, the smaller kids, we need something on the south side as well. Right. I know Buddy Lawson, Butch Dewey is not that far away from each other. Can we put something, maybe initiate something? Do we have any lights that are working over there? I know they had the Little League.
Butch Dewey has lights that work because the Chappelle actually paid out of their pocket to turn some lights around so they could have their high school season this year. East Bank Little League is currently in a CEA that expires, I believe, in August. So they are in the middle of their season using those fields as well. I don't know what the original agreement was with East Bank, but there is something in place until August for them.
Do we probably get some T-ball over there on the south side?
Yeah, we're hoping to come back in the fall. This was such a success so far that we were hoping to come back with a little fall ball league to just keep interest, because not everybody's going to want to play flag football or volleyball. They may want to continue learning the game and continuing to grow. So yes, that is an absolute option.
Okay, great. And Council President, sir?
Yes.
Thank you for letting me go over my 3 minutes.
Get 38 seconds. Next.
Yes, sir. Thank you. The next department will be the IT department. You can turn to page 65.
Really makes life.
Well, I'm so glad.
Good afternoon, Mr. Claus. Floor is yours, sir.
Afternoon, Council. My name is Michael Claus. I'm the IT Director for the City of Kenner. I have 5 full-time employees. We handle everything information technology related, all the servers, computers, desktops, iPhones, iPads, security, antivirus, basically everything for the city. I budgeted for an assistant director, a new tech, and pay adjustment for one of my current workers. Most of the other stuff is just contracts that were already in place that we're just budgeting for to continue paying.
Councilwoman McKinney.
Thank you, Council President, and hello, Director Claus. My question is, okay, so you budgeted, I know you mentioned that you budgeted for an assistant director. Is anyone currently serving in the assistant director position? Or what are the responsibilities of assistant director? And then the system specialist, they have 3, and it's increasing by about 45,000. So why is that increase? And the office manager 3, that's a huge increase. Why do we need that increase?
Okay. For the office manager 3, she's currently been with the city for about 19 years. There are at least 4 office manager 3s that I know about that work for the city that make about 73,000. She makes 49,000. So I'm trying to adjust her pay up to what she should be making. For the assistant director,
Is her role changing? Is she getting more responsibility?
no.
No.
I mean, I plan to give her more things, but currently she doesn't. I'm not paying her enough to give her more things to do, so.
Okay. Well, but with the increase, are you going to give her more
Yes,
responsibilities?
yes.
Okay. Okay. Because there was an office manager 3 in Public Works that was making 69, so why are we increasing it more than that?
I'm fine with 69 if I had to. 73 was the number that I found most of them making, so I went with that number.
Yeah, because the 69 would be a new employee. So on day 1, this employee's been working for 19 years. So I think just the experience, they
Right, but
went to
she's
the
been working for
73.
19, 48, so, like that, I guess.
Well, she's moved up throughout the years too, but,
Okay.
so I think the amount of experience she has.
And then for the new employee, they would be at a level lower than what the current system specialists are. They would be more of they wouldn't have as much admin privileges. They would be more of just a hands-on fixing the computers and stuff like that. For the system specialist, that was actually Nicole. She moved from audit into IT. She's the one handling the Munis upgrades. She's a system specialist for Munis, QSend, and a bunch of other programs.
So her salary's staying the same from her other position, and she's moving in?
She's just moving. She moved in November from audit into IT.
Okay, so how does her salary compare to the other systems specialist?
I mean, she's been with the city longer and has more time in IT than they do, so she makes a little bit more than what they do.
Okay.
She used to be the acting director of IT years ago.
Okay, but what's the difference in salary? Because I mean, we're bumping that person up by almost 25. So I guess I just want to make sure that we're not creating, like, okay, well, if we give this office manager 3 something, then the other office manager 3 is going to want,
Well, she's a system specialist.
Right, but how much does the system specialist make less than the office manager?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Kenneth and Ben make around 48, and Nicole makes right over 50.
Okay. Okay. And then, so there's no assistant director now, or you have is that going to just be a position that's going to be hired by the new administration?
Yes.
Okay. And then I had some questions about, so the salaries, the departmental supplies are going up from 5,000 to 10,000. And the computer support services are going up 48%. Can you explain that? I mean, because your budget's going up by 35%. That's pretty significant. Oh, the computers. It's all on page 67.
The computer support services, that covers Digicom, things like ELOS, New Era, people that do our access controls, stuff like that. I didn't know what you guys are planning, what contracts you guys are planning on getting rid of, like ELOS or anything. So I budgeted for them to. The ELOS is usually one of those contracts where halfway through the year, you guys got to raise it up so they can cover more things. So I just budgeted for what the max amount you guys usually approves, just to make sure we had enough money to cover it if we stick with ELOS.
Okay, and then departmental supplies?
That's more of all of the with all the moves and everything. We're having to buy more cables and run wiring and buy connectors and tools and everything else to do things like moving into Macy's and moving into other buildings, stuff like that. That basically covers those extra expenses.
Is any, okay, so is any of that covered, would any of that be covered by FEMA reimbursement potentially?
We would take it on a case by case. So they're not going to reimburse us for just operational expenses that we would need regardless. Like wherever we're at, if we needed a cord, they wouldn't cover that. But we would definitely look at each one of his purchases to try to recover as much as possible.
Okay. It's just significant. I mean, and, you know, we spent $3,000 this year, and so it's increasing $10,000. That's significant. So that's why I'm asking that. So
I think we actually spent more than $3,000 this year. That's just what we budgeted for last year.
Well, that's year to date.
Yeah, we're up to 4,500 right now.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Brannigan?
The assistant director position that you're adding, is this going to be an internal move or an external move, bringing somebody in?
We were looking just to hire off the street.
Okay.
Just interviewing and picking somebody.
Okay.
Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Director, for being here. And I guess my lines of questions are pretty much in sync with Councilwoman McKinney. You know, the system specialists, 3 of them, they went from like 35, 40,000. Now it's going closer to 50. We're increasing it, you know, significantly. The computer support technician, that position was not there last year, that we have budgeted for 41,000 now.
Yes.
And the office manager, you know, is going up, you know, 20+ thousand. And as she said, you know, I know I have spoken to personally individuals within the city who may have functioned in that same capacity. They may have been called a secretary 561, whatever, and office, but they had some of the same responsibilities of office manager. So to do this is something we have to look at. You know, I understand your position in looking at it, and I'm sure they are congratulatory for you doing that. But the other couple of people now, once they see this, they know this, they're going to say, wait a minute, you know, we do pretty much the same thing. I have not, based on my time here, what I do has not been increased to that level. So we definitely have to look at that. If we're going to do it, we need to be consistent throughout our entire budget. And if this is to, you know, go into place, it will not be consistent based on some of the information I've received from other people within the city of Kenner. So that is just a concern that I have, that we need to make sure we are consistent with that.
Yes.
So other than that, thank you a lot, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you always for my support when my lack of computer skills, and you guys and your ladies too. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Boshi?
Yes, thank you. Office Manager 3 is a much higher functioning position than Office Manager 1 or 2. There are only 3 Office Manager 3s in the entire city. And I know the other 2, and they're super high functioning. So if she meets the criteria for Office Manager 3, the other 2 Office Manager 3s in the city make $73,000. I see the proposed Office Manager 3 in the Public Works budget, and that was from 2 budgets ago at 69. When you add the 7% raise, that would have been factored in on that 69. It would have been up to 73 something. So I believe from an equal pay perspective, you need to look at the real lawyer down there, but from an equal pay perspective, we're going to have trouble saying 2 people in this position of 3 make 73 and the other one can't. So I would encourage everyone to consider that is the rate for that specific position. There are not a whole bunch of Office Manager 3s. It is not a comparable position to a 1 or a 2. I remember when we went from the first one to the second one, and the serious assessment done by the Civil Service Department to ensure that that second person met that criteria. So if your person went through that qualification with the Civil Service, then they are much more high functioning than not that an office manager isn't a high function. What I'm saying is this person is a very, very high functioning person within the Civil Service system. It's pretty much the highest paid person within the Civil Service system.
Yeah, and Mr. President, I'm sure Ms. Foshi was addressing some of my comments that I made as it related to some other people.
Only yours.
Only mine. Well, and I'm only addressing yours too. So what I'm saying is, what a person does, what a person feels they do, are the titles equivalent to what they should be doing? Those are everything we have to look at to see, from an office manager to this and whatever. What I'm saying is we have to be sure that the responsibilities, what people are doing, are being compensated regardless of what we're calling them, based on their time as well. So I just don't want us to get too far away from that. Not saying one person is more than the other, but based on what they are doing, we definitely have to make sure we are doing that.
Well, the good news is once they took us into a civil service position, a civil service process, they took you and me out of that whole process. And there's a civil service director and a civil service board and civil service employees, and that's what they put these people through before they let you promote them. So my understanding based upon this particular provision, because again, I remember when we went from 1 citywide to 2, so we've gone from 2 to 3, the civil service director and staff would have gone through and done a job study and required this person to, identify what they were doing. It was compared to other people. So again, when the civil service director, who I think is probably in the audience, comes up, we can certainly ask him about this or any other position. But administration, we don't get to decide who gets what job description. That really is a purely civil service function. And I'm glad I don't, right? Because there might be people that I think are better and they're not, or people I think are worse and they're not. There are people who engage in this sort of job level assessment professionally. And that's the people who made a determination who gets what job title. So my only caution is that if we have people within doing a specific function that civil service has determined is that function, that we're remiss if we say 2 people get one amount and 1 doesn't, because that person has been willing to work for less for a long time. That's not really a good, a defensible position to put ourselves in. That's it.
Yeah, I get you. And like I said, the director here made the position that he increased it based on his homework, what he did, what he felt. I'm just saying, if we're going to do that, then we should do that across the board. And I want to make sure that is happening regardless of the position title, that we do that based on individuals, what they're doing, what they feel they do. So I can respect the professionalism and the institutional knowledge of the civil service people. I get that. But as an administration, we play a part too, to be able to address what a person is called, what that person is doing. And I just want to make sure we are doing that across the board. That's what I'm saying. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Foshi. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this is something I want to mention, but and I don't know if you want to comment on it or not, but it could bring comment, of course, from you. Looks like the actual fiscal year 2020 and in 2021, your budget was $651,000. Then the very next year, 21-22, it looks like it not quite doubles. It's 1.2 million. And then now the projected budget for 22-23 is 1.7. And it's just a significant climb. And in here it's showing that it's, as Councilwoman McKinney pointed out, it's a 35% increase. So we're consistently increasing over the last 2 years. Like, can you explain that, or do you?
The best way to explain that is technology. Everything is getting more complicated, and it's costs a lot more money to do. Our old phone system that we had that was falling apart, we paid a one-time fee for that 15 years ago. We had to replace it with something. Now we have to pay. Everything seems to be an annual or monthly fee these days. You can't do a one-time purchase of anything anymore. So instead of us paying, I'm sure we probably paid like $100,000 15 years ago. Now we have to pay, I think it comes out to like $70,000 a year just for the phones. We have to pay for all these expensive softwares. We just switched to the Office 365 cloud so that our emails doesn't go down during a storm or anything. That's like $8 a month per person. Before, we bought the server, we bought the licenses, they were a one-time fee. It's just everything, the way, with technology growing, it costs more money to keep these things going. I mean, in actuality, the IT budget should be closer to probably $2 million for, this is not counting any kind of new upgrades for our cybersecurity or anything like that. I mean, we just had a cyber attack last year that if we had more money to, increase our security, probably wouldn't happen. But I can only do with what I have the money for.
And I don't mean to be negative, but I know your knowledge base is off the hook too, by the way. Anytime we come to you with an issue, you handle it immediately and you're very good at it. So believe me, that's not what I'm intending. I'm just looking at it from a budgetary standpoint.
Yeah.
And I mean, but looking at this building, I know this building we're in right now, with communication, it's very difficult. We get a lot of, I guess it's the building structure itself. It's, concrete walls and so forth.
Yeah.
I know this morning I was in the parking lot and I was on LT or whatever, and it was buffering and all that, just trying to send a basic email out off my phone. I had to drive to the end of the parking lot for it to send out. So it's a problem here. And I mean, even the phone system, I don't know how many telephones we have in here, but I know it's very limited as well. So
Yeah.
those are concerns, and that's why I asked this, because we're going up, but yet what I'm feeling is we're not getting the bang for our buck. So that's, maybe elsewhere we are, but I don't feel it here.
Unfortunately, here, there's only so much we can do. I mean, since we don't actually lease the building, we're not allowed to put fiber or any kind of fast connection. So
right.
Basically, each department's running off of, there's probably 3 or 4 people per hotspot, and we're spending a lot of money on that just to keep the city going. I mean, I would much rather be in a, permanent building where we had, 2 gigabit fiber and everybody could, do whatever they need to do as fast as possible. But we're kind of working with whatever we have here, unfortunately.
And that's what I'm missing right there. You just said it. Yeah. Being in another building, it seems like that stuff would be fast and very easy to use and so forth. Instead, to make a basic phone call from a landline, I don't even know where to go in this building to find that.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, anyway, thank you. But again, those figures are just they're growing. I'm just noticing the pattern, and that's what I'm pointing out. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
As tall as you are, all you have to feel like a mini tower yourself. I have one question since you brought up kilos and contracts.
Yes, sir.
What do they do for the IT department? I'm not, is this Elos Environmental?
A few years ago, before COVID, the GIS person that does the maps and stuff actually moved under IT at that point. And we were paying them, and then that person was let go from the city. So then whenever we started the ELOS contract, they basically put the ELOS contract under us as the main department. I know for
It does, yes, the environment.
yeah, there's 2 different contracts. There's an environmental, which does like the testing of the buildings, stuff like that, and then there's the actual map people.
I kept thinking that. So.
I know Window in Planning has actually put into his budget to hire a GIS person. So that's why I didn't know if you guys are planning on keeping ELOS or actually hiring a GIS person, but I still put it in my budget just in case. So, I mean, you guys could end up removing that and moving that money somewhere else if you end up hiring an actual GIS person.
Do you know what that contract's worth offhand?
The maps, I think it starts off at not to exceed 90,000, but a lot of times we go over that amount and we bump it up some later in the year.
We factored in 200,000 out of that number, just so if y'all are trying to get an idea of what's built in.
Thank you. Madam Clerk? Thank you, Mr. Clausen.
The next department will be KTV on page 69.
Good afternoon, ladies.
Good afternoon.
Welcome. Please go ahead.
All righty. What a lot of people remember Kenner Media as used to be KTV or K76. Well, the Department of Kenner Media now is a very important and essential arm of the city's public information distribution system. I'm the director, Chris Fortunato. My assistant director is Robin Dallafor. And Bobby Shields, he's our videographer, editor, and graphics designer. He is in the booth, and they're directing these cameras as we speak. Each of us contributes many years of experience and expertise, offering a very specialized skill set in television and multimedia services, video production, graphics design, media, and public relations, which actually allows the city to achieve a top-notch product in-house at no additional cost to Kenner taxpayers. We have evolved this department into now a role of coordination and execution of special events, which may include Mardi Gras, which includes special events that the city may host. We try to stream live our public meetings as often as possible as technology would allow. And also we shoot and produce every public meeting for rebroadcast and replay on not only Channel 76, but also all of our social media platforms. As you know, as you actually have mentioned about technology, we are now into a technology-driven and very visual means of distributing public information, which involves the use of pictures, video, graphic design, and also executed through many social media platforms. So having said that, we are also working on a daily basis with our public information officer, Bob Ross, in producing daily informational graphics, pictures, and video for the city's social media posts, the website, and Kenner Television, Channel 76. We have 3 full-time employees, and that is our department, and that would be the 3 of us that I mentioned just a moment ago. We are essentially at a standstill budget, very minor difference, but our role has significantly evolved and changed to keep up with the times.
Councilman Brannigan?
Can I just point out a correction real quick? It might be the question you're about to ask, but the videographer editor's job is not increasing. That is his current salary, the 56, so that was an error. And if you notice the total, there's a hidden row, yeah. So the total is the same, 213, 289. So it doesn't affect any budget numbers. What we're proposing is actual.
Under the proposed budget on 71, it's got a $10,000 entry, and it says it has no increase, but it doesn't show any numbers before that. So what is that 10,000 for? Professional services?
We are, as you may know, this is a very small department. There have been several occasions and events where one or both of our videographers are not available for whatever reason there may be. And so on the occasion or event where a videographer or photographer is needed, we would ask that we are able to contract on an as-need basis only with a videographer who may be able to step in to fill a need at that time.
Okay.
And the 10,000, they usually, typically, a videographer would charge on an hourly basis. We had originally proposed a much lower number, but in the event there is some significant event, a weather event, an emergency, a disaster, or a city special event that may require additional personnel, for instance, a Mardi Gras parade where we need more than just a couple of people with a couple of little cameras, that would give us that leeway on an as-need basis only.
Yeah, so if you didn't do it during the year, you'd be under budget from last year.
Significantly, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman McKinney.
Yes, thank you, Council President. Hello, Director. I just have a quick question about travel and professional development. It looks like you, I guess, just describe what that is.
So we try to stay up with the times as well, and we research every year opportunities for conferences or educational opportunities to keep up with technology and equipment that's available and trends that are changing for our department and our needs, and specifically government related. So when there is a conference, we explore that opportunity on who might be able to attend, where it is, how much it's going to cost. But what we've been able to find just recently was a virtual conference where we paid, I think it was $399, and we all got to participate in our office right there virtually. So this is ideally, if there's an opportunity, because there's no experience unlike being there firsthand, eye to eye, interacting with other government employees and other professionals who are teaching these courses. But because of COVID, because of technology, we've been able to capitalize on those opportunities where we can attend virtually, and the entire staff is able to participate. Furthermore, we've learned that you can actually go back and look at these courses for 90 days. They allow you to keep it in kind of an archived area for 90 days so we can go back and look at it. It's really been a serious cost saving. And that's also vehicle allowances.
Travel and
allowances, correct.
Okay. And then I guess my only other question is, and maybe I should be more well-versed about it, in terms of overall Kenner Media, does Jefferson Parish and Orleans have something that's comparable in their?
As a matter of fact, the department in Jefferson Parish, I was the director of the Public Information Office for 6 years in Jefferson Parish, and actually, I guess, as it has been referred to, brought it from the Flintstones to the Jetsons age. And so in comparison, we've been very fortunate to be able to bring on the personnel over the course of the last few years to make that transformation here as well. So where Jefferson Parish used to be hardly a blip on the radar, I was very fortunate to hire a couple of folks over there. One of them is still there. The other, very sadly, passed away during COVID. So Jefferson Parish enjoys a very robust and talented team as well in their Public Information Office. It's referred to as a different thing over there. It's Public Information Office is Kenner Media here. But yes, we do the exact same thing.
Okay.
They have a lot more resources, though, financially. They are in,
they're bigger.
yeah,
I mean,
much
in
bigger.
terms of
And you're talking about a $500,000 population.
Right, the population's different. So great, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Carroll, you have a question?
Yeah, but you can go ahead.
Well, the only thing I wanted to say is last year's budget, videographer was $47,285. I'm glad we didn't do that. We're taking the $10,000 option this year.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, ladies, for coming, Director. I'm not sure if I ever made it. Thank you all publicly to say that, with the COVID situation, the MLK program for the first time was done via Zoom. It was done in a room. It was done with different people coming together doing different things. So, thank you guys for offering the professionalism and the attentiveness to the not only the event, but the importance that it obviously is important to many people who look like myself, and particularly people around the city of Kenner. So that was great, and that we were able to adjust accordingly. Also for the Lord Price Tribute, another fantastic event. It was done in person, and we also had a video of it. So, thanks again for that. I did mention before at the council meeting for this past MLK, and it should have been something that I should, the person who's in their seat should be able to say, hey, just in case there's a disturbance of illness, sickness, or whatever, that we have a ability to ensure that the video of the event is taking place, because we have an aging community who sometimes that is their only way of, they can never come back out there anymore to watch events like that. So just to be mindful of that if they're going to be, and people get sick, people go out of town, people go on vacation, but to ensure that that is something on the schedule to say, okay, we have turn somebody on to be able to come in. I guess something like a retainer, for lack of a better word.
That's exactly our goal with attaining a personal services as need.
Exactly.
Videographer. Yes, sir. That was actually an event that we look forward to every year. And several years ago, that was my first day on the job here, if you remember, many years ago now. But unfortunately, during that time, Robin and I both were affected with COVID, and we had every intention of being at that event. And because we couldn't, we had our public information officer, Bob Ross, step in to fill in with what we could provide under those circumstances. So yes, sir, we agree.
Exactly,
of the importance.
because just like the Lloyd Price, we were able to coordinate something to be able to support. So, we, like I said, it is incumbent upon the person with the coordination for the event to say, hey, by the way, just make sure we have somebody just in case, something happens. So other than that, it has been fantastic. And I'm looking at the budget, and I'm looking on page 72. Is that the same page that you guys are looking at, and the rest of us?
I have 72. Mm-hmm.
And for the 21-22 budget is 265.
No, that's incorrect. Actually, it was miscalculated, and that's what Liz was just explaining.
What is that, Director?
There was a hidden tab that we didn't clear out because we copy from year to year. So the actual number should be the 213,289.
Okay.
There's no
For that
increase.
year, it was 208,844.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm catching up now. I see
It's
what you're
okay,
talking
yes.
about, because I
tried to get ahead. Just
my math is not the greatest, but
okay.
this isn't adding up.
Yes.
So
Right.
I thank you for that. So thanks again, ladies. Thank you, Mr. Director. President.
That's right, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. And I have just a question or two. I know back, I want to say probably about 5 years ago, we had KTV, and of course now we're Kenner Media, if I'm not mistaken. So back, I guess what I'm trying to get to is the transition from then to now. I know we've done a lot of things, and your department in particular has transformed, if I'm not mistaken. Could you talk about some of those transformations?
Sure. Well, when I found KTV, it was an even smaller department, and they were kind of banished away to what was once Heritage Hall, and we had two very dedicated employees at that time, but unfortunately they were met with a tremendous. They had no funding whatsoever. There was just 2 salaries, and that's it. And if something broke, it broke. If, in fact, as I recall, one of the employees at the time used to bring his own TV to Heritage Hall in order to hook up Cox or be able to watch whatever was on there. So we have come a long way from those days in Heritage Hall, and still have been able to overcome some obstacles. But we, because of the changing times in technology and our attention to understanding the importance of the evolution of public information distribution, we've been able to adjust and adapt and provide that need.
And has there been any changes as far as, I want to say, like, it being televised right away? So we can get our meetings out and so forth? It's live, I presume, sometime.
Well, we cannot, this building is not equipped with those cables, and IT is, obviously, we're not in a position to outfit this particular structure with that capability. However, we have been able to provide on a limited, and sometimes it's hit and miss, with a Facebook live streaming of our council meetings or public meetings. But sometimes that may drop out 5, 6, 7 times during a meeting. So, oh yeah, well, oh, that's true. Okay, okay. So I'm having a memory lapse.
That's right.
I'm sorry. Okay. So at the chambers, where, where we long to be eventually, we were able to, at that time, really make a transformation into live streaming at the old chambers. And that's something we made every effort to. When I brought Robin into the picture and Charles Alon back then, the three of us worked together very diligently with the help of our IT department to make that happen. So we were able to do that. Unfortunately, COVID hit, Ida hit, Zeta. I mean, we've just hit with one problem after another. But because of teamwork and because of the different departments who make that concerted effort to provide every availability to our citizens for transparency and information, that's what we've been able to do since we've been, no choice but to be here for right now. So we do what we can with what we have is kind of the mantra of what we've heard all afternoon. But with those restrictions and obstacles, we still try to provide that live streaming.
And that is an excellent tool for our public, of course. I've heard a lot of great comments and compliments about that, being able to have that when we are back at City Hall. And hopefully it won't be that much longer and we'll be able to return to something like that.
Well, we're in the process right now, as a matter of fact. You'll notice these new stands which are holding up these cameras here. We're in the process right now of improving what we can do here under these circumstances by purchasing these 4 what they call PTZ cameras, pan tilt zoom cameras, which were similar to what's in the chambers, which was destroyed by Ida. But through that, we'll be able to improve our product from this facility and wherever we go, because those stands right there make it completely mobile and portable, and we'll be wherever we end up. If we decide to go back to a building, on the main campus, so to speak, then we'll be able to take those cameras with us, whatever building we go into.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Well done, lady. Clerk?
Thank you. Next department will be Human Resources, page 73.
Good afternoon, whenever you're ready.
Wendy?
I don't
Wendy.
believe that's on.
Yeah, hit the button right here, Wendy. Pull it towards you.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, I'm sorry. Good afternoon. I'm Wendy Folst, the Personnel Director. The Personnel Director budget that we are presenting this year is mostly a standstill budget of the previous few years with a few requested increases. We are requesting a new position to be added for the position of an insurance specialist position, which would concentrate on which we worked with civil service on developing. This position would concentrate more on the monthly invoices for health, life, and supplemental policies, and would does the whole process from the reconciliation per employee for the coverage plan and the deduction amounts. The existing insurance processor position would handle the rest of some of the continue to process the new hires, work on the COBRA, workers' comp, among other necessary functions in that section of the department. I apologize. We did have to request an increase on the professional services line item of our budget because we are involved with the Recreation Department in processing the background checks with the state for the Child Protection Act, which we are going to have to, because of the current situation, we're going to have to redo all involved volunteer coaches, which right now we're looking at approximately 200 that we're going to have to reprocess. So we have had to add some money back into our professional services for that reason. I believe that's the only one, and we added a little bit extra for some continuing ed for COBRA and other updates on personnel issues. Oh, all right. Okay.
If I may, this is the first budget that we've encountered today, though there'll be more like this, that have an additional position added for a director or an assistant director who is on leave from civil service. In the event that these personnel, in this particular department, it's the assistant director who is on leave from civil service. If his position is not maintained, if he's not maintained in that position, then he will go back to civil service. What we have done in each department is added that position back in so that to reduce the impact on the department as much as possible. That is not something that the new administration must maintain, and that's not something that you must maintain. But we budgeted for it anyway in the hopes that if any of these folks ended up going back to civil service, bumping rights would not occur so that somebody in that department would be terminated. So in this particular case, you will see 2 personnel processors. Currently, there is 1. There is enough work there for 2 personnel processors. We confirmed that before we did it. And in the event the assistant director is not maintained in his current position, he will go back to civil service and he'll be one of the 2 personnel processors. So in the event he is kept in his current position, where he also does personnel processing, then that position would be unnecessary. So depending upon what decisions are made by the new administration, you may or may not be able to eliminate that second personnel processor. Plus, you're not obligated to maintain that. That is simply us budgeting for a safety net for all these employees.
Councilman McKinney?
Yes, thank you, Council President. Let me just clarify that. So right now, the assistant director is in civil service, or is part of civil service, but he moved to the assistant director position as a result of a promotion, right? I guess that's what you
Yes,
said.
and
Okay.
he was in that position when we arrived. I'm not sure when that occurred, but at some point, he was promoted from a civil servant position to an executive position, but he did not leave civil service. It's called special leave from civil
Yes.
service.
Yes,
You're on
it's a
special
special
leave
leave
from
of
civil
absence,
service, so you are still under the civil service, some of the civil service rules. And in the event you lose your executive position, your tenure and your right to your job in civil service is still preserved. So those persons cannot be terminated. They can only be sent back to civil service.
Okay, so the personnel processor position is only, right now, there's 1 person in that position. And if everything stays the same and no one moves around, there'll still only be 1 person in that position.
Mhm.
Okay, that's what I want to understand. Okay, and then for the insurance processor, that salary is actually going down. Is the person who's insurance processor moving to the specialist position?
So currently,
or
that position is vacant. It's a lower position. We're trying to add a higher position because the insurance specialist is very concentrated on those invoices. And so she's responsible for a lot. And I want her to be able to concentrate more on those areas because it is so tedious.
Okay, so
Plus, she'll do other things too, but then we'll keep the insurance processor to do the everyday, processing new hires and such.
Okay, which position is filled right now, I guess?
Well, the insurance specialist we got created
new,
when we
right?
did the
Okay.
civil service study, so there's nobody in it right now. It
Right,
would be
okay.
created with this budget. The past insurance processor is actually now the secretary too. She applied
Okay.
for it and we promoted her.
Okay, so now
But
there's
we want to
nobody
get her
in the
back
insurance-
to the insurance side.
Okay, so there's no one in the insurance processor
Correct.
position right now? Okay, that's what I was trying to, not filled, okay. And the Secretary 3 is filled.
Is filled at the current moment. If this passes and that job is created,
she
then
may
we
wanna
would,
go into that other
she would apply
Okay.
for that one, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that makes sense. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Brannigan?
Yes. So basically, we have 2 positions with 1 person. Is that what y'all were telling me?
Not technically, because we've not done a 2 position. We have 2 positions for 1 job title. We've done that in positions in departments where the workload would justify it. So right now, this assistant director also does personnel processing. This department can use 2 personnel processors. That being said, it is not incumbent upon you or the new administration to maintain those. We are simply putting those in there to provide some protection for those employees so that there is not a civil servant who's terminated as a result of an executive coming back to a civil service spot. We have not done it in any location where the workload in the department would not justify that addition.
Okay, so if the assistant director goes to the personnel processor?
Correct.
The difference in the salary is about 8,000 a year. Because if you take 83,224 minus 30,824, that's 52,400.
He is currently making $60,638. If he goes back to the personnel processor position, he will lose approximately $30,000 in his salary, but he will still have a job.
Two personnel.
I know, but if you have two personnel
that's not correct.
processes.
Nope, we put him back at his
one
actual
at
salary.
30,824, and you take 83,224, the balance is 52,400. The numbers don't add up.
Was he put in at the cap? Okay, so he went back at the cap of the position of personnel processor. You
Yeah,
have that.
so another situation that we're running into is if they fell within the civil service range, we budgeted from what they're making now. But let's say you go back into civil service, you can't make more than what your absolute max is, so we would have put them at that capped amount. So he makes currently 60,000, but if he goes back to personnel processor, civil service won't allow him to make that much. It's over the maximum amount.
So how much would that person make?
I can pull up the schedule, hold on.
So the 83,224 total for two people is incorrect.
No. Yeah.
Should be half of that.
Sorry, it's opening. I know. I don't know why. Yeah, 52,400.
Okay, so you just take the difference between those two.
Yeah, so the absolute max that any person can make in that position is 52,400.
Okay, so he would
Go to that absolute max.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Director, for that clarification, because I understand it now. So without going back over a lot of that stuff, which was kind of confusing to me, the personnel processor, last year, one person made 30,000. So if we add another person who would probably be the assistant director, he will make 52.
Yeah, he would have longevity in years over the current person that's in that job, but he would be allowed to go back to the max for the personnel process.
So there's no misunderstanding between the one person making 30 and the other person making 52. They understand why that one person is making 20,000 more than me. I'm assuming that number two person is going to be doing additional stuff besides, or is it just based on his institutional knowledge and his longevity compared to the person making 30?
He would be doing additional, of course.
Okay, so one making 30, one making 52. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman, I think the person making 30 is saying, thank you for not causing me to lose my job. So while they're, on the one hand, they're like, oh my gosh, this guy that's coming back is making 52. On the other hand, the option to bump them out of their position or let them keep a job is also one option that they might be considering. Not just that they're making less, but they actually get to keep their job.
Yeah, that is an incentive. And I think most people will look at it like that. But, once you're past that incentive, then people's minds start saying, well, hey, so I'm just saying there's clear explanation for that when we all are come together and kumbaya.
Hold that question, it'll come up again.
Yes, it will. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman Brannigan.
Wendy, how long have you been with the city?
30 years. A little bit more than 30 years.
Thanks for your
Started
service.
when you were 11.
17.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, both of you ladies.
Madam Clerk?
The next department will be civil service.
And
That's why you're council clerk too.
Just so I can get to the page.
Let's check her pay rate, right? Tamithia Shaw offered me $20 if she could skip me in line, but I told her no. Good afternoon, Todd McDowell, Civil Service. I'm going to give you some brief good news, and then I'm going to ask you for a little bit of money. I wanted to thank you again. I know I thanked you when you passed the pay plan back in December, but I just wanted to say thank you again for doing that, making the funding available. It is working very well. We do not have a recruiting problem in Kenner. Right now, our lowest paid people coming in make about $12.67 an hour. You add a promotion on top of that, which utility worker 1 is the most common entry-level job. That starts at $12.67. After 6 months, they have their status. They get promoted to utility worker 2. That's 5%. You all give a 5% raise or whatever it is you choose. So after someone starting here and being here for about a year, they're not going to be making less than $13.50 to $14 an hour. So I think that's great. We've had about 400 applications since July 1 of last year. I have about 11 positions open. Sometimes I hear talk of people say they can't fill positions. Well, you got to let us know you need them filled. And if you don't open them up and you don't get the financial approval and all the approvals that are required, then we don't know that we need to open them for application. So all those things always need to be communicated to us. Our budget is pretty stagnant this year. We're not asking for any new positions. We're not asking for increases in professional services, really. The only thing I'm asking for, and this will be a contract, is for an attorney for the Civil Service Board. A lot of you know people who are on the Civil Service Board or who have served on it in the past. Those are volunteer citizens that have no other position within the city of Kenner government. And they give up time from their careers and time from their families to sit here and to make rules and to decide on disciplinary appeals and a lot of very important things. And those folks need independent legal counsel. They can't have someone advising them who is also advising the city. That's kind of like trying to have the prosecutor be the judge. So that's a clear conflict. I'm asking for $15,000 on all that. I think if you'll look at our budget, you see we always spend at or under. We try to be very responsible with what you give us. I think that's about all I have. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to take those.
Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Director, for being here and your assistant. You know, it's good to hear that you made those comments in the beginning about all the hard work that everybody put in to make that pay because, the pandemic did that for a bunch of other people. We were, as a city, ahead of that years before the pandemic, at least since my tenure on the council, was something that we always talked about. Hey, these individuals are making $8 an hour, $7. This is just ridiculous. We need to increase it. At the perils of not saying, there's a certain word that begins with an A.
You know what? I heard it already, and I saw a couple of you laugh, so I'm not going to say that word.
Do not say that word, because that is like poison, particularly to one individual up here. I'm not going to call his name. But it was done, and now the men and women that work for the city, as you said, we're part of that before. It is great that we are there, and we look forward going forward because these guys have a lot of, and ladies have a lot of institutional knowledge that we're going to depend upon to be able to come through this COVID and everything else we're doing. So I'm glad that we were able to do that, and I appreciate your support as we go forward. Looking forward to making sure that everyone feel they are given the opportunities and they feel that they have an opportunity to be whole And it may be a good suggestion to have someone from a legal aspect for cost-wise to be able to talk to individuals, just because not only to give them additional information, but also, you know, to let them understand what is legal and what is not. Because sometimes if you don't know, you assume that you know, and you say things, well, that's not how it goes. So it can be twofold for the city and for the employees. So we look forward to those changes and additions for our workforce. And thank you guys.
One more thing, and Councilman, let me ask you this: How long has it been since the city of Kenner paid more than Jefferson Parish? Probably never, right?
Not that I can remember.
So now you're
19.
paying more than the parish on your starting rate. So I think that's incredible. But you can't take your foot off the gas because, you know, like we were saying when we passed the pay plan, you know, you worked in New Orleans about on the committees and everything to get it up to $15. I don't want to just sit here and then 2 or 3 or 4 years, 5 years down the road, we find ourselves in the same situation. So I had told the council when we passed the pay plan, and I think the administration supports this. I think everybody's kind of on the same page with it. Whatever you approve for a cost of living adjustment, if you want, I will put that as an adjustment in the pay plan. So if you go 2% on the cost of living adjustment like you've done in years past, we'll do a pay plan with a 2% increase. And that kind of keeps up with you know.
I mean, that is what happened to us in the past by not doing that. So I'm glad that you are thinking like that to make sure that we are consistent with that. Because if you forget about it, we'll be back in the same situations 5, 6, 7 years from now. We don't. So thank you for bringing that up, and I look forward to us actually including and making that inclusive as well. So appreciate it, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilman Segura.
Thank you, Council President. Mr. Todd, in reference to your request for the attorney for the board, there was a time when I served as chairman of the Police and Fire Civil Service Board as a volunteer, as you said, appointed by the council, but was sued several times as a member of that board because of actions that we took as a board member. So I understand the need of having a lawyer sitting there at their meetings, as they did at my meetings, and as chairman, I had hired an attorney. I think is still there.
Right.
So I do appreciate that there's a big need for it. I'm certainly in support of, you know, this board having that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next department is going to be Fire and Police Civil Service, page 77.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Driscoll, and I'm here for the Fire and Police Civil Service Board.
Move your microphone just a little, please.
I reintroduce.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Jennifer Driscoll, and I'm here for the Fire and Police Civil Service Board. Our department maintains records for all of the classified fire and police civil service employees. That would include their personnel files, seniority rosters, eligibility lists for promotions, and then we also maintain the classification plans for both the fire and police departments. We also often have public hearings for appeals of disciplinary action, adoptions of new class plans, civil service board rules, and investigations requested by either the administration, the council, or by a private citizen. And that's it. My budget has not changed much. It's only me, but I am here to answer any questions you have.
Councilman Brannigan.
On page 79, legal fees, is that just a run-in, like a contract type deal? And if it is, how much have we used this year?
Yes, that is a contract we have with Gaudry, Ranson, Higgins, Grimion. They have been the board's representation for at least 30 years now. This year,
We spent 17,000 so far. We've
How
spent
much?
17,000 so far.
Thank you.
We currently have 16 cases on our docket, which is why we have increased the requested amount for legal fees. We have to have legal representation during the hearing itself to advise the board. And then if the decision of the board is appealed to a higher court system, we also have to have representation go there and file things on our behalf.
Any other questions? Councilman Segura?
Well, I was just going to say thank you for letting me know that the person I hired is still there, because
It's
The person you hired's son is now
oh, okay.
Yes,
Wow.
it's a different attorney, but he is now a partner there. Greg Grimion was the attorney way back when, but he has retired happily. He still keeps in touch, but we have a different attorney with the same firm.
Okay, yeah, good guy.
Sure, it's not his grandson. You know, 'cause-
Good, Councilman?
Yeah.
Councilman Carroll?
Yeah, I'm good.
Councilwoman McKinney?
Yes, I guess I just have more of a clarifying question. So her position is office manager 2, and it's 73,500, and then previous office manager 3s were 73. So that's inconsistent, I guess, because we're promoting, for the IT, and so I guess.
Her salary comes from the board, so we don't actually always set the salary.
Okay.
This past year, we got a request from the board for that salary for her. So
Well, would you not change her position? I mean, it's civil
Yeah,
service
but-
position, so would it not? I mean, because I guess it's in line with office manager 3, so is she not civil service? You're
No.
not civil service?
No, I am not a civil service employee. I do work for the Civil Service Board, but I am appointed at will by the Civil Service Board, and I do not have civil service protections.
Okay.
But she does not report to us. So
Right.
Okay. She was also the subject of a bidding war. So there were multiple departments that wanted her, and ultimately she got the highest that the Fire and Civil Service Board could afford because she's so fabulous. So we are very impressed with you. Thank you very much for your service.
I just think she should get a higher position. That's what I'm she should be a 3 at
We'll
least.
talk.
Might as well.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Somebody here from the planning department? Okay, we're gonna take community development. And they're on page 224.
There'll be no running, no running.
225.
224.
In time later.
They're bargaining.
Please come on up, Mr. Dufour. Tabitha, is he tied up in a back room or something? Do you have him?
Oh, there he is.
Put your mic on.
Thank you for having me. I do have a public meeting. Delgado, we partner Delgado, and they're having an event, an informational meeting this afternoon at the Council on Aging. So I'm doing a quick PSA for 5:30 for citizens who are interested in being trained for living wage jobs. They're going to train them to get those jobs. We've previously partnered with them for the same program. We had 4 graduates of the program, and they're being offered phlebotomy jobs. So thank you for taking me now. So the Community Development Department is basically cut up into two parts. One receives funding from HUD. That's your federal funding that you receive every year, your allocation yearly. And then we have supervision over your resource centers, AP Clay Center, the Council on Aging. It's also the MLK Center as well as the Hispanic Resource Center. Through those programs, we offer assistance to the community, and then we offer resources to other agencies throughout. We partner with many other, partner with Volunteers of America and other agencies to help our citizens. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have. What I passed out is for you. If you look at the budget for the director, it looks like it's a big increase, and it's not an increase for that position. Because we get federal funds, you will see that for the administration, we are only asking for $100,000 from the city of Kenner for that classification. But if you look at it in the budget book, it includes all of the funding for the position, not just the general fund, which has been done in the past. Any questions?
Councilman Carroll?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Attorney, for coming today. And thank you for you and your staff for all the support. Just a quick question. So the 91% is from the federal government that pays, and then what's that 9% comes from the city of Kenner general budget?
No, what happens is if you look on those sheets I gave you, I have to do allocations, and the allocations come from, it takes into account all of the funding we get. We also, because we get funding from the home program, our CDBG program, we have a lead grant. So through all of those programs that fund our salaries. Okay, so if you look at my salary, that's the first one on that sheet, you'll see $68,000 is requested from the general fund.
Okay.
Okay.
And same thing with the assistant.
That's correct. So for the assistant, we're only asking for $22,000, and for our program coordinator 3, it's $19,000. So it's $110,000. The only change that we made was an increase for our assistant director. When the council approved the play plan last year, our program 3 coordinator, who's only been here 3 years, there was only a smaller difference between her salary and our assistant director, who is college educated and been with the city for 35 years now. So to make her equal between my salary and the program coordinator 3, that was the only increase we asked for in this budget. We also had 4 people who retired from our council on aging. So in our council on aging budget, we went back and made sure that those positions were still there. Because some of our buildings are down now, we've taken staff from other facilities, but we know once those buildings are back up, we're going to have to make sure, especially our senior center, is fully staffed.
Yes. And obviously, that is an important part of our community for many different reasons. And I know this is a budget hearing, but I'd like to ask 2 questions as it relates to the building itself from the infrastructure. Are we complete with those renovations, or are there still some outstanding?
For which buildings?
For the Council of Aging
the
Community Center.
The Council on Aging building, which is operating as the only building in South Kenner right now for our public meetings. We have done some renovations. We put in an HVAC, but of course, you know how it goes in your home. The other HVAC in the house went out. So we now have to move on putting a new HVAC on the other side. But other than that, that facility, and we are looking in our CDBG budget, which we don't have the new budget yet because we're waiting for the federal government to send the allocations out. We know that the Congress passed a budget that gave HUD a 3% increase over its last year. We're assuming that we're going to be getting that same increase, but we don't know until the allocations come out, and the allocation has not come out from the federal government yet. So that's why you don't have a new budget in front of you for 22-23 from our HUD funding.
Okay, and my next and last question is as it relates to the Annie Washington building, just to get a little update on that,
Okay.
where we are as it relates to updating or completing.
Well, we
or-
were in the process of updating that building when Hurricane Ida struck. It did substantial damage to the building. We had an engineer that was on the building, and they came out and determined that the building was structurally unsound. So because of that, and it was an older building, what's going to have to happen is we're going to have to possibly, when we get insurance and FEMA straight, we're going to have to demolish that building and rebuild it. And hopefully when we rebuild it, we'll get an opportunity to maybe do a 1-story as opposed to 2-story, because that was an issue with people who had, handicap accessible issues. So that's something we're looking forward to doing. Because we've put in federal funds in this, we have to complete that project. So the completion of that project will be to demolish the building and rebuild it.
Thank you, and I apologize from going off on something
That's okay.
specific as opposed to relate to the budget. But last question on the budget. Your particular your staffing right now, you feel confident that we are good? Do we have any open positions, and if so, what are those?
We are going to be opening Ms. Mabel Brown, who served in her position for over 36 years. We have to replace her position. We have another position we have to replace in the Council on Aging. We advertised for that, so we're getting ready to hire for that position. We have a part-time bus driver, because one of the things that we've always aimed to do, and it became really prevalent through COVID, is our seniors need more assistance when getting to the grocery and to the doctors. So if we hire a part-time person, vehicle driver, that releases one of our full-time drivers to go and pick them up, to bring them to doctor's appointments, to bring them to grocery stores. And a matter of fact, someone from Sam's heard about what we're trying to do, and they've reached out to us to see how they can facilitate helping with that. Because like I said, and I tell them all the time, we look for places and stores that have somewhere where they can sit, because we pick everyone up. Everybody's not going to shop at the same speed, but at least they have somewhere to sit until we get ready to put them back on a bus. So, and just, supporting our kinder businesses is what we're looking to do also.
Yeah, and this is, fantastic. Obviously, everything that we can do to support our seniors, who have given so much to us. Again, I'd like to, thank you, your staff, thank the mayor, Ms. Fauché, particularly through the COVID situation. We did as much as we could to supply the seniors with food and conversations and seeing them and talking to them. So, you will never be able to put that on a spreadsheet, those conversations,
that's correct,
but that is so
because
important for that.
We had
for that.
people at home, but while they were home, they were contacting the seniors. You have to realize some of our seniors, the only contact they have is when they congregate, when they're at the Council on Aging building. So they were so appreciative of having someone check on them and have conversations. And like I said, especially when, the mayor did the Meals on Wheels Plus to give that extra, that also helped during that time period. So, we're looking to be prepared in the future. So if we, God forbid, we have another outbreak or something like that, we're prepared to serve no matter what, because that's a vulnerable population and we have to serve them.
Yes. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for everybody's support on that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilwoman McKinney?
Sorry, Council President, just have a quick question. There are some things that are, programs that are zeroed out, so I just wanted to ask about those, like the emergency services, emergency solutions program, and the home program is just, I guess, let's see.
If you're talking about on page 229?
Yes, or
Okay.
245 and 242 or 244. So
245 is our ESG. It was a program to help the homeless. It was through the state. The city of Kenner cannot apply on its own. We have to apply through Jefferson Parish.
Okay.
So since there wasn't an allocation they received, we didn't receive anything for that.
Okay.
And what's the other page, Councilwoman? I'm sorry.
And then the home program on 243,
243.
or I guess 244, actually.
Okay.
So it'll be allocated. Last year we split it, the 91 and the 9, but this year we'll just internally allocate it, so that's where the difference is. Like the 100% is sitting in admin, and we will just allocate it as Ms. Shaw gave y'all the paper.
Okay, so as
The other portion, the salary.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
okay.
So like I said, if you see at the bottom, we have all the different allocations from the different funding sources.
Okay, great. And then, I guess I'm just curious, maybe we can get offline after this, or, another time, to see what positions are open and what are, in terms of the Council on Aging and the resource centers.
Okay, I can definitely send that to you. Like I said, I do have a budget sheet just like that one for the Council on Aging. And right now, we have a resource center manager, an assistant coordinator 2, and a part-time vehicle operator that will be available.
That are open?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. And then, and this is a little unrelated, but the Hispanic Resources Center last year was renamed and we never did that. Are we in the process, is anything doing?
I think we're at the process now because we've been having events there that it's open enough to go ahead and start the process to see about renaming. Yes, because that was adopted by the council. We want to make sure that we fulfill that resolution.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. All you do.
Your next department will be the planning department.
I thought we were moving that to the end.
The planning department is on page 85.
Well, I have to pick up my daughter at 2:45, which was an hour ago, so you could
I'll be
we could
quick.
have traded.
Hopefully there's
Whatever.
a tree, some shade. Good afternoon, Mr. Dufour.
Good afternoon, Deborah. Just want me to get started? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. As you know, I'm Wendell Dufour, the Director of the Planning Department. Just in general, I think most of you are familiar with what we do. We manage development proposals of various types that come to the city that require council approval. We handle administrative review for minor site plan changes, and a whole host of other projects. So for this particular budget year, we are requesting 5 positions: the director, assistant director, a senior executive assistant, 1 associate planner GIS specialist, and 1 associate planner, which is our junior level position. I'm fully aware that they're likely, or at least it's uncertain what the department will look like once the new administration comes in. So this budget reflects what I would feel would be enough manpower to manage everything that the city would require of the planning department. That's really about. Does anybody have any questions regarding the planning department budget?
Councilwoman McKinney.
Thank you, Council President. I'm just curious, so last year, we had the assistant director that was split with code, that's why there's an, right? Is that?
That's correct. This year, it's fully funded within the planning department.
Okay. And that position, and maybe that's not, this question is not for you, assistant director, that's a salary that's a little higher than other assistant director salaries and comparable? I mean, because there's an assistant director that was 67 and different, so I guess,
Yes.
I mean, that's not really a question for you. So I guess I'm just curious to see
answer.
how the assistant director salaries line up.
That is the current salary of the assistant director.
Okay.
So that's not a projected, that is the actual current salary.
Okay. And then the executive assistant, that position's been removed, correct?
Yes, and there's a senior administrative assistant, and that is Ms. Kiva Darensberg.
And are What are the other positions that are filled? Are all the, is the
No,
associate?
so right now, there's only 3 positions in the planning department. Myself, Ms. McInnes, and Kiva.
Okay.
We had the associate planner, Ms. Cameron Boissier, however, she resigned a couple of months ago, and so.
Okay, so both of the associate planners are open, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Director, for being here. So as it relates to the Associate Planner Specialist, you know, the last FY was 33K, now it's 69K. So that increased because, yes, Ms.
Calling it in the
Fulcher.
outfield. Remember the question you were going to hang on to because it's going to happen again. This is, the director in this department is on leave from civil service. In the event that this director is not maintained, he will go back to his prior position, which is Associate Planner GIS Specialist. That's where he came from. The salary that he would receive if he returned to that position would be $69,964, as that is the cap for that specific position within civil service.
So that's the cap. That number is actually a cap, and depending on how this unfolds,
It may be a position you do not need.
due to the need.
Right.
Okay.
But at this point, this is a little different. This is not one where we're taking one and making two. There was actually an employee doing this before who has resigned. So this is a position that we were using that is open. So in the event that the director then went back to his civil service position, he would go back to this position, which is where he came from, but the cap on that position, while still about a $20,000 cut for him, still puts him within the range for that position and keeps him within the department, which I think is very important.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Council.
Yes, and just to clarify, so if the GIS specialist or whoever that intends to be, will we, and we have that expertise in the planning department, will we not be able to have to engage that IT contract for GIS specialists with ELOS?
So that is an interesting question. I'm going to let you answer that one because you are a GIS specialist.
Correct. So that was my position when I was hired by the city in 2015.
So why can't we just get that position for you and you can do everything? We'll say save $200,000. I mean, I don't understand. It
So
sounds like a good idea.
my hope is that I'll be retained. And if I'm retained, that position will not be necessary because I have the capacity to do GIS. We may or may not want to hire a junior level planner. That decision would probably have to be made once the new administration comes in and takes a look at everything. But if I'm retained, I would be the one that would handle the GIS in the department. So we would not need that position. But as Ms. Foshi said, I am on leave from civil service. So if I'm not retained, I would prefer to go back to my civil service position for a while.
But so in terms of like what ELOS does, that's not only for planning. Do they also do other things for code and other stuff? So we would still have to engage them
ELOS
in
is, they do a whole range of other things for the city and for other departments.
Okay.
So within planning, I, can handle GIS.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Brannigan.
So basically what happens is if you're retained with the next administration, then these positions are going to become, they're eliminated, correct?
It would depend on what the new administration would want to do.
Okay.
I would, if I'm retained, I would imagine there would be a sit down where we discuss how the planning department is going to, be handled moving forward and what positions would be necessary to keep it efficient and responsive to the citizens, the administration, and to the council.
Because when you look at the salaries for the GIS specialist at $69,900, I know where that comes from. And then the associate planner, are you looking to hire an associate planner?
I think if I were to be retained, that's where we would probably look to hire an entry-level planner. We've been very successful with the two that had that position.
Okay.
So successful that they've both gone on to better jobs. So
Yeah.
I feel like I feel like I did a good job of getting them ready for their next endeavor, which is really, when you take an entry-level position like that in the field of planning, it's not because you're anticipating being there for a long time. It's you're there to get the experience. And so, they got the experience, and then they were able to take that and then move on to a different position, which I fully support.
Okay, I understand the process. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. We will take the Citizens Services Department at this time. And that is on page 180.
Good afternoon, whenever you're ready.
Hello, I'm Siobhan Thompson, the Director for the Department of Citizen Services. My Assistant Director is Chantel Miller. Y'all want me to begin with anything? The Department of Citizen Services is here to promote the value in nutrition and other needs, essential services in those in need, for those people in need. We service from last year, May 2021 to today, 3,452 families. And that was, in a year. So the families are a whole, not individual people. So I'm just counting, like, if the mother comes, we're not counting the children. So if you counted the kids and the mother and the father or whatever, it'll be more.
And what was that number again, please?
3,452.
Thank you.
Well, right now we have 7 employees. We are full-time. We have one clerk, one position open that used to be part-time that we're trying to make full-time.
Councilman, do you have a question?
Yeah, and the clerk 1 position, the salary is full-time in this budget? At 23,602?
Yes.
Okay.
The
And
program
that-
coordinator one is
Yeah.
the assistant
Assist-
director on leave from civil service.
Yes.
Okay, so basically, we're funding, again, a civil service position and a director position?
Assistant director.
Assistant
position.
director. So it's only going to be one or the other?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Director. So the program coordinator job, if we are going to have that, would be to do what as it relates to this department?
I'm not sure what the program coordinator position was because that was before.
So
me.
let me give that a shot. So to begin with, the assistant director is on leave from civil service, so she has the right to go back to the job she had before, and this was the job she had before. One of the things that she brought to her position as the assistant director, which is fabulous, and I'm pretty excited that we're finally coming out of COVID so we can do it again, is that we had community events, we had smoothie demonstrations, we had SNAP events, we had cooking and all these sorts of things. They were talking about doing a cooking show. I mean, the program obviously is the provision of nutritional services. And while this is a food bank, it is community services and that they do outreach beyond that. So this particular woman who is serving in the assistant director position has taken those program coordinator skills into her current position. If she goes back to her program coordinator, I would expect her to continue to provide program coordination and probably focus more on that than she is now. It will be up to the new administration in terms of what they would have their assistant director do. So I think the program coordinator job is easier to define than what a new assistant administrator would do.
Right. So the assistant director may or may not, if she goes back to that, may or may not be something that's they're going to go forward.
It might do something completely different.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman McKinney.
Thank you, Council President. I just have a clarifying question. So in previous examples, there were maximum salaries for civil service positions. Is this the maximum salary for the program coordinator?
It's not the maximum. She fit into the range, so it's
Okay,
the actual.
so it's just her actual salary?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Brannigan.
It seems that we are having this dual funding on several occasions, and I would like a copy or a list of every one that's funded twice in our budget book.
Okay.
Okay.
Except that they won't be funded twice if they're replaced. Then they're funded once. In other words, if the new administration selects a different assistant director, this person who is an assistant director will actually be the program coordinator. So there'll be two different positions. But I know what you're saying. You're asking,
Yeah, so
where have we put?
It's causing the
There'll be
cost to rise.
It will, because you'll have two employees. But this person, because of civil service, has the absolute right to go back to civil service.
Right, okay, I understand
So,
that.
but in terms of the ones that we've budgeted, the contingency budget for people who might go back to civil service, we can identify for you everyone who's on leave from civil service, and then where they're going if they go back.
That's what I want.
Got it.
Thank you.
And if you could share that with all of us, that'd be great.
No, just Councilman Brannigan. He asked first. Yes,
Well,
of
he can
course.
share with me then.
Give it to
Of
the
course.
whole council.
Okay, if you insist.
Madam Clerk, thank you.
Any more questions or concerns?
Well, I thought this smooth talker was going to ask for a trash compactor, and I was going to tell you, don't do it. We already bought it. We are
Okay,
already paying for
okay.
it. Get your
The next department
Get-
is Economic Development, Main Street.
Main
Page
Street
89.
Economic Development. All right, so I'm going to take a stab at this one, Heidi, and then you fill in the blanks.
Turn it on.
Yeah, I'll start it, and then you fill in the blanks.
Okay.
All right, this is Heidi Glorioso, who is the Assistant Director of Economic Development and the Program Coordinator in Main Street. A couple of years ago, we created a pilot program of economic development. We put a contractor in there, and with some great success, I think. But budgeting for next year, it is budgeted as an employee, that there is in the budget an employee of economic development. Currently, Heidi is the assistant director. What we have done is subsumed Main Street, the funding of Main Street, under economic development. Heidi is no longer split between Main Street and economic development. So when you look at economic development, you will see a director, which was previously not there. And then under the professional services, you will see previously the contract director, who will now not be there this coming year. Heidi is also on leave from civil service. We will put in the plug, please keep Heidi where she is, otherwise she has to go back and work for Mark. So Heidi.
I hear they have a good working relationship.
They do, we
Yes.
think. So that as Councilman Brannigan referred to it as the double, that'll be in a different budget, right? But just know that Heidi is on leave from civil service. Her position as the assistant director is budgeted. So if you look at 88, which is Main Street, I'm sorry, that's not correct. That's planning again. You look at 89, that's Main Street, you'll see that the proposed budget goes to zero. That's not because we are not funding Main Street or not proposing the funding of Main Street, but all of that funding has been moved under economic development. So you will see that the Main Street manager, which was 50% economic development and 50% Main Street, has now gone to zero because that has been added to economic development. Economic development begins on page 92. And of course, you see the increase in salaries and benefits and the decrease in service charges. That's because you've added a director and you've eliminated a contractor. With that, and then on page 95, of course, that's how that breaks down. Now there's a director, there was not before. The assistant director goes from 30 to 63.9 because it has gone both the raise from last year as well as the 50-50 split is no longer there. We still have a budgeted economic development coordinator part-time. That was Kelly Hand. During COVID, she did not participate that much, but she's still on the books. Hopefully that can remain. And then the executive assistant, which was split between planning and economic and development, has been removed. So with that, Heidi, I'm going to turn it over to you, both to talk about what you guys are planning and also to let you answer any questions.
Okay. My position with economic development over the past couple of years has really been focused on Rivertown. I still maintained my planetarium coordinator duties during that time, so I focused on the museums and the planetarium, scheduling field trips, and as Ms. Deborah said, I am on leave from civil service, so if not retained in economic development, I would hope to return to the planetarium coordinator position. Questions?
Councilwoman McKinney?
Thank you, Council President. My question is, okay, so the elimination of Main Street, do we not have to maintain that as a separate, considering that's a special program? Can we still use that designation if we don't have a department or?
We are
that's
told that
associated
Main
with
Street is a designation for the city. It is not a departmental designation. Previously, when there were a lot of grants out there, it was a whole lot easier to have it separate. But now, Main Street is suffering from success. So many places have been very successful as Main Street programs that now the necessity for that sort of focus appears to be no longer there. And I'll let Heidi speak to that. She's been the Main Street manager for many, many years.
Yeah, my job with Main Street was mostly just to attend 4 quarterly meetings for Louisiana Main Street, attend a national conference. A lot of the grants that they do turn you on to, you can apply whether you're a Main Street district or not. And also a lot of them pertain to rural communities, so a lot of them would have a cap of 50,000 population or less, which knocked us out from the get-go. So, yeah, I didn't see a whole lot of access to grants while I was working with the program.
Okay. Okay, and then I do notice that the professional services contract was eliminated since the director will be going in-house. So that's good. And then the travel and professional development, is that still, will you still be traveling for Main Street if you do go to any of those conferences, even though you're not officially Main Street?
I would think that would fall under whoever would be assistant director or director of economic development.
Okay.
I think they would fulfill the
Right,
requirements
but
for
if
Main
you're,
Street.
if you're still the assistant director, then
Right,
that
yes.
person would still do
Yes.
that. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. The next department is going to be emergency management.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Doug Doe, and I'm the Director of Emergency Management. My Assistant Director is John Cryer. The Emergency Management Department coordinates emergency preparedness and response activities across municipal agencies. We accomplish this through extensive planning and coordination with 20 different city departments on a year-round basis. We also promote and provide access to cost-free FEMA training for all the departments, which ensures our continuing compliance with federal disaster response standards. Our office is available for activation on a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week basis. Over the past year, the department has addressed a number of events. Since last July, we've had 17 local emergency proclamations. We responded to winter weather, a tornado, 11 severe weather events, including 7 multi-day rain events, and 7 tropical events were monitored, and we also responded to Hurricane Ida. We've addressed COVID-19 recovery and several cyber incidents as well. We participated in planning and operations for the Driftwood and ISIS parades, and we've had to activate just about every one of our 26 annexes of our emergency operations plan, and every municipal department has been involved in some degree of activation over the last year. Members of our staff have taken part in over 100 recovery coordination group meetings since Ida made landfall last August. A large part of our work is municipal situational awareness. Aside from weather and public health, we also monitor utility disruptions, street closures, levee conditions, cyber events, rail and airport activity, and other homeland security and public safety issues. We've issued hundreds of advisories while we monitored over 385 situations during the past year. Our current staffing level is 4 members. We will eliminate 1 part-time position this year.
for an overall 3.5% reduction in costs associated with salaries and benefits. Collectively, our staff has over 115 years of emergency management experience. You'll note an increase in health care coverage this year. For us, it's due to one previous employee not having health care coverage, opting out, and this year we have another employee who has opted in, so that's why you see that. Our cost on computer supplies, office supplies, and training has decreased by 6.6%, 15.9%, and 35% respectively. This is due to our ability to acquire much of our equipment and some supplies using annual Homeland Security grants. This includes laptops, printers, scanners, weather stations, radio equipment, surplus commodities, and a trailer. An example would be the laptops and printers that were distributed to set up the code enforcement department here after Ida. We've also refocused our training objectives a bit. We had previously provided some grant and program development assistance to several departments over the past few years, including finance, planning, and fire. Those departments now resume responsibilities for those programs, and our staff's specialized training in some of those areas is not presently necessary. The one area where you will see an increase is communications. Our office relies heavily on reliable communications to support citywide emergency operations. Emergency management has been assigned to coordinate communications logistics, which includes initial acquisition and programming of portable radios for hundreds of fire and municipal employees. We also maintain a cache of radios for emergency operations. There's a monthly maintenance fee associated with each radio for use of the Elwyn Regional Radio Network. The increased cost is specifically related to a proposed installation of a satellite-based internet service at the EOC. This will eliminate repeated issues during storm events, where city agencies lose access to the internet for days at a time. These interruptions affect not only our ability to post social media, but our email and VoIP phone systems as well. This impacts our ability to communicate with the public, police, fire, as well as parish and state agencies. This new service will support uninterrupted operations at the EOC, as well as provide internet service for all municipal departments in the event of a service disruption during a major storm. Over the past 8 months, we've worked closely with FEMA and GOSEP to provide relief to Kenner residents affected by Hurricane Ida. We have attended training and also worked with the Community Development Department to meet multiple times with these and other federal partners. We've obtained information on some long-term mitigation funding programs that might be beneficial to the city of Kenner, and this information is being shared with relevant department heads, including Public Works, Planning and Recreation. We've also forwarded this information to Mayor-elect Glazer's transition team for their consideration. As we are fast approaching the start of another hurricane season, the Emergency Management Department is updating our plans and sharing information with our police and fire departments, municipal department heads, and elected officials. We're coordinating with parish and state agencies. As we do every day, we monitor and issue updates on local conditions. We work with the media to provide a variety of preparedness information resources for the community. We have increased our logistics support capacity by acquiring some advanced specialized training for one of our staff members. And we're working to ensure continuity of operations over the next few months for a smooth transition to a new administration during what is expected to be another active hurricane season. The Emergency Management Department staff stands ready to work with the new administration and this council to identify their priorities and to work towards continued improvement in our Homeland Security and disaster preparedness, response, and recovery programs and activities. If retained, I would like to be retained. However, if not, then I would like to go back to my civil service position as Emergency Management Coordinator. I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
And if I could make a correction, please, on page 103, we failed to include Mr. Dode's prior position in Emergency Management Coordinator, so an amendment would be, from us at least, 2 Emergency Management Coordinators with an increase, the max salary is $81,674. So there'd be a $21,000 decrease in Mr. Dode's pay, but he would still be an Emergency Management Coordinator protected by civil service. And we'll put that in writing and send that to you. So.
Thank you. Councilwoman McKinney?
Yes, thank you, Council President. My only question is for the Assistant Director, does he know he's getting funded less? It's 84 and the 75.
84 is the plan.
Why is there a cut?
Yes, well, the individual who was in that position previously left to go to another job. So that
okay,
individual
so-
was at a higher rate
Okay,
earlier
so-
in the year, and the indivital coming in
Who got a
was
lower
assessed a new
salary?
salary. Yes.
Oh, okay. I was just like, wow, this, I mean, he's getting the, he probationary period there. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so that makes sense.
Good thing he's not here. Councilman?
Yeah, thank you. So, Mr. Doe, thank you again for all your support over the past 4 years for emergencies. So the assistant director right now presently is not filled.
No, the assistant director position is filled
Is
right
filled.
now. That individual is filled. That individual is John Cryer.
So right now he's filled at the $84,000.
No, sir. The
He's
80
filled at the,
I think it was 75,000 is the salary for that position.
okay,
84,000 was an individual who was employed here previously. That individual also, in addition to work in my office, also worked with other departments on some other programs. So that's why you saw the salary that was
Yeah.
at that.
okay, thank you for the correction. And how long has this person, the other individual, female, I forget her name, left? How long has this person been the assistant in that capacity?
The individual that's presently my assistant director came on the job the week of Hurricane Ida.
Okay. Hey, what a way to make an entrance, man. I tell you that. That's right. That's it. So, okay. So, it's, it's good to know, hey, and this, I'm glad Councilman Brannigan asked for this list because it is growing out of the roof. So you will, depending on what happens, we'll come back to coordinator at the, if the worst scenario, you would like to go back as the coordinator as opposed to being under civil service, correct?
I would like to be a director, but if that's not possible, then
Yeah.
obviously then I would come back in my civil
Right.
service position.
And in the words of Ms. Foshies, I think she said before, you know what? I think the person to be happy to have the job. So I'm just going to use her words to say that I get it. But with that, you are obviously your job, no matter what they call you, potato, your services to the city is important. I mentioned that earlier about the police department, the fire department, and the EOC, is that, technically, do we have to have a fire department, a police department, or EOC? No. But the citizens of Kenner respect that because your attention is only for the citizens of Kenner, as opposed to the parish's EOC is for the whole parish. So that is the plus side for us getting it. So coordinator, director, what you do will not change. It will still provide the same services and beyond to the citizens of Kenner. And we are appreciative of that. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilmember Beaumont.
Thank you, Mr. President. And it looks like what we have right now is a decrease of roughly 38,000. But however, since we have that position looks like we're going to have the administration possibly do an amendment, whatever, and so that's going to increase the budget for this department. So I guess, is it fair to say it's going to be a standstill budget as opposed to a decrease in this budget?
By the time you do your amendment, you'll probably know, at least on some of these positions from the new administration, whether they're keeping the positions or not. I think we can get a fairly quick read on this particular department. So if Mr. Dote stays where he is, then it is a decrease. If Mr. Dote were to go back to his prior civil service position, then it would be an increase of approximately 50,000. But I think on this particular department, we can get a fairly early read, and we'll let you know shortly.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dote.
Councilman Segura.
Thank you, Council President. Mr. Dote, as you may recall, when you came over to the city as the coordinator for emergency management, and then in 2016, as I was serving as mayor, I requested the council to make this department, your department, a department. Under those terms was to try to benefit the city in getting more grant money that a emergency management department would have versus just you as a coordinator. You give me some idea in this time that you've been the director, kind of a dollar amount of grants that we have gotten that we may not have gotten before?
I don't have it over the last 11 years, but I would say it's probably, I would say an average of about, it's probably around $300,000, maybe more than that, probably more than that. I mean, if we look at all the grants, that's just equipment, but if we look at all the grants that we've been able to assist with as far as shutters and those sorts of things on different facilities, you know, I would think it's you know, it's probably approaching $500,000.
Good, because that's, you know, that's what we kind of, you and I had a discussion that, you know, it would probably be a big input to the city to have a department and then get that added grant coming in as a result. Also, I recall you were the only person in that department created. It's grown. Thank you for that, because it shows that the need was there, and with your direction, it has grown to give us the expertise and the capability to manage these issues within the city under the emergency management concept, as well as the applying and getting grants for it. So just want to say thank you for living up to the discussion that we had to go forth, and we asked the council to approve the department, that it would be great things for the city. So thank you for certainly following through on that and making the promise happen. Good luck in the future, and I hope it continues.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Madam Clerk? Thank you, Sadot.
Right.
Good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon, council members. Yep, got it. Right. I am Leon Conavespri. I'm the Director of Internal Audit, also known as Risk Insurance Audit and Compliance. And for the most part, our budget is pretty much a standstill. We do have some personnel changes, albeit slight. We have eliminated the Assistant Director position, unfunded the Assistant Director position, as well as the Office Manager position. The Financial Project Coordinator is another position of a current employee who is an Assistant Director and on leave from civil service. So it was budgeted in his former position as the Financial Project Coordinator. And to answer the question of what that position actually did, his job was to research businesses located in Kenner to determine if business license or occupational license was active, and then to coordinate with the Jefferson Parish Tax Assessor's Office to determine if the correct amount of sales tax was being collected from that business. We have the Safety Inspector remains, as well as we are requesting a Secretary 3 if we decide to fill that position if the need arises. And that is to, right now we have no one in an administrative capacity in the department to handle requisitions and handle payroll, even though it's a few of us. It becomes a problem when I have to create the requisitions and the purchase orders and payroll, and then ask our finance director to sign everything to review and sign everything for me. And also, it does assist in having, when we are conducting investigations, to have someone as a secretary, literally, to assist with the writing of it, as well as to be a witness in all interviews. And there's one other position that is unfunded and not listed. It's our furry friend who is 6'4", and his services are complimentary to the city, along with the bulk of his wardrobe, is also compliments of the department.
But a lot of sweat.
A lot of sweat. Thankfully, he's washable.
If I could, to comment on the positions, this is one of the examples where there is someone who's an assistant director in another department who, if not retained in the other department, will come back to this department in their civil service role. Likewise, Mr. Contravaspri is on leave from civil service in another department. So were he not retained, his former position is budgeted in a different department. So these, I think, are the first ones where we've had where there's been some crossover. Up to this point, it's just been people who are going to a civil service position within the same department. But Leon came from civil service, and the assistant code director came from risk.
Councilman Hayes.
The position that we eliminated,
Sorry.
the tax situation, what kind of revenues did that audit fund?
It was in the beginning stages when he was moved to code, but he found a number of businesses that were without business licenses, and he was in the process of contacting those businesses. The businesses he was able to contact did result in those businesses turning in or applying for and getting new occupational licenses and business licenses. To give you a number, it would be a raw guess.
It seems to me you're eliminating a position that is obviously generating revenues.
He's actually doing it in code as well.
Good.
Yes. The job just transferred with him.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Contravaspri, for being here today. So just to follow up on Councilman Hayes, the individual who did that specific job in finding out what businesses were actually functioning in the city of Kenner, that is a tough job because people can fly under the radar all the time. What do you think is a way of helping the city to identify those funds that are important to the city? Is it through Entergy? Is it through how do you think we are able to do better with that?
He was definitely doing the brute force method, speak of the devil, and he can actually answer the question a lot better when code is up. But literally brute force, as in getting in his car and driving from one end of the city to the other. And he started at one side of the city and literally wrote all the businesses down. He would then get with the tax assessor's office to find out if they were on the tax rolls. And if they weren't, then he would prepare a letter. It was multiple steps that he coordinated with the legal department as well to make sure everything was followed to the letter of the law. So, it's an ongoing thing. It's fairly new. It's not even 2 years old, the program.
Mm-hmm.
So, and with the shifting of Mr. Conjemi to code, it did not stop it, but it slowed it down. So it is something that we are going to investigate to come up with a plan and work with the legal department as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost impossible to do 100%. It's no
Yes.
different than people paying their taxes.
Exactly.
Some people are not going to pay their taxes, and some are going to get away with it, and some are going to get caught. My second question is for the safety inspector is for the safety inspector for the whole city.
Yes, sir.
Not just within risk. They are the safety.
He is the
for
citywide
every
city
department.
safety officer. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Council. Madam Clerk.
I might have.
Had it?
I'm sorry.
That was close, Ricky.
Not that there's anything wrong with that, it is.
I might have some assistance for you. Fire
Okay.
department does a address inspection. Maybe we can start cross-referencing some business address names by alphabetical of what the city has and does not have on file.
Absolutely. We will take any assistance we can get with that. So, yes,
that
I
might be
will.
because we inspect every business in the city of Kenner, and we don't do it by name; we do it by address. And I know there's sections over there on West 23rd that don't pay any kind of taxes.
What we'll do is we'll get together with the members of the administration of the fire department and research that option.
Yeah, we can do that. Keith Crimmins Jr. is the person, the contact person.
Okay.
With inspections.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Cool. Madam Clerk.
See you, Mr. Pettit.
Now you got 3 names.
Looks different.
Just a little bit. Good afternoon,
Good
everyone.
afternoon, welcome.
My name is Luis Rodriguez, Director of the Clerk of Courts and Mayor's Court. This year on the budget, for the most part, it's pretty much the same. I am requesting to get my office manager position back on the budget, which was eliminated on last year's budget. And the increase you'll see on the financial officer and the senior administrative assistants is 2 positions with 2 employees who are currently both directors and both on civil service leave.
Yes, so which are the 2 positions that are on civil service, the 2 administrative assistants you said?
The 1 administrative assistant and 1 financial officer.
Okay.
And the one I'm requesting is the office manager.
And those will be included on that list that when you guys send it to us, right? Thanks.
And just to be clear, the director here is on leave from civil service within the department, so that's one of the positions. And then Mr. Contravaspi, who we just talked to, is on leave from this department as well.
So Mr. Rodriguez is on leave? Okay.
Yes.
Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Director, for coming today. So the clerk, the court clerk, that salary went up from 128 to 153. That is an actual increase for the 6 individuals.
Correct. That I believe that has to do with the pay study.
Exactly.
And
That's
we're
great
not
to hear.
requesting any additional clerks. That's just the increase because of the pay study.
Because a little math, they were doing 20, now they're going to be around 25. So that is fantastic.
Yes, sir.
So as far as it relates to the senior administrative assistant, that's going up a little bit more, but that is also with this phenomenal thing that we're being faced with now with people being on loan and going back and forth. That's why.
Correct.
That's why we're there. Okay, so you don't have to go into the explanation. I'm getting it. I'm getting it real well. So thanks again. And as far as the clerk of court, the COVID is over. We are now physically have a location. I think it's here.
Yes, sir. Right where you're sitting, that's where the magistrate sits for morning and afternoon court. And that room over there, that's the prosecutor's conference room. And this is where defendants sit, wait their turn to go in and speak to the prosecutor.
Right. So the overall ability for us to let the community know, have we done any type of media or have we done anything through the Kenner webpage or to let people know? I know we mail them to tell them,
right.
And I'm sure it has to say now where they're going to go. But have we done anything more to say, hey, guess what, guys? We are meeting in person now, and we are meeting at the Macy's facility.
May have.
Now you broke it.
I'm sorry.
You
All
broke
right.
it at the
I know
last
my
meeting.
turn hasn't come up yet, but we work hand in hand a lot.
Okay.
But we've had court has been in person for months. It's been maybe, a couple weeks after Ida,
Right.
maybe a month after Ida.
Yes.
And then during COVID, people have also, before Ida, were going to 1801 Williams. The prosecutors and the judges appear via Zoom. We're ready for trial. That's not a problem. We would come in person for that. But there's nothing to put out there because, again, clerk of court and court has been happening since last year. Only the breaks for maybe a month from Ida.
Right, just
Because there was,
September.
once you all started having meetings here, clerk of court also started here. So there's nothing to announce because people are coming to court and have been coming to court for months.
Now we did post on Facebook. Tickets are now being written with the 1401 Williams, 1401 West Esplanade, address instead of 1801 Williams. Officers are now writing them with this address here. And we had the rolling banner on the website at one point, and there's also, of course, the sign at City Hall if people show up. But if they do call us, we let them know that we have been holding, defendants have been coming in person. That didn't stop at all.
Yeah, and you know, I just wanted to, hey, let's put it out there. You can never give too much information, and I guess I just got kind of caught between. There were at one time the ad hoc judges were not working in a capacity. Is that
No, they were always working.
All
we would
of
set
them?
up. We would always like set up, like Judge Floyd and Miguel. We would always, and of course, Lozana. We would definitely set up a Zoom. So anytime we prosecutors needed an extra arm from the judge for pre-trials and stuff, we would set it up. So they've always been working. And even when we were at home last year, we continued court via Zoom.
Yeah, so we have how many?
As in we prosecutors and the judges, but the people would actually come in.
Right,
His
right.
staff was there physically at 1801, and people were coming there physically with the Zoom bot.
With the
right?
Zoom, right.
Right. So all of our how many ad hoc judges do we have?
It's 5 ad hoc, 1 salary.
Right. So all of them are back physically.
Yeah, now they're
working.
all back. Yeah.
Right, back working.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So
And they're all on a schedule, and this
Okay.
week we'll have Judge Floyd sitting in the morning session.
okay. Well, again, you know, maybe I'm behind the curve. Just based on talking to people who receive tickets, who receive this, who receive that, and it could have been a different array of people at different times. So my point is just to make sure it doesn't hurt for us to always broadcast that information to people as we go back and forth. And God forbid we have another COVID setback, then we're going to have to adjust again. So
Right.
as long as we're doing that, as long as we are getting the information out to people that we are open for business, obviously that's an important part for our funding. So I thank you guys and ladies for that support, and you know, thank you again.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman Brannigan.
Louis, why did you lose the office manager last year? What happened?
I believe it was due to a budget cut.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, we don't mind. My assistant director and I and my financial officer have assumed responsibilities that the office manager had in training and staffing related issues. And I would just like to have it back now that we're starting to see an increase in cases post-COVID and everybody being back. We could use the extra hand.
Yeah, so the workload has gotten,
Yes, sir.
okay. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Luis.
Thank you.
Your next department is going to be Code, page 133.
This department is unrehearsed. I have no idea what he's going to say.
So make it interesting. I'm just
How are y'all? My name's Nick Conjemi. I am the Assistant Code Director. As of our budget today, it looks as we're adding about 2 more extra full-time people. And this was all because of, we were able to do this because of, we no longer have a humane officer. Also, we cut down our motor vehicle assistant managers. First time, I'm a little nervous, so y'all have any questions for me?
Councilwoman McKinney.
Thank you, Council President, and welcome, Assistant Director Conjemi. I'll try to ask you some easy questions. So I guess my main question is, what was and maybe this is not a question you can answer either because I think it happened before you, what was the reason to cut the humane officer for code enforcement, and why are we not proposing to get someone to replace them? Because I know that a lot of Kenner residents have reached out to me directly that it's a very valuable service to have someone specific to Kenner that's trained and able to go and handle that service. What's the reasoning for that? And could there potentially be any plans in the future to replace that position?
Our department actually we write the court summonses, the violations, we go to the people's houses still. When I mean that we don't do the service anymore, we let Jefferson Parish, since the animals go to Jefferson Parish anyway, so it cuts out that middleman that we had where they just come and get the animals and we go ahead and we write the court summonses, bring the people to court or the violations. That's pretty much why we decided to do it. It's just, we thought it was just easier and better to go that route.
Want some help?
Huh?
For 3 years, we've been working with the parish. I don't mind backing you up if you want some help. For 3 years, we've been working with the parish and with the animal shelter in specific. And the animal shelter has some very specific concerns about our animal shelter operations. In particular, they would prefer to be the ones getting the dogs. There are multiple complaints brought to us about either animals arriving in poor conditions or them getting heads up about animals and they never arrived at all. They have a very specific role, and that is with the animals themselves. Our police department has a very specific role that has to do with dog fighting or animals being used as a weapon and menacing. And then our code department has a very specific role, and they actually write the tickets. It's a combination of those three that handle every single one of these complaints about a dog. One of the problems is without allowing the parish to do the parish's role, and without calling the police when it's a police role, and without having code do their role, we end up having the wrong person called. So, we have had multiple meetings with the parish. The animal shelter director is fabulous, and they send an officer out every single time we call. They need a police officer to write certain charges. In the parish, they have the sheriff's office. Here we have KPD. They also, for a city charge, they still take the dog, but they need our code officers to write the charge. So before we went to the position of having the parish the primary source in terms of picking up the animals themselves, we had the former the parish director, the shelter director, come here and do a training in service with our officers and explain to them in which circumstance they're supposed to be involved, in which circumstance call the police. And in almost every circumstance, you call the parish. The parish has somebody available 24/7. So what we have heard on many occasions, I don't want to call the parish because they're only there 8:30 to 4:30 Monday through Friday. If you want to adopt a dog, that's correct. But if you have an actual animal problem or you need assistance with an animal, then that is when you need to call the parish itself. We do that. We do that through largely the fire dispatch is the one who figures out which of these types of cases it is. But at this point, we have sort of a division of labor that has been worked out with the parish and with the code department and with, we call Lewis Lynn the pet detective. He was involved in the very beginning in terms of telling us what the police can and cannot do. So at this point, it's not that we don't do it. We just don't have a separate officer called a humane officer, because what we're not doing is not taking possession of the animals and giving them the distemper shot and filling out the paperwork and dropping them off, because enough complaints and enough problems associated with that. We had multiple complaints from the parish about comments made by our humane officers about the parish itself, like, don't take your dog there, they kill all the dogs. So we had, they didn't threaten to sue us, I don't want to imply that, but we had so many complaints with the parish before we actually sat down with them and said, okay, what part of this is your role? What part of this is our role? What part is the police? What part is code? What part is the animal? So that's how we evolved to this. This didn't just happen this year. This happened 2 years ago.
Okay, right. I guess my only concern is that some citizens aren't getting the services that they need from Jefferson Parish, so.
If they don't get the service they need from Jefferson Parish, that's when they need to call the code department. And the code department will call. We have those numbers. I can get them 24/7. He can get them 24/7, and you probably can get them 24/7 too. There is, what's the lady's name? Is the group? Shannon. Well, Michelle's the head of the shelter, but Shannon is the chief. She is the chief.
She's the head of.
Right, of the inspectors of all this. She will get somebody out here. She absolutely will. Now, if you call her and say, I need somebody because my next door neighbor's dog is pooping on my yard, she'll say, no, call the code department, because there's certain things that are our code. Like, the parish doesn't write our code, but the things that our animal, the humane officer, the job of the humane officer, those things, the actual, animal, not euthanized, but what's the, oh darn, tranquilizers, all of that. You know what I'm saying? All of that requires special training. There were certain, the shelter believed that our officers had a level of training that they did not, and they did not find that out until much later. So we really, if we want to go full bore into animal humane officers, then they need more training, they need a higher education level, and our citizens are already paying a millage to the parish to perform that service, and the parish is willing if we just call the right person.
Okay. And do they also provide services for alligator removal?
No, that is so-and-so the trapper, what's his name?
That's the
Wildlife and Fisheries, right. So there is a specific person to call if it's alligators, there's a specific person to call if it is what?
Because of the federal protection, you have to call wildlife and then they determine who to.
Correct, that's correct. Okay. Or you can call Raphael, who caught one in his back in a garbage can.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I guess I just have there's some other, a senior administrative assistant that's listed on page 136 it's going from 15,000 to 54. And what's 136?
That position was allocated between 3 departments, and now it's fully funded in the code department.
Oh, okay. And then also the increase for the code inspector ones, is that just an increase of the number of code inspectors?
Correct.
Okay. And then it's the same thing for code inspector 2, or, well, I mean, that's about a $5,000 increase. Is that just a raise, or?
Yeah, it's what they are currently making, but they received a raise.
Okay. That's all I have. Thanks.
Ms. Foshee, and thank you for the explanation. That's the first time I've ever heard that about Jefferson Parish or code or the police. I'm not fussing, I'm not trying to make it. Is there any way we could get that out? Because I've had my assistant say, I'm not certain who to call about this dog or that dog, and I know some of the other assistants have had that conversation as well.
Absolutely.
So if we could...
Yeah, absolutely. Now, for some reason, I thought we had put something out, but maybe we didn't.
Whenever they call, we give them the number.
Right.
Or
Okay. Absolutely.
If you call me directly.
I think that's fair, and I think putting something up clearly on the Facebook page would be helpful too, because there's very specific times in which we will show up. It's us, or it's the police, or it's the animal shelter, and it's kind of confusing sometimes if you think one entity shows up for all animal complaints, and I can see how it would be confusing. So yes, absolutely.
And I think the Jefferson Parish being available, the humane officer 24 hours a day. Again, I have not heard that.
Absolutely.
Councilwoman.
And while we're on that subject, I just want to mention too, because I know alligators were brought up earlier, and we mentioned dogs. Also, I have questions, I guess, about possums, I guess. Possums and ducks primarily.
Well, yeah, I know, right? And there's, I don't know what Trapper John traps, but we pay a millage to the parish. The parish has a contract with Trapper John, and he picks up wild animals that aren't alligators. At the parish, they will let you, I don't know if it's rent or borrow a trap, so you can get a raccoon or possum. So I know they have that capacity there. I don't think anybody actually comes out to grab them, but I think they will let you borrow one of those traps, and then you take it to St. Charles Parish and it runs back. But I think that's what they do with that. But there's other things like coyotes, and there's a variety of animals that they will call Trapper John on to come get.
So who will take the animal once it's in a trap?
Well, I think they expect you to do that, but I think you can call. We need to, I'll talk to Nick, and we need to do a better understanding of what exactly Trapper John can pick up. But we'll find out and let you know.
That'd be great. And again, if you post it online or whatever, so we can know.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you.
And when you say you, did you mean Councilman?
I do, exactly. I'm leaving soon, but he will still be here. He can handle the possums.
May I ask a question, please, on page 135, the $150,000 professional services?
And what is All right, so as you can see, we had excuse me. Right, so this is reduced from the prior because we had South Central Planning. I don't think I have it, I'm joking. Can you handle it, South Central Planning? It's different.
Okay. Yeah, it is instant. Okay. That is that is who we use when we didn't have a CBO anymore, to go out and, to review homes and stuff like, that's who we were using at the time.
And what is this CBO?
What's that?
So what is this CBO?
Certified Building Officer.
Okay.
I mean, official.
If I can, President, that, I'm just surmising that professional services is attorneys that do the background for our demolitions, the vetting to get the property.
Planning
owners,
review and everything, yeah.
Like you said, the
Yeah,
temporary.
they were a service that was just helping us out for the time being, until we had to get, right now, we finally got us a CBO with probably about 6 months ago. We're about to get a building inspector plan. So once we filled all them spots, to me, there's gonna be no use for it.
But aren't you using engineering to inspect houses for demolition? Curate.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to do it, but
Yeah,
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll jump in a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I know Code, for example, we've done several contracts. They have a curator. Debbie Villio's firm does the curatorship, which is something Code always has. South Central Planning was for the CBO position after James Mohammed was let go, but there's a second contract as well, because the city did not have enough inspectors. And then after Ida happened, they also assisted with the residential inspections as well. So South Central Planning was for the CBO, and so CBO inspectors, I know there are planning reviewers as well under contract, and like I said, the curatorship, demolition firm so it's a couple things. So even if they hire, I'm sure they still need money for services as well, from all the others.
Thank you. Councilman Hayes.
I'm glad to see that you are decreasing your part-time and increasing your full-time. I think you'll get more bang for the buck. My experience was by the time they come, the part-time, by the time they'd come home, they were almost, by the time they got here, they were almost going home. So I think this is a good move that you're doing there.
Correct.
Councilman Brannigan.
Yes. So we don't have a code director, and I know we had Miss Wilkin in that place, and I'm pretty sure she was on the contracts. The salary was $84,000 a year. How much did we pay in contracts to Miss Wilkin, and was it a full year, a partial year, time-wise?
We spent $66,736.
And with the director, you'll also, of course, have the benefits on top. This is just the salary.
And how long did she work for us?
I'm gonna pull it up. December of 21.
What's that?
December of 2021 is when her contract was signed.
So we paid $67,000 for December, January, February, March, April. When does she leave?
The end of April, I believe.
Okay. And if we had a director at that amount, 66,000, It would have cost us 91,428 with, okay.
Councilman Hayes.
Was that positioned under the Sternhill agreement?
I don't, it was originally when they were doing the study, but I think we ended up hiring her under a direct contract. She was originally part of the Sternhill group when they were doing a study of the department itself, but we hired her separately under contract with her.
Councilman Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Conjimmy, for coming today. So I'm going to start back with the Humane Department. As Councilwoman McKinney, as Councilman Brennan, for the people within District 1, you know, I knew a couple of years ago that the gentleman that had left, or gentlemen, because I just knew them from being around in the city of Kenner when they were no longer humane. But as I've stated before, just like EOC we have for the parish, I have gotten, in my opinion, in the people within District 1, they were appreciative of the Humane Department. It is not my determination for the next administration, but that is something we have to revisit and look at it and see, because obviously people call and we don't get the same support as we had our own, because sometimes they don't know who to call, sometimes they come late, sometimes they don't come at all, because it varies from the river to the lake. I do know we have the opossums, the raccoon, the coyotes on the river. So those are things that are always, if you pass through South Kenner tonight, you will see that. As far as the traps, we used to loan traps to people, then we stopped loaning them, particularly for the seniors. They would trap the animal, and then it would take somebody to come pick the animal up. So all of the logistics that relates to the parish and what they do for humane, it's we are paying the millage. We should be getting the services. But just like the EOC, we pay millages and services. I think it's important to revisit that, to see us about possibly, if not even part-time, to have a humane person to be riding around the city of Kenner so people can see them and they actually be able to support. My second part is for the code inspectors. Do we have one designated person per district, or how do we divide the workforce for the?
It's not per district. It's we just put them in. I don't even know how it really worked before I got here, but they have different sections, so they do work different sections. You have some that work on the south side, some that work on the north side, but they all divided up by. You'll have some in your area, some in Councilman Segura's area. It's just, I don't know how they did that, but yes, we do have them. We don't have them patrolling all over the place. It's all they have their own district and areas.
Yeah, and I kind of remember individuals were assigned per district. Mm-hmm. An individual was assigned to District 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Right. Which worked out great because they become familiar with the area, with the neighborhood to an extent. There are always people who will support them because they are going to get sick. They are going to have so many things that as an individual they got to deal with. I don't believe, since our position of having a contractual person there, not a code director, I think we lost out a lot without having that individual person to be that person, to be the face of code. So I look forward to us getting a code
franchise.
Exactly right, and who will be able to hold accountable individuals as code officers for each individual districts. And it's good that all the guys do the same thing. The rules don't change from the river to the lake, but to have that continuity from district to district is great, and we definitely should look forward to moving towards that direction. So, code department, like I said before, between code and recreation, those are the two departments that people will get in your face, as you know, as it relates to their homes and their children, that they want to make sure that, either their neighbor or businesses or whatever are following the code, the rules and the laws of the code. And I will just say, particularly in District 1, we were the beginning of the city, and we have a older population, And there weren't even a code department back when many of these people, so now to be able to address that and to have that conversation with them as it relates to what you can and can't do is important, to have a person, in my opinion,
Right.
that is invested into the city to have that rapport. So I look forward to that, along with mentioning the part about having maybe a humane person, maybe not full-time, but maybe part-time. I think that could be advantageous as well. So, just ideas that we need to look at how we did it before. We have to adjust. We have to be able to, because I didn't know that the parish was, I didn't know we paid a millage or something, but now that I know, then yes, they should support us as well. Besides, because they're required to do it, but we can support as well ourselves to make it better. So thank you, Mr. Director.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other questions? Who's next? Thank you, Mr. Director.
The next department up will be Field Services, Administration, Streetlights, Streets and Drainage, and Parkways.
And
Page 140.
thank you.
Yes, please. Okay,
Is this on? Yes, it is. Can you hear that? Okay, I'm Kenny Melvin, Director of Field Services, and this is Christine Calamari. If you don't know who she is, I'm sure you have communicated with her. And I'm only asking for $50 million. So that's 10 million for each district, so we can just prove that. I'll go home right now. It's all good. We did have an increase, obviously, for adding employees, as well as the salary adjustments for a lot of those employees throughout the year. Which one are we starting on?
Clerk, you said
44, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I guess, because
Yes.
that was the ECA's off.
144.
144.
Yep, that's Field Services Administration, which we requested an additional person, which is a contract specialist, since we handle 32 contracts. It's a little difficult for Christine to do everything in the office, so I need that person.
Councilwoman McKinney?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so you're the director, and is the assistant director position filled?
Yes, that is, that's streets and drainage, but it's under administration.
Okay,
Yeah, right, under. Yeah. Yeah,
okay, so the position's filled,
yes,
and all of these positions are filled except for the contract specialist?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you can answer questions on lighting and all of those other?
Yes, ma'am.
things. Okay.
Any questions you got, I'll try to give you an answer.
Okay, so the electricians, is that adding 2 electricians?
Yes, ma'am, it is. Then that's, we have 20 traffic signals as well as 7,500 streetlights that we try to maintain. So
Okay,
have,
is that, Okay, so that's adding, but so those are new positions and you would have to hire 2 new people for those.
Yes, we are advertising now
Okay.
for some openings, but not for the new positions, for sure.
Okay, and then all of those positions are filled beyond the 2 that you need to add, or you would like to add?
I have 1 opening right now, I believe. 2 openings.
Okay, and what are those positions that are open?
Yeah, that's the electrician ones.
The 2 electricians? Okay.
Yes.
You're not doing parkways, are you?
Yes.
Oh, you are. Okay, and then so the equipment operator 1 positions, that's adding is that just adding 1 position or?
Excuse me?
Oh, the equipment operator under parkways, that's, is that just adding 1 position?
That's adding, yes, that position. We're adding 5 total.
In parkways or just total of?
No, that's in parkways, yes.
Okay, adding, okay. And are all of these positions filled? Are all of these positions filled?
No, I have openings in Parkway right now. 2 spots that we're in the process of filling. 2 construction work, 2 utility work.
And those are all civil service positions, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, I think that's all the questions. Thank you.
Councilman Brannigan?
Kenny, what positions are not filled right now? You said you had 2 construction workers?
And that's in Parkway, yes. 2 construction workers and 2 utility work. Overall, in the whole field services right now is 18 open positions.
18.
In the current budget, yes.
Okay.
Not including the new positions, which is 8 or 9.
So everything goes under you now for all of these departments?
Yes.
Councilman Hayes?
How many total employees?
67, yeah, 67.
I remember one time you were saying you were down so many.
Yes, and if we go back to those numbers, which I'm trying to get to, where if I get to those numbers, I can decrease the amount of contracts that we use. We can't get rid of the contracts, but you can decrease the number of funds that you're spending.
So you got 67 now. If you get up to that number, what is that number?
Well, right now it's like adding 11, or is it 13? I want to get to double that amount actually. And I'm talking down the road, 10 years down the road. And that, because you have to go through the training process. Once you get all of these people trained, if you're spending $1 million on concrete repair, so to speak, you can cut that to 500,000.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the overall goal, is to reduce the amount of money we're outputting.
Understand.
Any other questions? Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Director, Assistant Director, for coming today. So obviously, over the years, the Kenner Public Works Department has evolved, has decreased, it has taken up positions, it has assigned to other locations. So just for me and my clarification, how many departments are physically under Public Works and under your director? How many different departments?
It's 5.
And they are?
Street lights, traffic signals, parkway, streets and drainage, and recreation maintenance.
So recreation is a newly maintenance of the facility or maintenance
It's
of?
the fields.
So maintenance of the field. So
Yes.
now cutting the grass, making sure
Yes.
it's look. So that, how long has that been part of?
The
Public Works?
recreation maintenance has been I want to say 6 months, maybe 7 months.
So this is relatively new.
Maybe a little
department.
longer, but we combined that right after Ida, I believe, to, when all of the parks and everything's were closed, those guys helped assisting the Parkway Department. So, and it's kind of evolving back to where it should be now.
So obviously, when there was a COVID, we couldn't do anything, but
Exactly.
with those guys' support, which is fantastic, how do you think that worked, or you think, is it better for them to be back under recreation as opposed to being under public works? Because as I said before, public recreation, as we have taken a beating on recreation.
Sure.
And to put those guys back, in your opinion, I'm only asking your opinion, would that be less of a supervisor role for you and more advantageous for the recreation director to have those guys? What is your personal opinion?
When you get fully operational in recreation, then I believe that a director and assistant director should have full control of those guys in recreation, so they can put their daily input on all of their fields, because they're going to know more about all of those programs that are going on than I am, because I'm not the director of recreation. So once they get fully functioning again, I think they should go back, and that'll probably be under the next budget.
Yeah, and right, it's no deterrent to you because you're not a recreation person.
Right.
I believe it is important to have those recreation employees under recreation who deal with the overall aspect of recreation.
Sure.
From a maintenance standpoint, right, the guys who cut grass for public works is good, but we need to start evolving back to moving them back, because now one person will be held responsible for the upkeep and the ambiance of all the parks, where you have, all of these different departments. It is something that you have to do, but to put it under recreation again is where we should be moving forward to.
And I think that, that obviously is going to be for the new administration, but I would think that would be the direction that it's going to go in.
Yeah, and
that would be my recommendation.
Exactly, and we appreciate your recommendation for that, because Public Works is a big department. It is obviously something very important to the citizens of Kenner, and not saying cutting the grass is not, but it is not as important as the infrastructure and Public Works and stuff like that, where it could be done by individuals whose main focus will be on that via recreation.
Right.
I think it will help also for the management of it, employees being able to have positions relating to Public Works and positions relating to recreation, from administration of it all the way to actually putting your hand on it and the guys with the skills and the technique. So,
and look, like right now, all these guys are getting cross-training, so it's actually benefiting us at this moment, because everybody's learning all of it. So it's a good process right now, but it does need to go back eventually.
Oh yeah, cross-training is always good, for a guy to be able to do dual things, for him to be comfortable with all parts of the city, from the lake to the river, is also important. So that is phenomenal that they're getting this training for that. And as we move forward to be able to ensure that Public Works, with all those different departments, are functioning, because the assistant director has been in that position for how long? The present assistant director of Public Works.
For Parkway?
For Public Works.
Larry has been over a year, at least 2 years. I think about 2 years. Yeah.
So he came from...
Yes, from the ground up, yes. He was a utility worker a while back. So.
And he moved to Mr. Williams, yes. You're talking about. Yes. I know him well, South Kenner.
Yep.
Man. So, I just think, as we move forward and we talked about code, we talk about Public Works, recreation, you guys have an important role, and to be able to get back into some normalcy, if that is a word today, I think that's going to be important with your experience, to be able to say, hey, I believe this is one way to do it better. And we're going to need that, for you guys to say that. And obviously I'm a little biased about, 10, 15 years ago when recreation was strictly recreation.
Right.
And Public Works was strictly Public Works. In my mind, I believe we can get back to that. But, we shall see. as we move forward, as opposed to this hybrid that the world is dealing with today.
Right.
So thank you a lot, Mr. Melvin. Thank you a lot, Ms. Christine. Thank you, Mr. Director.
Thank you.
I mean, I keep calling you director, man. President, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Mr. President. Gotcha.
Stock President. Councilman Brannigan.
So basically, over the three sections that you cover, we're looking at 209,000 of increase by adding those new positions.
Those positions as well as, yeah, you may have additional increase because of the salary adjustments.
Okay. Done. Thank you, President.
But just to clarify, Kenny, if you got those positions, you're saying you can reduce some contract.
Right now, we're going to go through the training process. In the next coming year, yes, you would be able to start reducing how much you're paying to a contractor.
Good, Councilman. Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Melvin. The next department is Fleet Management.
Thank you all.
157.
I had it as 156, but I think it's 156.
Well, 156 just the opening page, but you're right.
Okay.
Councilman Segura sending us to the meat and potatoes.
Good, thanks.
Wait, what? Good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Director Sue Renata of Fleet Management. This is the Assistant Director, Russell Moran. And we're looking for money also. How much money do you have left for me?
Go ahead, give us some information, please.
Okay. We're in charge of all the vehicles and the equipment for the yard. Our mission is to get vehicles up and running as quick as possible, get the vehicles out so the guys can do their job. We work on vehicles constantly, every day. We have approximately 182 vehicles, 53 lawn equipments, and 30 heavy-duty equipments.
Repeat those numbers.
I have about 198 vehicles, 53 small lawn equipment, and about 30 heavy-duty equipment for earth moving. We have, at the present, I have 5 employees. I'm looking for 9 to get the shop up and running, to be able to handle more projects. We're looking to get a emergency vehicle technician, which would be able to work on the fire trucks, if possible. He would work half for the fleet and half for the fire department. My capital projects, or to get a 4-post lift, which would be about $60,000. And that would be to be able to pick up the fire trucks, which at this point we are not able to pick up heavy equipment with what we have in the shop.
And is that listed anywhere, please?
It's in the capital projects. And of course, I'm always, every year, we ask for $150,000 towards new vehicles.
Councilman Segura?
Thank you, Council President. So as with Mr. Melvin, if you get these additional personnel, does that reduce any expenditures that you're putting out now through other means to do this work?
Probably would not reduce because I'm asking for salaries for more people, and if we're working more, we would be doing more jobs, getting more things done quicker.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get to. You say get more jobs, that's vehicles worked on.
Vehicles worked on, yes, sir.
Are you sending vehicles to outside agencies?
At this point, we are sending vehicles
Okay,
out,
if
so
you
we would
get the
probably keep
worker
them in.
in-house, and they're doing the work, not sending it out.
Correct.
That's what I
Correct.
was trying to get. What
Yes.
kind of savings do you think that would bring?
I would hope that would save us about 20 to 30% of our workforce of outsourcing vehicles.
Dollar-wise, think it would save enough to recover the cost?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Councilman Carroll?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, directors. So the $60,000 that the emergency vehicle technician, we say that they're going to be used also by the firemen. Are they totally budget under your department, or they will be budgeted as well under the, or are they budgeted? And maybe this is something Ms. Foshee can answer. How is that going to be?
Currently, the personnel is budgeted under her department, but she will allocate back. So if there's any repair done on a particular vehicle, that will be allocated back to the department. The place where you're going to see the decrease is really going to be in the fire suppression budget, where currently they have, I think, $250,000 on repairs and maintenance. Is that right? So some of the maintenance is heavy duty and they won't be able to do it, but some of it is just super expensive. It costs $300 and $400 just to get somebody to come and do a simple repair. So while you may not see a reduction in Ms. Sue's budget, you will see a reduction in the chief's budget because they will be allocating the actual cost. Ms. Renatza will allocate back the actual cost of that budget line item as opposed to having to pay this additional amount associated with a private fire apparatus repair group.
Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate that. And we, as always, since Mr. Ronnie was there, we've always asked for additional monies for equipment. But as it relates to, are there any specific type vehicle that we would need now, particularly for the hurricane, to be able to assist the overall city on equipment that we have that we can't move or can't use because we don't have a vehicle to move it or to support? Are there any type vehicles like that?
The vehicles, I believe, would be like the F-250s and 350s to move the equipment around, the trailers.
So we have those presently within
now.
our.
Yes.
And so every vehicle that we have can move any piece of equipment throughout the city of Kenner.
Not every vehicle, no, sir.
Okay, but so are we?
We have some vehicles that we use to move the heavy equipment now.
So do we need any vehicles to purchase to move equipment that we can't move right now? Are there any type vehicle we need to get to be able to support our full fleet? I mean, our full.
You're talking about just going out and buying like 350s and.
Yes, ma'am. Right. In case, to be able to be operational, all of our equipment, is there a truck we need to get to be able to do that? Or trucks?
I think right now we have enough to move it for what we have. What we have now, it's more or less the equipment I'm looking for is for the everyday use of our employees.
Yeah, I got that. And I guess Mr. Melvin, I guess I could ask him that too, because since he knows more about the equipment. Mr. Melvin, do you mind assisting here? Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
I can't whisper.
So I asked the fleet director this question, but maybe something too with since you have 4 or 5 different departments, in your knowledge of every piece of equipment that we have, do you believe that we have the apparatus, the vehicles to move it if we have to? Or are there some we need to maybe purchase?
Yes, okay, that's work. The vehicles we currently have can move the equipment. Like Sue said, some of those vehicles are not in the greatest of condition. So they would need to be replaced. eventually down the road, they need to be replaced.
Yeah, we could use them and they'll break down on us.
Right,
once we get
exactly.
but at least we have them to start the process.
Yes, sir.
We just need updated, upgraded, newer equipment to do it.
Yes.
Without saying, get to a piece of equipment, well, we can't do it because we don't even have a truck to even move this.
Right, we can move it.
We can move it now.
Okay.
Equipment's kind of shady, but we can move it.
Yeah, I hope we don't have to go forward.
Right.
That's right. Okay, thank y'all. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
But when you talk about some of the equipment for fleet, you're not necessarily talking about vehicles. You're talking about equipment in the shop, to be able to have the work. That,
No, when I'm talking about
Okay.
vehicles, I'm talking about vehicles.
no, okay, I thought you said equipment also. I was just trying to clarify.
No.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Brannigan. Councilwoman McKinney?
Thank you, Council President. I just have a couple of questions. So I noticed by looking at the amended budget versus the proposed budget, there are some positions, like the director position, that is increased, but the assistant director is not. The shop foreman is, assistant shop foreman aren't, isn't, mechanic is. I guess I just wanted to, maybe it was a matter of the 7% from the previous year. I'm just wondering why some of them are higher than the other ones.
I'll run it up real quick and I'll let y'all know if someone else has questions. It could have been a typo because no one else is built into this. Now, the assistant director was promoted this year, January. So that's another one that's on civil service leave. So that shop foreman, that's why it's the same.
Okay, so is
there.
that a civil service?
Yes,
they
he's
have
on leave
someone?
from civil service.
Okay.
The assistant director.
Okay, so are they built into the budget later somewhere else? Is that
The shop foreman.
the shop foreman? Okay, so that's why that's the same.
Mhm.
Okay. And I guess I didn't ask that question for Kenny, but I'm curious to find out, is there anyone from his budget that is on leave from civil service?
I believe no.
No. Okay.
There's someone, I'm sorry. Yes, there's someone that is in a different department that is on leave from one of his departments.
Okay, so their salary is built into this?
Yes, the assistant director, the Pontchartrain Center is on leave from the Streets and Drainage Department.
Okay, okay. And then my other question has to do with page 158. The repairs and maintenance are under 5750 for 110, and then there's another for 5860 for 150. What's the difference between those two repairs and maintenance line items?
5750 is in shop. That's everything that we handle.
Okay.
5860 is everything we handle out
Okay,
shop.
so that's contractor.
Outsourcing, yes.
And that's in-house. And so that's supplies. So the repairs and maintenance for in-house are like supplies and stuff like that.
It's actually what we do at the shop itself.
Okay.
As far as brake jobs, oil changes, starters, parts from NAPCO. That
Parts, okay, so like parts and, okay.
Parts.
But not labor, because labor's included in the
Labor's
actual thing.
Right.
Okay, so it's just parts.
Correct.
And then then the 150 is would be contracts, would be parts and labor. I would assume.
5860,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that's what I wanted, because it was just the same line item, so I just wanted to clarify. Thank you, that's all.
Councilman Wilmot, pardon me.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just had a question. We have last year we got a small dredger for the boat launch. How was that transported? Do we have?
There's a trailer. We have a trailer that it sits on.
Okay. The special
it's made
trailer
it-
that sits on.
Mhm.
Okay, and then that's pulled with what?
We can pull it with the 350. 250.
Okay, so we have the ability to get back and forth as needed and do
Yes.
what we need to do. Just making sure. Thank you.
Councilman Brannigan?
Line 5860, it shows February 28th, we're at 101. Where are we today?
We are at 189.
Well, that's not good.
clarify where you are, Council?
5860, repairs and maintenance. It was at 101,381 as of February 28th. Now it's at 189.
So is that overage coming from the general fund?
It's coming from other line items in her budget that she can cover, and then the rest would.
Okay.
Any other? Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President. And I believe, Finance Director, you mentioned that one of the individuals that was budgeted at the Puncher Train Center, he has the option of going back civil service. I remember the salary for the Puncher Train Center going back to civil service under Public Works, I believe. What is that salary? I don't remember asking that.
It's the same. It fits into the range. So he would remain the same. His salary would remain the same.
So his salary at the Puncher Train Center going back to the
superintendent
of
streets and drainage.
Civil service,
Yes.
civil service would remain the same.
The range is great enough that he would have the option of keeping his salary. Yes.
Yeah. Well,
The civil service decides.
Yeah,
but yeah.
Okay.
That position is not one that was reduced to the max.
What is that? What is the range in that position? Because I know it's 80 plus for the Puncher Train. So what is that range going back?
It's almost 90. 89,996 is the absolute maximum at that position.
All right then. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman Brannigan.
Line item 5731. It's budgeted at 150 and it's at $1,250. Is that correct?
I'm going to look it up. Luckily, a lot of we were able to contribute to the storm, a lot of the fuel that we've been using.
Okay.
So I could check and see what the actual is, but that's probably. And then also, so gas and oil gets billed back to the different departments. So like departments that have dedicated revenue sources get billed back. So any department that's in general fund, fleet would absorb the cost. But things like streets and drainage, fire, wastewater, that all gets billed back to their department.
Okay. Just seemed a little low.
Madam Clerk. Thank you all.
We're at 50, just so you know, Councilman Brannigan. 50,000.
Next department, General Services, Administration, Museum, and Planetarium, page 160.
Hello, Mark Larioso, Director of General Services. Our department oversees the repairs and maintenance on every city facility. At last talliation was like 71 buildings. Also, we oversee the traffic division of the sign department. So y'all got any questions? I can tell you I got 44 budgeted positions, and 42 of them are filled. Only have 2 opens.
Which are the 2 open ones?
It's a maintenance repair tech and a utility worker.
Councilwoman?
Yes, okay, thank you, Council President. I guess it's more of not a direct question to the director, but maybe a finance question. There are some positions in the previous budgets, in the 2021, 2022 budget, when we, that are listed in the amended budget, but there was nothing listed for welder, and there also was, no, so utility workers, so he said we have 1 utility worker open, so we have 2 utility workers, maybe they're utility worker 2s, but,
Yes. So
Okay.
the department did a budgetary trade-off on some positions with civil service to work to get people in the class that they should be in. And then part of the pay study was moving the utility workers to a better class as well.
Okay.
So they moved up the
We
utility
moved my
worker to.
custodians to utility workers. We did away with custodian title.
are the positions the same, or?
Yeah, basically the same. It's just they're utility workers now, not custodian.
Okay. And then they, after they work so long, civil service has worked with them to move them to utility worker 2s.
Yeah, that's what Todd was telling y'all earlier about the utility workers being able to be bumped up after 6 months from
Okay.
utility worker 1 to a utility worker 2.
Okay. Okay.
Councilman Wilmot?
Mr. Glorioso, we have how many buildings in the city of Kenner that we own?
71.
71. And we had quite a change in the last year from what I guess you're,
We still have the buildings, but some of them aren't being occupied at this time, right?
we got a lot of damage to them.
Yes.
We understand. So that being the case, I'm sure a
60
lot of
damage.
60
Yeah.
of the 71?
Yeah.
So that being the case, I guess a lot of jobs, the duties for certain positions have changed dramatically, I would think.
Not for the most part. No, they pretty much still are doing what they were doing before. Maybe not to the extent that they were doing it, but they're still doing the same thing.
Okay, because we don't have a lot of, they're not being occupied, the bulk of the buildings, correct?
There's only a few that aren't, like the City Hall campus, Fassbender, AP Clay.
The gyms?
Well, the gyms, yeah. But all I had was my utility workers from me that would go there and clean the facilities.
So you feel it's justified to maintain all the staff and employees that you've had in the past for this
Yes.
upcoming budget? Okay.
Yes. I actually need more, but I didn't ask for any new positions this year.
Okay. And as far as, and I'm going to ask this because I've asked it probably every year for the last 2 or 3 years, as far as the conversion for the ACs for all those buildings, how do we stand?
We've done about 30 buildings right now, and every time we get another one that goes out, of course we're going to the new refrigerant type. We're not going back.
And I'm sure we have some ACs that are not operational because of the storm.
They're very limited on those. If something happened, it's because of the age of them. Like for an example, we got one that just went out at Wentwood Playground. It's 30 years old. So, I mean, you could say, yeah, the storm did it, but I think it's just the age of the unit. It's 30 years old. It lived its life,
But I think on the main campus with buildings A, B, and C, I think.
Yeah, we had some. We had one 20-ton unit on Building B that ripped off its housing and flew across the roof. And same on A, if I'm not mistaken. It didn't fly that far, but it did come off its housing.
So those are damages.
Yes,
being
those are
claimed.
damages that we will claim on insurance from FEMA.
Okay, and right now, we have buildings that have been, I guess, mitigated, have the, temporary rooftops, that type of thing on it,
Right.
tarps.
Exactly.
How many of those do we have right now that are like that, do you know?
Oh, geez, there's number ones, like probably 25, 30 buildings that have a temp roof on them.
Okay, so you got your hands full then?
Yeah.
Okay. And we also still have AP Clay Center, I understand, from the tornado that ripped through. I think, in fact, it was budget hearings, I think, that we had last year when that storm.
That tornado hit,
Yeah,
yes.
tornado, that's
Exactly.
correct. Yeah, so that's still outstanding as well. Is that
Correct.
being utilized? Can it be occupied?
No.
It's not even being used?
No. The temp roof we put on blew off from Ida.
Okay, more
Yeah.
damage. Okay.
Caused more damage.
You definitely have your hands full, but thank you for your service, Mr.
Thank you.
Flores. Thank
Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, directors, for coming. I want to say that I believe that this department for general services is one of the better things that has happened to the city, to be able to put together individuals who address certain things that would not have, that has expedited correction. So you and all your staff do a fantastic job. I think we're about
Thank
that. I think we are about now to somewhat reevaluate it, to see exactly, we're doing good, but how we can do better. The new administration is coming in, they're going to look at it. A lot of positions that we have, as I mentioned before, about looking at to be in line, as Ms. Fauché reminded me about civil service, the requirements, what it is. I think this is another department for us to be able to look at and to identify the overall responsibilities of people, to ensure that, hey, we've done a good thing by raising the salaries for certain people.
Right.
But I think it's always important to continue, as the civil service says, that we don't fall back on making it whole for everyone. And this is a department that I believe that is so beneficial, and I think people would want to work in this department. If we do that, I think it will continue to be great. And I think that is something from your position, with the new administrations coming in, to be able to look at, just like every department, now is the time to look at it. So I think you should look into that, ensure about making sure that you are being supported like you should be supported.
Thank you.
To
We
ensure
sure
that
will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Braddock?
On 162, the cleaning supplies obviously have gone down because of the buildings being closed. The 192 in the amended budget, how did we end up last year? Do you have that number, Liz?
That was included with all the COVID PPE equipment that we acquired over the past 2 years.
Oh,
That was the difference in increase in that. The mask and the gloves and the hand sanitizer, all that stuff was pretty expensive. So.
Yeah, but okay. So the norm is, because it's going from 192 down to 70.
Yes.
That's because of the.
Exactly.
Okay. COVID. Okay. Thank you.
And we still have a good bit of PPE equipment still in stock, so we're ready. Let's hope we don't ever have to use it again. Let's hope this doesn't come back.
Yeah. No kidding. Thank you.
Thank you all. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. The next department is the city attorney.
Uh-huh. 104.
Okay.
Good evening, council.
Page 144.
Yes. 104.
104 or 144?
No, she said 44, but
104.
104.
104?
104.
Not wrong.
Good evening, I'm Joyce Sala, interim city attorney. I've worked with the city of Kenner for almost 4 years. And you can see from the budget that right now, I think we've staffed for 2 positions, and that is for the senior assistant city attorney and for 1 admin staff. You have questions for me? Yes. I'm sorry, Council President?
Councilman Brannigan?
Why are we not funding the city attorney and the deputy city attorney positions?
Again. So what we, in working with the transition team, we advised that for budgetary purposes, positions for which there was no incumbent, that included the DCAOs, me, Joyce, those would be zeroed out. Funding remains in the fund balance for the council or the new administration to propose at the time the council adopts their amended budget. Incumbents will be budgeted at their existing salary. Clearly, at the point at which the new administration makes a determination, then they can put those numbers in there. But for positions like this, it's like, do you put it at the mid-range, which is less than what we have? Do you put it at the max, which is more than what we have? There was really no way for us. This is a total crapshoot, these 2 departments. So basically, the funding for those positions is in the fund balance. We don't know if they're going to, there's a position in the charter for a chief of staff that's for the mayor's office that's not in there. So there's too many variables associated with what's going to happen in this department to be able to make any suggestions to you at this point. So basically, what we told transition is we would just zero those positions out, and they can make whatever recommendation or request to you that they want for those positions, and clearly we will support whatever that is.
And they agreed to that.
Well, they were asked to provide a response, and at this point, to tell us anything if they wanted. If you know in advance what you propose for any of these positions, we'll be happy to include those in the salaries instead. We're pulling it together, let us know. So that's kind of where we are. Again, you're going to have to amend this. You're 1 week out from when we turn the budget in. You know there's going to be an amendment. At that point, hopefully, you will know which of the directors are staying, which are going back to civil service, and what salaries are being proposed, what positions are being proposed for which departments. We don't know how many lawyers are going to be. Are there going to be 5 lawyers, 2 lawyers? Are they going to be seniors? Are they going to be assistants? So again, there's too much variable in terms of the positions themselves for us to put any numbers in there to make any common sense. So basically, anybody who was an incumbent got budgeted at the existing. Anybody who was non got budgeted just taken out, pending information from the transition team in terms of what they want in there.
So you said 2 departments?
Basically, the 2 that have the most impact from this, because we have no idea. It's not like you have,
So
that's us and
mayor's office
and
the
these
city
2,
attorney.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And would you repeat those positions that you said? I
So for,
said city attorney.
we said for those for which there is no incumbent, like vacant positions, the DCA, Chad's DCO position, Lee's DCO position, my position, Joyce's position, those are zeroed out. I don't think, what about Jen?
There'll just be 1 senior, she's a senior assistant.
Jen's still in there, so.
Yeah. And then
Eric's
1,
position zeroed out. Basically,
and
all the
1 legal secretary space.
Go
Legal
back,
assistant.
tell them what you, I'm guessing on yours. Go ahead and, I was
So
just
it's Mary
trying to explain
Washington?
why they're
Right, there are only 2 remaining that I know in the legal department. Yeah. And 1 is the senior assistant city attorney, 1 position. It's budgeted for 2, but in there is only budget for 1 salary. And then sorry, scrolling. And the legal secretary.
It's a blank slate, whatever it is that the new administration wants to put in there, it's just however many positions.
1 legal assistant is.
I mean, but isn't the city attorney a position that's required by the charter?
The city attorney is a position that's required by the charter, but the city attorney range is from, where are you? From 69,145 to 145,707. Without input from the new administration, there's really no way for us to know what to put in there.
Okay.
Councilwoman McKenna.
Thank you, Council President. Okay, so I guess my only question is, in terms of, obviously the city attorney and the deputy city attorney are positions that I would believe are sanctioned by the charter.
I don't think a deputy city attorney is sanctioned by the charter. I think the only legal position
city attorney.
is the
Just
city
the city
attorney.
attorney, okay.
You don't know if you've had two deputies in the past at least. There may have been a period of time where you had three. I don't know how many seniors you've had. I don't know how many, what's below
We
senior?
had, we had one city attorney, two deputies,
Seniors?
two seniors, and then a junior assistant attorney, assistant city attorney. And then we had 3 support staff. Oh, I'm sorry. We also have a part-time, I apologize. We do have a part-time prosecutor.
Prosecutor, yes.
Yeah, Arthur Stang, yeah.
Okay.
So please don't get Arthur.
Okay, and then I guess my other only question is, how much has Shahardi Sherman been paid year-to-date?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
How much has Shahardi Sherman been paid year-to-date this year?
Liz. Hmm? 106, 104, 104.
The firm has in total with all different contracts, 253,000.
And how many contracts do they have?
Three. Three or four?
Five total contracts.
So they have 5 active contracts?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Brannigan.
I've got a question. I noticed doing some calculations that, Deborah, your salary stayed the same last year and this year in the budget.
Hopefully,
So-
it's next year's, it should be zeroed out. You're
No,
talking
I'm
about
talking
last year and the
about-
year before? Yes, sir.
Yeah, it stayed the same? You
Yes,
didn't,
sir.
you didn't get a
No,
5%
sir.
raise last year?
Oh, I don't think,
And then I also.
if I didn't, then they owe me some money, Mr. Brannigan. Thank you for your help.
I also
says that-
noticed on some other positions that when we approved the budget last year, it was a 5%, 2% for the regular raise and 3% COLA. But some people had received 6.5%. And I was just trying to determine where did the other 1.5% come from?
So on a merit raise, if you approve 5% and they meet expectations, they get 5. If they need improvement, they get 3.5, and if they exceed expectations, they get 6.5.
Okay.
So for those who got exceeds expectations evaluation, they would have gotten that additional increase.
So
So
it's.
COLA would have been the same, but the merit would have been adjusted.
All right, so it's 6.5, 5, and what was the first one?
If you approve a 5% merit raise, then meets expectations is 5%, needs improvement is 3.5, and exceeds expectations is 6.5.
Okay. Thank you, Council President.
Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, attorneys. And, one thing I realize that I'm looking at on page 107 for the city attorney, deputy city attorneys, and so forth. How many attorneys we will have, who knows how many we're going to have. But I do know we're going to have a city attorney. So I think at a minimum, we really should have put a number there, even if
What number would you put?
$110,000.
110?
Yeah.
No problem.
I'm just hypothetically saying we should have put a number. I haven't talked to anybody here. What I'm saying is we should have put just like we put a number on every director, anybody with a position that is obviously required.
But we're not in a position to do that. There's a new administration coming in, and that decision is purely up to them. They were provided with this information weeks ago, and again, it's not they have no obligation to give us any information, none whatsoever, and they can wait till July 1st to tell us this information. But they were given the current salaries, they were identified who's on leave from civil service, who's not, and they were asked, if you want us to include your numbers, we'll be happy to do so. I'm not about to, when the range is from 69,000 to 145, there's really no position for me in good faith to put any number on any of these positions, much less tell you how many of anything they're going to have. Yes, they should have a city attorney. Yes, they should have a chief administrative officer. But whether they're going to pay him 110, which is a good number, or they're going to pay him 69, or they're going to pay him 145, I don't know. And there's no way for me to know that.
No, it's impossible for you to know exactly because there's no way you know everything that's been submitted. It could be, like you said, we're going to have to amend it to put something in there. And there may be a number of things that could be amended based between now and the next week. So, all I'm saying is I just believe we could have put something there. I don't know. We could have, and I don't want to say a number. I said a number.
I know, but it's super arrogant of me to imply that I have a better idea about this. I don't. I really don't.
I think you are a smart lady. I think that you are knowledgeable for the past 4 years for many aspects, and just to make that assessment, when it is something that you are more than capable of doing.
I am, and I felt like it was appropriate to give that opportunity to the administration as opposed to taking that for myself. So that's where I am. That's what I offered. We offered to include any numbers that they wanted to include, but again, they have no obligation to participate. And if they come up with any numbers, obviously I would encourage you to include whatever numbers they come up with, as long as they're in the range. Absolutely. 100%.
And I am not defending them, nor am I blaming you. But since we're talking, I believe we should have put. That's just where I'm at today. I believe we should have put something there. But we will go on, and we will obviously have to amend to put something there, which is obviously supportive of the city, just like every position that we have. So that is just a conversation that you and I are having right now as it relates to that. As the deputy city attorney, will we have one? Will we have two? Will we have a number of other attorneys? I don't know. But that is something, that they definitely going to have to be able to address. And, moving forward, that is just to make sure that we have legal counsel is important, without a doubt.
Totally agree.
And, this is something that we definitely have to be able to adjust immediately going forward.
As soon as they identify it, I'm sure that will be no problem fixing.
Gotcha. And as far as all the other positions, we shall see. And as they would not for that, definitely they're going to have to take a position to see, as opposed to, I would say also about the $250 that we've paid to an individual firm. Could it be other salaried people? That's another opportunity. They're going to have to make that call too. But it is something that we're going to have to look at and to support, suggest, and then see how the current, the mayor-elect will look at that position. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Council. Councilwoman Wilmot?
Thank you. And I
may want to have a seat. Whatever.
I've been sitting down all day. I want to stand up.
I wanted to ask, as far as this budget, if this stayed intact as it is, what would happen with those positions when it comes time for July 1st?
If this stayed intact?
Yeah.
You're asking me to make that leap of logic? to assume that y'all would approve this instead of speaking to the administration, the
No,
new
I-
administration, and ask them?
I want to know your point of view, and the reason why I ask that is to know how important this is, that we make sure that we have an amendment in place later. So if you can answer that question from your
Sure.
perspective, I'd
I guess
appreciate
from
it.
my point of view, there is no reason that you would be having budget hearings a week after we turned in the budget unless you were planning also to amend it. I also don't believe that the administration would, the new administration would not go forward by providing you information. They have been very, very, very respectful of this administration and tried very, very hard not to do anything that looked like they were interfering or stepping on toes. So when they did not accept the invitation to give us numbers, I appreciate that. I understand that. However, I have no reason to believe that you will not have those numbers before July 1st. Hypothetically, theoretically speaking, if you adopted this budget, then you would not have funding for your city attorney. That is correct.
And then how long would it be before those numbers can be added? If
soon
you
as
do a
you-
budget amendment, what's the delay?
For a budget amendment,
Yeah.
month, I think, I'm not sure. You'd have to, that's a question for legal and I don't know, 2 weeks, who knows?
We don't know.
I don't know.
No, I'm asking legal. We don't,
When can you amend it?
yeah.
Well, the budget has to be passed by July 15th, and we're talking about, June 15th, sorry. And we're talking also about the notices and all that stuff, so you have a very small window.
You're also voting May 20th, and you've made amendments from the floor before, so I would not be surprised if you did it again, and that
No.
would be a perfect time to add your salaries if you haven't done it already.
Absolutely, but that's not the reason why I asked the question. The only reason why I asked the question is because I wanted to see what kind of importance we have on getting this information.
It's really
so we can
important.
do an amendment. It is
Very.
important.
It's
I
very
agree.
important, sir.
I agree. But that I wanted to know the legal delay. If it wasn't done, then how long? It would probably take at least a month, is my guess.
Well, I guess what we should probably do when we leave here is send a reminder to the new administration, please get your proposed salaries to the council before May 20th when they're going to vote. I think that would be helpful. Again, I'm sure they're having to come up with all sorts of decisions right now. This is just one of a million decisions they have to make. How many attorneys, who, all that. But I'm sure that they can get that to you by May 20th, particularly if we tell them it's important, that if it's not done by then, it could be a delay.
I'm sure they will. Just wanted to ask.
Extremely important, sir.
No, I know it is. I wanted to ask though, as far as delays and so forth, and how it would impact. And
I can answer that question after this meeting.
Yeah,
and give
I
you-
think we got the picture. But I thank you.
You also have the June 2nd meeting as well, if you decide not to adopt on the May 20th.
Okay.
So we still have a little,
No, I got it, and I had it before. I just wanted to make sure it was clear on the record.
yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Sal, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
I think our council-elect,
Oh, I'm
Councilman-elect.
sorry. I should have stayed up there. I don't know why you listened to me.
I know. Need a stool.
Al Morello would have
I'm a little
stayed.
short. Yeah, he would have done this. Like he does. Questions about the, I had this in front of me. Now I closed it because you made me sit down. The amended budget on the, what page is city attorneys? Thing again?
City attorney is on 104.
104.
Okay, yeah, it closed when I walked off. Hold on. Got it, okay. On the line items for back in 2021 and 22, 5801 and 5827, professional services and legal fees, does that comprise the outside counsel like Shahardy Sherman, Blue Williams, anybody y'all have hired outside? And my question on that is that something that, Joyce, that you control, or and also in the history before you were the head, obviously, you've been here a while, is that something the head city attorney controls as to when to retain the outside counsel? Do you have authority to spend what you want in this type of department without the council approval? I see it here, the budgeted for 382, 629, and the professional services 108, 672. And then the proposed one for this year is 100 on the professional services, then legal fees is blanked out.
So
it's very, I've 6 questions about that. I think you know what I'm trying to ask you.
So, yes, the city attorney is in charge of, like we have, and I brought my list with me of maybe 80 cases that, and we went from, an office of 6 attorneys to 2. So, yes, our professional services are high, yes. There's a lot of things that the city attorney's office does besides just council meetings, public meetings, prosecuting, workers' comp, prosecuting, or, litigation, regular litigation. That was all handled in-house. And yes, we would send some cases out to outside councils if there were conflict or, federal cases, if all of us were not federally barred. And, there were certain things, yes, that was the control of the city attorney. And yes, because the city attorney's job was that, yes, I had control over cases and who handles stuff. Like there's certain cases I give to certain attorneys, and there's certain attorneys who handle all fire stuff, and there's certain attorneys that I give public record stuff to. So yes, I'm the one who's assigning these cases. I'm the one they keep in contact with. I'm the one they ask when they're ready. They have settlement recommendations to give to this council whenever there's something happening. I know what's going on in almost all the cases that it's in the legal house. And that was the same thing that Ed Rapier definitely did in my office.
And you would request before, in these type of meetings, like the $100,000, I don't know if that's just proposed because the new administration coming in, but like the 108,672, was that something that was proposed, that was put in during the amended? Is this something that you request and then you have the availability to hire, and like you just said you did for subpoenas and things? Is the funds available there for you to retain the outside counsel?
So, just like everybody else, anything over 100,000 had to go in front of the council, services included, unless it was an emergency. So, if we wanted to contract with someone, we still have to go through the regular approval process. So, in terms of, like for example, most of the law firms that we deal with now, most of them we already had under contract.
Understood.
So, I mean, there are a few that are new or because we've needed different types of specialties. But I don't know if that answers your question.
No, it does. Yeah,
Okay.
It's very just confusing to me. I'm obviously new to this, but you did answer my question.
Okay.
I do appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Any more questions for the city attorney? Next, Councilman Brannigan.
On the positions that are not funded right now, because I understand the concept and what's going on, but wouldn't it be better for us to put 20,000 in each one of those spots in case something got messed up, and July 1st, these people that would be coming to work in those positions would still be able to be paid at least for a month, and then we do an amendment? Wouldn't that make sense?
Why wouldn't you do that on May 20th?
I'm just trying to make sure that if we get to July 1st, then there's nothing in there that.
We can amend it.
You can amend
on May
it.
20th.
Yeah.
on May
Okay.
20th.
You can amend it on
Yeah,
the
I mean,
20th.
I understand what you're saying. In case you don't have numbers from the new administration and they haven't given you anything, you don't know, then absolutely. I would just come up with some
number
I
within
mean,
the
maybe
range.
you
Right.
take the pay scale and you put in mid-range, or maybe you pay, I don't know what you put in.
And
but
I can
have
tell
the
you
ability
how
to put
we've
some-
run the office and how many attorneys you may need. And I don't know if they
We
fill
could
them up
just
or
use
not.
your salaries and then it could be amended for.
Well, I don't know why you would want to do that since he campaigned on cutting my salary. You may want to actually pick something, more mid-range. That might be what I would do, but, y'all do whatever you want. I think until they tell you how many employees, what titles, what categories, we're just sort of shooting in the dark. We're not really giving a very responsible representation of what the budget is or would be. You don't know if they're going to have a chief of staff, which is funded higher than a chief administrative officer. That is a higher salary range. So some of it really needs some input from them, and I feel confident they will give you something before May 20th. And if not, I'll give you the mid-range. That should be fairly easy, and that nobody could question that. But doing mid-ranges on the positions you already have, and then if they want to add positions or whatever, I think that's fine. But I mean, at this point, I think we're just guessing. There's not a lot of value in that. But I will reach out to Mr. Quigley and ask him you know, are they any closer to, you know, making some suggestions, and we can go from there.
Thank you.
Your next department is the mayor's office,
What page am I?
57.
Thank you, darling. The mayor's salary is set by ordinance, so that number is in there. My salary, Chad's salary, Lee's salary, all of those are empty positions, so we've just zeroed those out. Chief Compliance Officer is Adam. He is an incumbent, so his salary is in there. Mayor's Executive Assistant is an incumbent. It looks like one of these got transferred to Public Works. Tom's went to Public Works. No? So the 37,892 and the 39,237 both got transferred to other departments. That's correct. Okay. And then Jamie, Tammy, and who was that last? Who? Karen. Okay. So same issue in terms of the salaries, the positions that presumably, we don't know how many DCOs they're going to have or where they're going to put them or that sort of thing. But again, I'll be happy to reach out to the transition team and ask if they have any numbers, and I will give those, I guess, back to the chairman or all of you, however you want me to handle that. Are there any other questions on the mayor's budget?
Councilwoman McKinney?
Yes, thank you, Council President. I just have just a clarification. So all of these positions are non-civil service, obvious, right? Correct? Okay.
Is there anybody who was? No. That's
Okay,
correct.
so the positions that were transferred to Public Works, are those civil service?
No.
Okay, so those positions.
Tom
His assistant.
isn't deputy CAO, but
Okay.
his salary is carried in the Public Works budget, so the assistant to the DCAO is also carried in that budget.
Okay.
That happened.
So why was it in the mayor's budget before?
I don't know. I think Tom might have been in the mayor's budget at some point before, and then we moved him out, and we didn't move her out. I'm not 100% positive.
Okay. Okay, so, and are any of these people, their positions, are any of these people former civil service that would be included somewhere else?
No.
Okay. That's all I have.
Madam Clerk?
Next department's council. Is there any questions of the council's budget? Seeing none.
Who would
the
we
next-
ask? Would we ask you?
Sure.
No questions.
Seeing none. Next department would be the finance department.
Hello. We have a few vacancies in the department. The assistant director is vacant. The senior secretary is vacant. I have one accounts payable specialist that's vacant. I just had someone retire, so that's advertised to replace. And then last year I had asked for a grants manager, but after working with civil service to come up with a job class, it fits more the role of the senior accountant. So that is what the fourth senior accountant is. So that's why that number increased, but you can see the grants manager is no longer being asked for. So as you know, the department processes every expense that every department enters into the system, and we process every penny that comes in. We process all of property tax collections, every payroll processing. We try to do the most with what we have. A lot of special projects come up. Have specific questions. Obviously, the department manages all the PA grants, and we assist tremendously with other departments on support for other grants. We handled all, the ARPA funds, meeting deadlines, reporting requirements for every grant. I don't know if y'all have specific questions for me.
Councilwoman McKinney.
You just like saying my name so much.
It's just a surprise. You've been so quiet.
Thank you, Council President. Okay, so just in terms of, is there assistant director? Is there?
It's vacant.
It's vacant, okay. And maybe I missed that. You might have said that earlier. I just missed that.
No problem.
And then the financial project coordinator, that is a position that's eliminated?
So what I'm trying to do, that financial project coordinator came over, and we're trying to fit more of a role of, hold on, I'm sorry. Financial project coordinator retired, yes, so we're not
Okay,
asking for
retired.
that. That's, she actually came back part-time as the project coordinator. So that happened during this fiscal year.
Okay, so she's the part-time project coordinator at the bottom.
Yes, and so we wouldn't expect to continue that, but we are having to upgrade the accounting system right now to meet the deadline for W-2 reporting at the end of the year. So that's what she's here for, just that special project.
Okay, and then the finance clerk 3 and
the finance clerk 3 retired.
Okay.
And she, I have 2 other people that played the same role, the accounts payable specialist. So that's what that third position is. So
Okay.
just trying to move people more to fit the job description.
Okay, so you added a position or you moved a position?
I moved it. So instead of a finance clerk 3, I'm asking for an accounts payable specialist.
Okay. Okay, and then,
The only other change, that project coordinator is going to be moving to a contract specialist. So I already have one
Okay, that's
person
what
in
I
that
was-
job. They work together.
okay, that's what I was gonna
Yeah,
ask
so they
actually about.
produce all the bids that go out. So moving him more to a job class that fits.
Okay, I think I don't have any other questions.
And no one's on leave from this
From
department.
civil
Yeah,
service.
nobody's.
And do you anticipate, I mean, you've been working as the chief financial officer for over a year now.
Yes.
Do you, I mean, I would think that you would like an assistant director, correct?
It would be nice, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I mean, if you're so efficient that you've done it for over a year, why do you need
I
one?
know, right? Save y'all some money. I would hope that I get to remain, but either way, I would think that the department needs a CFO and an assistant director, whichever way the new administration goes.
Well, I mean, to me, it's an important training position at least, because who knows what's going to happen with, the new person, the old person. I mean,
Yes,
could get hit by a
so-
bus. There's always someone that's,
Yeah,
backup. Good
you
to have
you
a
don't
backup.
really get a true vacation day when you have no one else to
Correct.
defer to.
So that's actually good. So you don't need a huge salary because you can never go on vacation.
Yeah,
It's
exactly,
perfect.
right? I'm just here all the time.
Councilman Wilmot?
Yeah, I just had one quick question. The senior accountant, you have 4. Is that a pay increase or is it an additional senior
An
accountant?
additional one. So instead of the grants manager, the job class is a senior accountant.
Thank
Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President. And also the buyer, it has budgeted for 2, look like it's 1, but the salary went up for that 1.
No, we used to have 3 buyers. Sadly, one of our employees passed away this year. So we're trying to come up with a better plan of possibly just using 2, and the other 2 are picking up the job duties of the third person. So trying to cut costs where we can, consolidate that one person's job and just split it between the 2 we have.
Okay, so it used to be 3, not 2.
Yes, sir.
That makes, I understand that better. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Next department is general municipal. Page 96? 96.
The only open position is the assistant to the mayor archivist position. The rest are all filled. We've had it in the budget before. It's a part-time position as needed type of thing. We've estimated, the new administration may want it, may not want it, we're not sure, so.
And there's no one in the position now.
Correct.
Any reason we wouldn't have left those numbers off?
We don't know if they want that position or not. There's only one of those. It's not like,
I-
oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Councilman Brannigan?
Professional services is going from 259 to 300. Why is that?
That's 72.
5801.
That is.
It's a various amount of things. A lot of them are legal fees. And then you have our Sigma, our consulting services, the fees for all our bonds, appraisals.
And year to date, we're over.
We are
Where are we today?
310.
We may need to look at, what's paid out of that account.
Yeah, one thing that was paid this year was the redistricting, so that you won't have that next year.
How much was that?
That was 40,000.
Were those employees always in that account?
Yes.
Thank you, Council President.
Another question?
That was the last department, other than if anyone has any other questions about any department we didn't list or any section of the budget, please ask your questions now if you have none. Seeing none, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you all.